Horst Honzig in the silver class. So that effectively now puts a lap difference between Racing Point and the Yas Heat team. But in all intents and purposes, I think that Yas Heat will be happy just to secure the points in this manner.
Oh yeah, I mean you can't really look a gift horse in the mouth, right? You already have a bunch of points, so what? You're going to lose the race by one lap. There have been a lot of cars in between the 85 and yourself that got disconnected. They had bad luck, Otherwise, the gap would not be an entire lap like it is right now. So at that point, it's, take what you can get, move on to the next race. For right now, it's a second position. That's really good points. You might have been beat by a lap, and that is kind of demoralizing in one sense or another, but be happy that you and your team were able to be here the entire 24 hours and weather the storm that comes along with it.
Yeah, for sure. And as we come down to the closing stages of the race, it'll be myself, David Christie and Austin Vilke in the commentary box for the next 45 minutes before we hand things over. For the next half hour, actually, it's flying by here, because a way to jump into the box very, very shortly. It's the return of BJ Clark and Jesse Lee. Always a big fan of the pair of them there, Austin, especially DJ. When he gets excited, he does that low, rumbly, growly voice thing.
Yeah, sometimes he even invents words as well, so it's always interesting when he gets on the broadcast and something interesting like a kerfluffle might happen. There's a lot of DJ Clarkisms. I've started to use that one as well. He's just a pleasure to be around, even whether it's real life or virtual life. Is just awesome.
Yeah, seasoned professionals, and it's great to have them as part of the team. We wouldn't have it any other way. It's again just bringing to a close what's been a pretty spectacular 24 hours of Spa here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Mobileye. The esports version taking place 2 weeks to the day after the real life version hit to the tracks. And again, just taking a second to talk about that. What a fantastic outing that was. A beautiful, beautiful win for the Roll Racing team in the real life version. It was just, brilliant to see them. I want to say dominating, but that was absolutely not the right thing to say, because it was such a close fight between them, the Acronis ASP Racing team, the Mercedes AMG GT3s, and then looking at how closely the real-life drivers, Austin, have had to work with the sim racing drivers over the past couple of years, it's been a quantum shift, I think, because the pro drivers now, I think, taking the sim racing side of it very seriously as part of their race.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, most of these guys and race teams are using sim racing as a tool, because you can get out there and you can design a car for certain types of weather or to handle a certain type of way for you during the course of a race weekend, or just specifically to say, hey, I feel like if you go there and you unload with this sort of setup on your car, you're going to unload with a lot of speed and be very happy with the car, and just make fine adjustments. And that can set you up a lot better for one of those long 24-hour races rather than unloading off the truck, and you have to make some pretty large swaths of adjustments, wholesale changes to a car just to make it comfortable.
That is absolutely the case, and it's all about finding that balance, because what might be your preferred setup, especially if you're in a team race like this, what is your preferred setup might not be the preferred setup for the other drivers around you. So most of them have to kind of work to find the balance between all of the drivers. That's why you usually see so much toing and froing. You'll see drivers that maybe stay at a team or a car for seasons and seasons, and you'll see some drivers who hop about all over the place because they're trying to find a team that fits in well with them.
Yeah, they really are, as we continue to see Tinko van der Velde here. Good to see the 66 car back into the swing of things. Again, another car that was doing so well in the earlier parts of this race, hit with a very harsh disconnection. Good to see them back in here, getting closer and closer to solidifying their spot inside the top 20. Of course, 18th position. Not quite the race that they deserve today, but again, it's just what happens in these races. We'll see how much closer they can get to that 912 McLaren car just up the road. They still got a lot of room, a lot of ground to make up, before they can catch up to that car and fight them for a top 10 in the pro class.
Sorry about that, Austin. I was just about to say the big question, I guess, is can anything be done to catch that number 4 Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love car, 54 seconds ahead of Dominic Blyer in second place there. I mean, they are just absolutely romping away with this right now.
Yeah, talk about putting on a clinic, a master class of how you need to get around Spa for the course of 18 hours or 17 and a half hours, I should say, to this point in the race. And I think for right now, they've just had a lot of out-and-out pace. Every time we see their lead get cut in half or reduced in any way, shape, or form, they go out there and they just start to yard the field once again. Some of it, though, is in part due to just them either being lucky or some of their fastest competitors being unlucky. Talk about the 66. They were challenging that car for a lot in the early goings of this race. And then you talk about that 110 car, the other Audi there. They were on pace to have a really good last stretch of the race, especially given how fast they were in the daytime yesterday. So you really hate to see all that bad luck from the different competitors, but that 4 car has got to be loving it so far.
Just watching here of Luke Whitehead trying to get past the Aston Martin. I think he's done it. That was, I believe, the 426 of Mark Leclerc that he was making his way around there and made it look very, very easy indeed. That was the PSE Racing Fuel Junkie Aston Martin that he was able to get around there though. But Luke Whitehead looking, it's safe to say, a little bit tired in that 912 in the Veloci McLaren just now. He's obviously having to battle that car all the way through and get whatever result that he can in that 912, sharing the car with George Boothby, Grantis Caracas and Magic Malowski. Malinowski, sorry. So again, with 6.5 hours to go, they're slowly starting to make their way up, and this is what they want. They want other failures from other drivers. They'll happily take any position that they can get. They don't wish it upon anyone, but they'll absolutely take what they can get. What I'm also seeing is a little battle starting to brew up between Arthur Kammerer and Jan Willem van Oomen. That is the Esports Competition Racing Machine in 12th position and 13th of FFS Racing. Now, they're not fighting for class, but it is just for position on track here. So it'll be interesting to see if that develops with anything.
Yeah, those 2 cars battling for that first position just there outside the top 10. Of course, 1.7 seconds separating the 89 car and the 123 car. We'll see if that battle gets any closer. Going back to that battle for the lead, though, that's been hovering right about 55 seconds for the majority of this last hour in the race, ever since that 110 car got disconnected. That 110 car, they were flying. I feel like this was going to be their race, if not to win, just a challenge for the win as it came down towards the end, because the sun's back out here, the track temperatures are going to start to get hotter and hotter. It's going to adversely affect the handling of a lot of these race cars and these race teams. Once again, you have to keep up with the changing dynamic temperature of the track and how that's going to feel. Looking here at the driver in 20th place, you see Teza Vinua Hacker there, number 52 car, another silver driver, and again in the Ferrari.
Pretty unfortunate name to have on ACC, really. But the 52 onto the back there. So this is a cracking little fight that we've got going on for P19 overall, and probably about P10, I think, in the silver class right now. So Hugh Collot just ahead in that race eSport team there. Look at the concentration, look at the guns on him. My goodness me, the boy has been absolutely working out there. He's able to take that direct drive wheel with no issue whatsoever, but still just trying to hustle that car round there. The Audi just ahead of the 52 there. So race eSport team currently trying to fend off SRO Motorsport right now. And as you said there, the car there of Felix trying to catch up to the back end of that Audi. But for the car, the Ferrari, I didn't think looked particularly fast, but in that straight line there, it looks like a bullet compared to the Audi. Maybe just able to catch it up under braking here, but again, Felix able to really take chunks of time out of that car in front.
Yeah, let's continue to watch this battle here. And obviously, you know, that Ferrari there of Hacker of Felix has got to be a lot faster than the Audi here of Hugo Collot, just because you don't magically catch a guy from 5 seconds down to 1 point something seconds in the blink of an eye. It's something that happens over time, but you do have to, it's got to be relatively fast, because, you know, it's kind of all of a sudden, look at him, he's just taking chunks out of that lead there, cutting him up through the chicane. I think that Ferrari is much better on turning, especially getting that car to rotate. We'll see how good he is through La Source here, one driver to the next.
And again, I love the fact that we get the driver webcams on here. You get to see the reaction, the emotion that you would never normally get to see on a driver in real life here. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what pressure looks like. Watch the eye contact of Hugo Collot is darting from left to right. He's looking in the mirror, looking at the apex, looking at the mirror, looking at the timing, looking at the tyres, looking at the distance to the car behind, constantly monitoring, constantly checking, and so hyper aware. This is where I love to be, is, you know, in fight. You're constantly switched on, you're really having to operate at your best here. And it's one thing for Felix to catch up to Hugo Collot here, but it's an entirely different thing for that car to be able to get past whatsoever here at Spa. You've mentioned it's a very wide track here at Spa there, Austin, but again, overtaking opportunities, you have to telegraph them, you have to set them up, I believe, you know, 4, 5, 6 corners in advance. You can't just suddenly magically hit the boost button and fly past your opponent.
No, that's exactly right. And I think at this point, Felix has kind of understood just how much of a run he can get down some of these straightaways, especially with that slipstream in hand. And right now, you know, as he continues to catch up to Hugo here and run in his tire tracks, it's basically just like what a wrestler would do when he enters the ring. You're kind of sizing up your opponent. You're trying to find out where he's strong, where you're weaker, where he's stronger than you, where you're weaker than him, car to car wise, and you're just kind of planning out, all right, where could I possibly make my next move? And that's going to be a culmination of things like, well, where have I been making passes all day long? Where have people been passing me? And a majority of the people, I think, so far, if it isn't into the chicane there, the last corner on the lap, it's once you get down the Camel Straight and into La Source. So right now, I think the easiest thing for him to do, get a ton of time through Blanchimont, gets really right up close to that bam bumper. We'll see if he makes a move for it. He's going to go side by side, but I don't think he's close enough to pull it off. He did a whale of a job there getting that car slowed down for the apex. Side by side here as they come out of the chicane. They're going to go starting down the start-finish line into La Source. Hugo did a great job to get a good run off that corner. Just covers him off.
Dive up the inside into La Source there, the two of them going side by side, and the Ferrari just gets enough room. Great racing from Hugo and Felix, very respectful. They are in their element, going side by side. 6 hours left to go with a 24-hour endurance race, and we still have this epic fighting out on track. This is the best battle that we've had for a number of laps here, but the Race Esports team trying desperately to hold on. It's a battle down the Camel Straight here. I think the Ferrari might have the inside line going into Les Combes here. What can Hugo Collot do on the brake and then into the corner? Gives up that position and has to think about where he can potentially try and get that position back. So the 52 Ferrari jumps up into 19th position then. Great move there, great determination, and Wolffield Motorsport take another place. But you get the feeling that Hugo Collot is going to be thirsty to try and get that position back.
Yeah, he's going to do his best, but I think that Ferrari is just handling a lot better than the Audi at this point in the race, and I think that's why as soon as Felix got side by side with him before they put on the anchors into Les Combes, he just kind of lifted a little bit of a cursory lift to let Felix on by, and I think at this point in the race he's going to see if he can't tail him right now just for a little bit to see what possibly he can do with that little bit of an extra slipstream, especially down the straightaways, because I tell you what, Hugo could have put up a lot bigger of a fight than I think what he did, and you can especially tell that because it didn't make any difference what he did. Felix was all over him, left, right, and center coming off these corners.
Yeah, it was a great move for sure, as we see Dominic Blyer into the pits, as is Darren King. So again, another roll of the dice for some of these drivers. They're only going to have another, 6 pit stops left to go in this race, maybe even 5, as we see cars making their way through as well. So second place just now, fairly safe and fairly comfortable in that race just now. And again, it's a case of just holding on and consolidating what you've got in that second position, as Tobias Grunwald is doing a fairly grand job in the lead of the race. Darren McCormack jumps behind the wheel of the 555 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports, and if there's any driver that is able to extract the absolute most out of a car, to rattle it to within an inch of its life, it's going to be this young man, Darren McCormack.
Yeah, as you can see, goes all the way to the left-hand side of the Kemmel Straight here, gets the car the big run behind him. He's going to hold his ground here, not going to give up an inch. Obviously, it's a white Porsche behind it, looks like. Have a hard time distinguishing what Porsche exactly that is, but he's going to be all the way up here in the fighting form, get these tires formed up incredibly quickly. Usually, you kind of see the driver ahead here pull over to the side, knowing that they've got some older tires at this point. Boy, you can really see the tiredness in Dyer's eyes. He looks like a very, very sleepy boy right now.
It's not what you want, but that car behind him is the 144 Porsche just now. That's Louis Fleischer in the Team 1 Plus FF racing machine that is just behind him. I'll tell you what, the tiredness must be absolutely kicking out. A lot of these drivers have been up through the night. A lot of them will be deciding to stay up and give support to their teammates, and that's exactly what he's doing. I know that Dara absolutely hates being the centre of attention, so let's keep the camera on him for as long as we possibly can there. He's looking quite happy though, to be fair. It is still fairly early here in the UK, 8:50 in a Sunday morning, so look at him. He loves being the centre of attention. He just enjoys it, so let's keep that on. But in all reality, great result so far for the team there, that 555 team of Dennis Schoeninger and Dominic Blyer sharing the car with him in that Williams Esports Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be happy too, right, if you were in second position, wheeling around this Mercedes around the track, and this car has been handling exceptionally well for a long time in this race. I mean, continues to be the closest car to the leading 4 car, and there's only an 11-second gap from one car to the next, so he's been doing a good job. This team overall has been doing a phenomenal job to catch up to that number 4 car just up the road.
There's a 30-second delay on the stream, so I'm pretty sure those comments that I mentioned there have just filtered their way through the Discord voice chat to him at the moment. So it's Tobias Grunwald still in the race, leads for Unicorns of Love at the moment in that number 4 machine. He's in the car with Michael Tauscher, Tobias Pfeffer and Bastian Richter. Been just an exemplary drive for them today, doing everything that they possibly can. And again, we've said this before here, this is what endurance racing is all about. It's all about this first 75-85% of the race, preloading all of the work, all of the determination, all of the effort to get yourself into the position for that last 15% of the race, the last hour, 2 hours of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically how you can approach like a college course, right? If you do really well in the first 80 or 90% of the semester, you can afford to coast all the way through finals because it's already stuff you've learned, you've kind of prepared yourself for it. It's no different than this race. If you push yourself really hard the first 80 to 90% of this thing, you can afford to maybe back it off to, instead of 99.9%, maybe 97 or 95% for the rest of this race, and afford to just kind of nurse the car around here just to make sure that you don't make any more mistakes before the end of this race. As you can see, Victor Nicola in the number 1 car, another driver change for that BMW from West Competition Racing.
There you go, kids. Pro life advice from Austin Bilkey there. Stay in school, 85-95%, then just take your feet off towards the end of it. I wish I'd listened to that. I probably got on a little bit further in my life, but here we are. commentating on sim racing, as you said, Victor Nikolai, for the West Competition Racing Machine. Now, this is an important car to keep our eye on because they are currently down in what looks like about P7 in the silver class, but they are doing very well in the championship. Currently 4th place right now is that BMW Romania Team West Competition Racing Machine. So they'll get some points, but it's not going to be the most amount of points that they could get from this. I think they'll still be happy that they're doing the championship no damage, put it that way.
Well, I mean, again, it's still hard to score points in this championship. I've said this all race long. It's just like Formula One. To finish in the top 10 in Formula One, the highest echelon of motorsports, is an achievement in and of itself. And if you're a mid-pack or bottom of the run team, that's a win for you. These drivers, you can't be upset with yourself for getting out of some of these races with points because, again, we continue to see this flip-flop back and forth of cars doing well one race and then doing poor the very next. You're just going to continue to have that, as you see here, Hugo Calo in the 114 car making a move on that number 52 there. Felix and these guys continue to go at it. They were doing the same exact thing, 10-15 minutes ago, David?
Yeah, this is awesome. I'm loving it. But the thing is that it looks like the two of them are just having fun with each other. They're just pushing each other as far as they can go. And we've noticed this another time, we've noticed this from the Audi a couple of times through the race. Not just this Audi, but from the other Audis. It goes through like a period where it seems to be struggling either with performance or with the tyres, maybe for like 5 laps or so, and then just like that it switches back on and then is able to actually make amends. I think what's happened, however, here, I wonder if the Ferrari's gone through those tyres. That was very wide through the left-hander at pull-on there, and I wonder if that 52 has maybe burned through the tyres on the Ferrari, because Understeer City seems to be where that car is off to.
Yeah, I have to think you're right too. He's having a really hard time getting that car slowed down to the apex and just steering it down there. When he finally does get back on throttle, I keep seeing these just minute wiggles in the car. And it's so frustrating when you're a driver, because behind the wheel of that race car, they are huge moments. I mean, you're talking the wheel just goes from one side to the other. It's a big moment for you inside the race car, but outside the race car, it just looks like you're out for a Sunday drive, and David, looks like race control is headed to make another decision.
Well, the tea break is over, the 22 and the 44. That is Rocket Sim Sport and Brabham Esports, and the 44, which is the Aztec SimSport Visceral Ferrari. It's a 10-second time penalty to the 44 for causing a collision on lap 414. So yeah, not the best stuff, although we are very quickly ratcheting up to hitting lap number 450 as we've got another yellow flag. I think that might be a pit yellow that has come out there. Just having a look, yeah, green flag back on. Oh no, it was Alex Kotsov. Oh no, not that Armentario Ferrari again. Austin, they have just had the worst luck, and again, they're just not getting any sort of rotation, any sort of performance from that car at all.
Yeah, you would think it'd be kind of similar to the rain, right? Where, you know, the longer you go without rain, the more likely it is that you'll get some. So you'd figure the longer you go without good luck in that car, the sooner you would get some, or the more likely you would be to get some good luck at some point. But they just continue to have that good luck elude them. And hopefully for their sake, they can go out and do really well in Suzuka and Indianapolis in a couple months' time, a couple weeks' time, I should say, 1 and 2 months respectively. But you just hate to see that for that team, because they continue to not want to give up the ghost. They continue to give it their all and fight hard for all those positions on track, but it's not paying off for them.
Well, Austin, this is your final stint coming to an end. I'm going to be on again later on. We're just about to hand over in a couple of minutes' time to DJ Clark and Jesse Lee again. I mean, you've been on for 6 hours. What have you made of the race?
I think overall it's just how much all these different drivers and teams continue to stay in the thick of things and fight for it as the race has gone on. Take it to 66, for instance. They've been doing a phenomenal job to just pick themselves up by the bootstraps and stick with it. And you haven't seen that just in the 66 team. It's been all the way up and down throughout this paddock here. Just a lot of drivers and teams, faced with adversity, just pushing through and doing a great job of it.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Well, let's go and check out a very quick replay of an incident that happened previously. This is the Portmantario Ferrari coming up through Radion on all clips of curb at the right-hand side. I think it should get away with this. It's going to be a very quick spin, but it looks like it's firmly poised in the middle of the track there. And that is a frightening place to be. You do not want to be a stationary car at the top of Radion, and thankfully got away with that one without any sort of issue whatsoever. So it looks like that we are about to get ready, because we are just a couple of moments away, and joining us in the comms box very, very shortly is going to be DJ Clark and Jesse Lee. So I guess it's a perfect time to get them off mute, to say hello to them, and let's have a little bit of a four-way chat just before we hand things off. So DJ Clark, Jesse Lee, good morning. Thanks for joining us again. Hopefully you've had a little bit of beauty sleep, guys. What do you make of the changes so far?
Well, I think the biggest storyline that continues to be over the course of this race is the changeable conditions, everything that continues to change their way around here. But I'll tell you what, David, I'll tell you what, Austin, I've been listening, I've been watching in. It's a fantastic race, and one that is going to keep us guessing for the next 6 hours and 18 minutes.
It certainly is. Big updates to give you is that we have had two notable disconnections. The 110 disconnecting from second place in silver. Klaus Petruchenko was behind the wheel of that one, and then it was the 997 that the Porsche, 977, sorry, of Marco Bischel that had disconnected while they were fighting out for the race. But it's all going to unfold over the next 4 hours, and to take you through the next 4 hours is going to be DJ Clark, Jesse Lee. We have been David Christie and Austin Belkey. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the show, and we'll see you in a couple of hours.
All right, thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, Austin, for getting us on through that. Jesse, it's great to be back in the booth with you, although it is the wee hours of the morning for both of us here in the U.S.
Yeah, it sure is. Hello, everybody, and wow, what a race it has been to this point. It seems like the sun has only just come up, but we know that's not true. It's been up for several hours now, but definitely not in the part of the world where DJ and I are. It's a little bit more of a strange hour for you than it is for me, though still, it is the wee hours of the morning, but there is no place I would rather be.
No, I have to agree with you. They're watching race cars work their way around the legendary Spa-Francorchamps circuit here in the booth with you. It's just about a perfect Saturday night as things go. We watch right now Tobias Grunwald working their way around for that Mercedes-AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love. The number 4 has been in control of this race from an early stage here, continuing to work their way along. They have control of the field. Does look like the number 85 there in the silver category going to be holding on with just as similar of a stranglehold, but you see they're running a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, but still keeping things together. Definitely a little bit of an easy sigh of relief here for these drivers, I'd have to imagine.
Certainly is. Of course, anytime that you can come up hours ready on have an incident and you can drive away from it, I would consider that a win more often than not. That is not the case here today, though. A lot of drivers, a lot of teams, of course, experienced, very experienced. Not only do they know how to get around the racetrack quick, they know how to wreck correctly.
Exactly, and wreck correctly, I think, is the right way to put it. The incidents that we've seen here today they've been smart incidents, let's say. As Austin and David were talking about a little bit earlier, it's been good heads up for everybody. It's been really good respectful driving here around this legendary circuit as we take a look from above. Absolutely gorgeous views here. But yeah, the wrecking has been contained, let's call it.
It certainly has. We've seen a couple of spills, especially when dawn broke in the changing mixed conditions. But more than that, a lot of the teams have... it's been good racing. There's been a lot of cooperation. You need that in a race like this. You need to be able to race with each other, especially considering a lot of the cars on very different laps, the entire running order very mixed up. You need to be able to have a little cooperation, know where everybody is, and of course it never helps to have a healthy dose of your team in your ear saying, hey, do this, hey, don't do this. Of course, your team, your lifeblood out there.
Well, one of the teams that is the most experienced and has the most people working behind the scenes, that is, of course, the one we're watching on the screen right now, Williams Esports. Darren McCormick behind the wheel of the 555 right now, working their way by a little bit of lap traffic as they come down the hill. But Darren, one of those drivers that we've been able to follow for many, many a year, working their way up through the ranks, has really made a name for themselves here as they continue to bring that team up into better contention. Williams Esports, not only one of the biggest names in the world when it comes to racing, but certainly making a great name for themselves in the world of sim racing as well.
It certainly is. Series like this, races like this, brings out the best of the best for just about every team. And the drivers, I mean, it is a who's who of GT racing.
Oh, it absolutely is a who's who of GT racing. It almost looks there like that Ferrari from behind going to try to take a little bit of an attack there on Dara as they came down into chicane. Dara able to navigate that nice and cleanly. Looks like the gap here, by the way, just to give you an idea. Now, this is going to update as they cross over the start-finish line at this point. It is 1 lap and 11 seconds here for Grunwald and that Unicorns of Love machine. So that is absolutely a stranglehold at this point in the race. Now, the one caveat that I will give to that is we've seen many a time coming before as we give Dara a little bit of love here on the screen. And as David was joking about before, absolutely loves to be the center of attention. The one thing that can throw things around, and we saw this a little bit earlier from that factory number 51 Ferrari earlier on in the race, if you get caught a little bit wrong when it comes to pit stop cycle and when it comes to rain coming out, it can throw the whole wrench into the works.
Yeah, that's what I was going to actually add on to that conversation of having a very healthy, decent lead, is that pit lane is so long here, especially if you need anything other than routine service done. Even though a track as big as this with a 2:16 lap time for the fastest lap times, a 2:18, a good average lap we've seen documented throughout the race thus far. If you have just a very average pit stop with the length of pit road and all that, basically anything south of having a lap on your competition is still not considered safe. What happens if you have to make an emergency pit stop at the end because you've mistimed it, or maybe the weather has not played into your favor, right? You're 1 pit stop behind at that point, so nothing beyond being a full lap ahead is safe.
No, exactly. You need to have as much buffer as possible here, and thankfully, it does look like McCormick has a little bit of buffer back to Hartveld there in that number 51 machine. Again, that's the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team that runs in 3rd place right now. That gap is going to be about 40 seconds if I am reading everything correctly here on my timing and scoring page. And so there is Chris Hartveld on your screen right now. Now, remember, they had a very interesting incident, well, not really an incident, just an unfortunate series of events, let's call it, from them earlier on as they worked their way through the field, were up in the lead of the race, and then the rains came out, but they were on an alternate strategy, and exactly what we were talking about. They found themselves having to stay out on slick tires over the course of about a 10-15 minute rain shower, and that's really what put them back in the order here at this point.
It certainly is. Of course, the Scuderia Ferrari 51 team they've had a penalty assessed to them that they had to serve in the pit lane as well. So it's actually the second time today that they've had to come back through this field. And I mentioned earlier, about 5 or 6 hours ago, they've had 2 mulligans in this race. They've outlasted the both of them. They cannot afford another mistake. They are going to have to be perfect. I said it before, they're going to have to be perfect for 10.5 hours. They're going to have to be perfect for another 6 hours, 10 minutes, and some change. But they're making the best of it here.
Well, they're making the best of it, and let's not forget here that coming away with a podium at the 24 Hours of Spa is nothing to shake a stick at here for any of these drivers. If you're able to hold yourself onto the podium, very, very good driving and very, very heads-up driving from not only the drivers behind the car, but everything that is put in behind the scenes here from all of the strategists and everyone working back behind everything. It is really an impressive feat.
It sure is, and you have to assume, based on the stint chart, that Chris Hartveld has had some rest. They were sort of absent for the late evening, early morning hours of this race, though it is still morning hours of this race. It's just 10 a.m., of course, here at Spa-Francorchamps, but Hartveld was absent for a lot of those stints where they were working their way back inside the top 5 and now back onto the provisional podium. So Hartveld, you'd assume, fresh, new into the car, and absolutely making the best of it.
Yeah, making the best of it, making a good run here at this point to see what they're able to do. Now, it looks like that gap is going to stay stationary at about 40 seconds, but Hartveld, once again, just hoping for a little bit of problems here out of the Mercedes camp up in front of him. Now, one of the interesting things over the course of today, when I was in the booth, and this was well on about 12 hours ago here at this point, we really saw Mercedes and Audi dominating up at the top of the field, with really this 51 Ferrari the only car to kind of break everything up. But I've got to give credit here to a couple of cars in particular, namely the number 63. That's the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team, the factory team there. They clawed their way up through the order, and right now Garcia behind the wheel of that machine doing a great job. Alberto Garcia putting it into the right position here at this point.
Yeah, it's certainly not always about how it starts. It's about how it's going, right? And this is one of those cases for Mobileye Lamborghini, especially the 63. They've one of the teams that have had to claw their way back into this, and nothing's been handed to them. And they've done a really good job keeping up with the track changes, making good decisions out there on the racetrack, and certainly now finds themselves in a position to another day that could be incredibly decent points, especially for the 63.
Yeah, especially for the 63. We'll have to see what they're able to do as Hartveld navigates his way down through the source right now, bringing that Ferrari around. Such a quick car in a straight line is what I've been told about it, particularly considering the redesigns here on this Ferrari 296 platform, really making it more aerodynamic, sleeker, trying to reduce as much drag as possible coming off of that rear end. And I'll tell you what, Jesse, I've had the chance to be able to see this car in real life a couple of times out in the world with SRO. It is a looker. It is one of the most beautiful cars I have ever seen.
It is a very impressive piece of kit, isn't it? It's very striking to look at. It's one of those cars, and I've said this before, when Ferrari makes a race car, they make a race car that looks quick going very fast, and also it looks really quick sitting still too. And that's the glorious part about it. And it's not just a looker, it's a performer as well, as it demonstrated today.
Yeah, it certainly has. As we check back in on your leader here, Tobias Grunwald in that number 4 Unicorns of Love machine, just working their way around. Now, I've got to give some credit here to Darren McCormick. I've been keeping an eye on these gaps. It's come down a little bit. He's taken about, let's call it 7 seconds out of that gap here. So I don't know if that's maybe Tobias just getting caught up with a little bit of bad traffic, maybe a situation where there's not as much that he's able to really work with here, or maybe Tobias backing off a little bit and Dare just putting the screws on. But you kind of love to see that, the gap coming down here a little bit for the lead.
I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me, but I'm pretty sure your leader was in the pit lane that time through and serving their scheduled pit stop. And it's going to be interesting. When I last left, the gap first to second was 60 plus seconds, and I could have sworn before this cycle of pit stops started that it was a little bit closer than that, and that is boding very well. There it is, 53.8 seconds, the gap first to second. That's a not a particularly safe gap if you talk about pit lane being 80 seconds just to traverse it end to end. That doesn't even include a stop, of course. Adds more time to that if you were to stop, 30 plus seconds as well. But I want to talk about something interesting, DJ Clark. We saw a couple of teams in the early morning hours, especially when we had that downburst of rain. Some of them came in and decided to do a brake change. We've heard a couple of teams are going to forego that altogether. They're not going to change brakes. Mobileye Lamborghini, one of those teams.
That's going to be an interesting call, because remember, one of the great things about ACC is the one-to-one comparison on that brake change, on the brake wear that you can pick up over the course of the running. Now, Mobileye Lamborghini, from what we understand about them, are running the harder pads, the bigger pads here, and they think they can be able to get away with not doing that, but that's going to reduce some of their brake sensitivity and their ability to really get those absolute perfect margins when it comes to braking. Now, normally I would say that would hurt them in the long run as we take a look at a couple of the cars coming down into pit lane. And Jesse, thank you for correcting me on that with Grunewald up at the front of the race. But clearly the 63 Mobileye Lamborghini machine not suffering at all. They're running this right.
Yeah, when I first heard that, I was kind of shocked. I was like, who would do something like that to themselves and not change the brakes of the car? But they must have data that tells them that brake pads 3, which is what I assume they're running, by the way, they must have data, DJ, to tell them, yes, it's feasible, no, it's not dangerous, and it's not going to be a big problem. Brake pads 3 definitely gives up a considerable amount of stopping power, but if you are in that mindset that you're going to be saving the brakes, that you're not going to be charging into the corners, and knowing that you have to take care of them. It's the same thing as tire management. If you know you need to take care of a set of tires, you can't drain them when they're cold, and that you need them to go 65 minutes instead of 60 minutes, you can sort of facilitate, I won't say babysit, but you can facilitate that. And I think, obviously, like I said, that has to have been the plan from the jump.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it was. So it looks like there's going to be a changeover there in the number 51. That's Capicola getting in behind the getting behind the wheel of the car right now. Andrea going to be taking that car out.
This is dangerous.
Merge problem there with the slower car. They should probably give way to the Ferrari, and they do. That's going to be sorted out behind before they make the climb up Eau Rouge and Raidillon.
For anyone wondering what would have happened had they not done that, they would have just been ghosted into each other until at which point they became separated. What's dangerous about that, of course, is if you get out on the racetrack and you're still inside. I'm not actually sure that's even allowed. I'm pretty sure they've got to figure it out before they come out of pit lane. That might have required some stewards interaction, but don't have to worry about that. Didn't happen. Cooler heads prevail, and now again, right out of the pit lane, though, right back to racing.
And I'd be a little bit upset about this if I was Andrea here at this point. Remember, this is that's Kuhn. This is for position. This is a battle for position here at this point. The 25 trying to be able to fight their way around. Now, I don't believe, let's see if they're able to get it. No, going down through No Name. The Ferrari's going to be able to keep ahead, but look at the acceleration there at the Audi. My eyes don't deceive me, Jesse. We've got a big change here. Rain coming on down.
We certainly do. We've been plagued by showers the entire 24. It hasn't dampened the spirits, I don't think, and I don't think this rain shower will either. It's going to be a very brief one. It should have minimal impact. I have been wrong before, though. We'll admit that and say that, but I don't think it's going to be a very big deal. Nobody should need to go to the wet weather tires for this very brief shower. We're talking about a matter of minutes here.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too long of a run here on the wet weather tires, so I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem here to any of them. As it does look like here that number 51 starting to stretch away a little bit more from the Audi. Again, fast in a straight line. That's what we've heard most about this Ferrari, that they are quick in a straight line, and it's being proved out here at this point by their ability to pull away from that Audi coming up behind them.
I will say I respect the 25. I respect Kuhn for what they were able to do there. They gave up position that they were fighting coming out of the pit lane for just simply to make sure that they had a safe exit to pit lane, and then immediately got back on it and was on the attack. Maybe caught Kaposia off guard just a little bit at the top of the circuit.
And maybe did indeed, as Here they come again. Now this is going to be where the big play comes into it here for Kuhn in that number 25 Audi, going to be able to pull up behind. That, of course, being the ITB Saint-Loc racing machine. They're going to get the big draft here behind that Ferrari. Here they come. The gap's only about 2 car lengths as they come down, make it 1 car length. A little bit of a weave there from the Ferrari, trying to be able to keep the Audi at bay.
Oh, he's still going.
Yeah, he's still moving about it. Stewards may want to take a little bit of a look into that as the Audi tries to send it around the outside. Contact coming down through the corner.
A little bit of contact right there. That was a little bit of weaving down the straight. I agree with you, DJ. That might be frowned upon. You're allowed to sort of make a move as long as it's not too late of a move. That looked to be sort of weaving, as you would say, no other way about that. And then a little bit of contact in the Lickum, and that is probably going to be the bigger of the two issues. Was enough room given there. You'll not be the judge at home, and certainly the stewards, the race control, will be the judge and jury on that. But realistically, if we're honest, no harm, no foul. They'll continue to race along. A little bit of grip loss for the 25 coming through the double gauche, and they continue on. Now, was that grip loss because they were trying to dig into the corner to make up some of that time, or was that grip loss for that brief shower?
Maybe it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B there for that. And the one thing, was Andrea there getting all kinds of squirrely coming off of the corner. Even just that little bit of rain here, Jesse, at this point, gonna make the curbs around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit absolutely devilishly tricky to go over. It's going to be like running over glass at that point, so you've got to be very, very careful. But Kuhn now really starting to put some pressure here as they get ready to go through Blanchimont. Call that gap about 2 car lengths. A little bit of a feather there for the Ferrari. Here comes the Audi.
Ferrari had the feather right there. That's not exactly what you wanted to see. They're side by side, dead even as they come through the chicane. It's going to be ITB Saint-Loc down the inside. Was there a touch there? I don't know. There definitely was on the exit as they come to the start-finish line. Kaposia unimpressed, but ITB Saint-Loc is through. Kuhn's got the position.
Kuhn's got the position through sheer tenacity alone. You've got to love that there if you're a fan of that number 25. That is going to put Andrea back down in the order here at this point. And we'll have to see if there's going to be a little bit of a fight back, or if that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team is going to have to settle for the position they're in here at this point. And I'll tell you what, by the way that Audi is scampering off up into the distance, it kind of looks like they're not going to have too much of a response.
Yeah, that was definitive. I think we could all agree. And now driving away is ITB Saint-Loc as they have taken that position away. Keep in mind, not small peanuts here. This is for, a top 5 position in the pro class. That is a lot of points at the end of this race. Points that Scuderia Ferrari can ill afford to lose.
Yeah, exactly. They cannot afford to lose this. We're going to jump back here into another little bit of a battle now going on right now. Now, this is another one of the Lamborghinis up ahead of them, grouping behind the wheel of the car in that number 127. That's the John Alesi Esports Team Pro. Now, they do have a drive-through penalty they have to serve here at this point, but they're under a lot of pressure from behind from the silver class entry, the number 1 machine there. That, of course, being the BMW Romagna Team West competition racing machine. And don't look now, but they've got Samoliar and the 888 Ferrari right on their heels as well. It's a 3-way fight.
It certainly is a 3-way fight. You know, I was looking at the race control box, and I was trying to determine the 127, the John Alesi car, has shown up on a report. It turned out to be a racing incident, so that drive-through penalty, that looks to be track limits, DJ.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Now, for those who are unfamiliar here with the ACC platform, the way those track limits do get assessed, that is not by race control, that is by the simulator itself, recognizing that there has been an infraction for X number of times. They will receive a warning, and then they will receive a drive-through penalty as a result of it. And a drive-through, obviously, so much worse than a simple second penalty that you could serve in the course of a pit stop. Drive-through, you've got to come down. Looks like here the 888 is going to be making the move, though, on the BMW. Coming down into Blanchimont, that could get a little bit hairy. Sorted out by the time they get into the corner.
Yeah, that all goes very wrong whenever the cars and drivers are not on the same page. That time, I feel like West Competition, Victor Nicolai was not really afforded an option there. It was let them go or potentially be involved in a very, very bad incident. Nikolai taking a moment, readjusting, gathering his thoughts, back down, high level, back into the race.
Yeah, and that's what you've got to do when you're in an endurance race such as this, Jesse. I mean, you've really got to be able to kind of take those moments to breathe, find those moments to be able to have a little bit of that time. And it's a very heads-up play for him to be able to do that, as it does look like the 127 going to be serving that penalty here at this point. The John Lacey Esports Team Pro, they're coming down into pit lane, so that's going to remove them from this fight.
Yeah, it is, and that sort of helps some of these cars have a little bit more breathing room for the time being, but I don't think John Lacey's going to be down for the count. Still about 6 hours of this race left to go, more than enough time to claw some of that back, but just unfortunate. I don't think they're going to be the last team, and in fact, it's just happened again. I believe SMP, the 888, they've gotten a drive-through penalty, and could that have been a drive or track limits? That was exactly what I was going to say. I don't think John Lacey was going to be the last car to get one of those. Has SMP done that as I was trying to explain that?
I think they very well might have, unless that is an absolutely stunning, heavy rebuke from race control. And so that is going to be most likely that. And altogether, Jesse, I'm not surprised with what we've got going on right here at this point, considering the rain that we had coming down and the track conditions that are changing, drivers slipping and sliding. So it looks like Unicorns of Love, your leader going to be able to work their way by Nikolai right there. But with all of the lost grip over the course of the circuit, I'm surprised we're not seeing more off-track penalties being issued.
You mentioned something earlier, and I thought it was a good point. I said that the shower was going to be brief. As you can tell, it was about 3.5 minutes, and it stopped raining. It wasn't particularly heavy rain, but you made a point that was absolutely correct. Just because the track doesn't become saturated or wet or damp in any way, that doesn't mean that the painted surfaces of the racetrack, the curbs, the grass, are not wet. So what does that mean? Just right here, coming through this section of the racetrack, your normal line takes you over the curbs. That's the quickest and legal way to go around that corner. There's no problem with doing that. The only problem is doing that whenever it's a little bit damp and wet. The painted surfaces, the curbs as well, the first to get wet, the first to lose grip as well. And of course you do that, and you can get yourself in trouble with track limits simply by touching those lines, going over the rejoin. You do it quickly enough, could end up being a penalty, and I dare say we've seen 2 cars run afoul of that.
Yeah, we've already seen 2 cars run afoul of that. Is anybody else going to be picking up that problem here at this point? We will have to wait and see. And yes, we are getting confirmation, by the way, that 888 was for track limits. So good call on that one there, Jesse. We continue to watch Grunwald work his way down through Ravage right now, down into No Name Corner, trying to be able to work his way out. Of course, I call it No Name. That's just the era of racing that I was raised in, Jesse. I know it's also called Speaker's Corner, Jackie X, all of that. No Name, though, it's just kind of an intrinsic value that sticks in with me.
I go back and forth between No Name and Speakers as well. I think we're similar enough in age that definitely makes sense. I've been calling it Speakers all day today for the sake of argument, but also known as No Name. And what a lovely corner. I had a conversation with Arjuna. I call it the Double Ghost simply because that's what it's called now, but I wouldn't fault anybody for referring to its iconic name.
Yeah, exactly. It's all of those many names here. It's the rich history of Spa-Francorchamps that really and truly comes out to play here. That is really quite lovely, and you see all of that. And so happy this year that we are able to see CrowdStrike coming on board for the 24 Hours of Spa in real life to be able to sponsor it here in the series. It's so great to see them and their commitment to racing coming out and through. But I got to tell you what, great camera work here from our crew behind the scenes. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You really get a sense of that elevation change coming up and through chicane. Yeah,
there's elevation that I think a lot of people, especially the the mounted cameras, I don't think they do the justice that some of those lower angled cameras do. It shows you just how much elevation change, and not necessarily in places like this where you have Arouge Radillon, the Kimmel Strait, which you're still rising, of course, through that section as you go up to Les Combes and Malmedy. But even places down at the bottom after Blochemont, you're still going downhill, and then you rise again back up to the chicane, and even on the pit straight up to La Source, you're rising again, and you don't really notice that as much from the elevated cameras. But when you're on the splitter, like we were with Tobias Grunwald's Unicorns of Love #4, you get to see that a little bit more, and you notice that from a driver's eye line too, just how much change there are. Even in parts of the racetrack that don't seem like you're rising or falling much, you really still are.
Yeah, you really and truly are. It's really pretty remarkable just how much there is. And you know, we always think about we always think about Spa here as a circuit with a lot of elevation change, but it's the elevation change on the little parts of it that you necessarily don't think about. It's really pretty remarkable to be able to see, and wonderful here to be able to really get a sense of what that is here on the simulator. You absolutely love to be able to see it.
If there's one thing I've learned from working with this fine lot for the past 3 or 4 years, however long it's been, if we can mount a camera to it, we're going to. Case in point right here, what would appear to be a B pillar inside the Unicorns of Love car, facing out the windscreen, able to look out at what the driver sort of sees, just on the opposite side of the car. And what I take away from this view, the track very much dry, the curbs maybe ever so slightly damp. Other than that, the shower that we just experienced, absolutely inconsequential. But yeah, this is the rise I was talking about coming through the chicane. This is deceptively uphill, and we're not done. We're about to cross start-finish line here on pit straight, and we're still going uphill all the way to La Source. You can brake incredibly late into La Source simply because you are going uphill, but as soon as you turn right here, you are starting to go downhill. You're going downhill all the way till you bottom out for Arouge.
Exactly, and then you're going to bottom out here, and then the rise of all rises, up Arouge, up over Radillon. You see there, Grunwald, a little bit of a feather of the throttle potentially there as he brought it up and over the crest, but not too bad there for him. He's definitely going to keep things together here. Takes that little moment down the Kimmel Strait before they go into Les Combes. And we talked about that a little bit before when we were watching the cars farther back down in line, Nikolai in particular, finding those moments as a driver to really relax on the circuit, absolutely crucial, not only for your mental well-being to just give yourself a moment of relaxation, but crucial for your physical well-being as well, because you're exerting a lot in these cars.
Yeah, it's not the simplest ride around here, just trying to turn laps at a quick pace. It's an active racetrack. You're having to race the race car. You're having to drive the race car, keep up with the track every single corner. So any moment you can have a reprieve. You know, a lot of people will say the Kimmel Strait. You can do that after speakers for a moment as well. Some people take the pit straight, for instance, as just a moment to sort of relax, readjust if you need to. But when you're in a fight, it's especially hard because you're calculating. It's so easy to get caught out on one of these corners. We got so many different types of race car. Certainly, you got to be on your toes because you never know. They may be better somewhere that you struggle a little bit. All of a sudden, they get by you. So any moment of time that you can take a little bit of a mental break, reassess yourself, you're going to want to take it. Few and far in between here, but you can do it.
Yeah, you can do it. That's the crucial thing, and you've got to find those moments where you can. Dara McCormick here in second place in that 555 Williams Esports Mercedes AMG machine, working his way around right now as we take a look at some of those gaps here through the rest of the field. Looks like Dare has been able to hold that gap, as it were, back to Tobias Grunwald. It's at about 57 seconds here at this point. So taking some pieces out of it, not necessarily bringing it down by leaps and bounds, but certainly doing a good job of limiting the damage, I would say, as it were.
Yeah, for Dyer McCormack, they've driven a lot of this race. They, of course, alternating with the teammates, but even still, certainly one of the hot shoes in sim racing right now. And taking a large part of this race, trying to keep their team in it. They've absolutely done that. The weather and some of the strategy hasn't favored them. I think it's safe to say that they have certainly continued to battle, but just unfazed, that man behind the wheel of the 555, really. Just going out there doing what he loves to do, what he's good at, making it look easy. But keep in mind, 53 seconds the last time we checked in. The gap between these two cars. We'll keep you posted, see what that does. Last in the booth, it was over 60 seconds. So some progress has been made. It's still time to do some more.
Yeah, still time to do some more. And Darren McCormick here probably hoping for a little bit of a rain shower, especially considering that these two cars are on a little bit of an alternating strategy, as it were. That'll just prove to help them out a little bit if they can. Let's see here, Dari going to get a nice little helping of draft coming up and over Radion right now. That'll help potentially bring this gap down a little bit more. We'll have to see what he's able to do. Just going to hold in behind. Again, he doesn't really have too much pressure from behind, as he's really got quite a bit of gap back to Castorino there on the number 85. In that car, we're still waiting for them to come down into pit lane. That the 85 in the silver category. And so they've got plenty of time left to bring that car down to the pits.
Certainly not worried about them one way or the other. Obviously, they've got to make a pit stop, does the 85, but not worried about them really, because get different class, silver class, you get points based on what class you're running in, pro or silver, as noted by the number placard. So not even really a concern. Their eyes are completely forward. Their eyes are always forward, no matter where they are. They're still trying to compete for this win. They're going to have to keep Unicorns of Love honest. I think Unicorns of Love, number 4, knows that. Tobias Grunwald, talk about drivers taking the lion's share of the driving duty. I feel like every time I've been here talking about that team leading this race, it's been Tobias Grunwald behind the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Grunwald is really doing the grunt work here today, and I say that not in any sort of bad way, because he has just absolutely put in a fantastic run, being able to keep himself in front, being able to put himself in a position that he absolutely needs to. Darren McCormick here that we follow, though, no slouch. He's one of those names that it seems like every single time we talk about sim racing, not only does the Williams Esports name come up, but when it does, it is shortly followed by Darren McCormick. You said earlier he is one of the rising stars here when it comes to the world of sim racing. He certainly is living up to the hype that is put upon this young man.
Yeah, absolute prodigy, McCormack, and just seems to get better every year. Gets a little bit more mature, a little bit smarter, and gets a little bit more competitive, and that's really the scariest part of it. I wish I had an 18th of his talent. You know what I mean? He's just such a good sim racer, and he's only getting better. And that, again, for the rest of the field anyway, people that have to compete against him in this team, that's the scary part.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when he's got the backing of somebody like Williams Esports that has just absolutely got their stuff together, got everything together, and has such a big group behind the scenes. They are absolutely on it. They are absolutely flawless, and they have everything together, and it really makes for an impeccable lineup.
It's a scary lineup for sure. It's a lineup that's not built to make a run in one particular race or one particular series. It's a lineup that is meant to make a run 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, every year expected to be at the top of their class. And certainly, I think we can all say this season didn't start out too great for either of the Williams Esports teams back at Mount Panorama and Bathurst, but they immediately turned the script around at Kyalami, the last endurance round that we had. And of course, with the way that the points fell at the halfway point, keep in mind, double points on offer today, points given out, full race points given out at the halfway point of the race. We've done that, and again, another full race points given away at the checkered flag of this one in 5 hours, 41 and a half minutes. And well, Williams was out in front then, so they have completely reversed the script from what happened at Bathurst. That's exactly what they needed, and they've executed on it.
Yeah, they've absolutely executed here at this point, and execution is exactly what they need. Now, as they cross over the line here, we're going to get a little bit of an idea of the live lap with the previous lap from Tobias Grunwald. This should give us a little bit of an idea of just how they're running together, Jesse, and this is going to be pretty interesting to be able to see.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can do a lot by comparing what the cars are able to do versus each other. Again, two similar cars. I mean, two identical cars, really, the Mercedes-AMG platform. So you can sort of tell what the differences is in the driver preference. A little bit more aggressive for my taste over Radeon from the 555.
Well, I mean, that's just how he's able to do it. He's really able to do it. Now, as we take a look here, the bottom is Tobias Grunewald. The top here is Darren McCormick. This is going to give us a really good idea of exactly what's going on. And the first inclination that I can tell there, Jesse, McCormick a little bit more aggressive over those curves. It looks like Darren may be pushing a little bit more at this stage of the race.
Yeah, that really doesn't surprise me too awful much to see that Dyer is pushing a little bit. They've got everything to push for and everything to lose for Tobias Grunwald. That is what we're seeing, by the way. The top of the screen is Dyer McCormack. The bottom is the very same lap from Tobias Grunwald, the leader of the race. Just comparing the two of them. We come through the double ghost this time. Again, yeah, just a little bit more aggressive, a little closer to the inside curve for the top of the screen for McCormack. Not quite as much, a more relaxed line for Grunwald on the bottom.
Yeah, a little bit more relaxed, and I think that's indicative of the lead that we're seeing here out of Grunwald as they now come down through the final couple of corners. Looks like a little bit of an even keel there through Stavlo as now they bring their way out here coming down. Now, this is going to be telling. I'm very interested to see how aggressive they're going to be really through the last two key corners on this circuit, going down through Blanchimont and going down through Chicane. How they're going to be able to handle it. Interestingly there, Darren, not aggressive with the inside curves, taking the perfect line through the outside curves. Let's see how he comes down here. Very aggressive with those curves down through Chicane.
Yeah, you're talking about him not quite going for it full tilt through Blanchimont, and I think that actually sort of makes sense because you stand to lose a lot. If you hit that inside curve, you can spin the race car. If you go wide, you can get a track limit. Certain places, it's absolutely worth it to go for it. Malmedy, for instance, comes to mind, a great place to get a little bit extra. We saw him get a little bit extra in Campus and Stavolo as well in comparison to Tobias Grunwald, your leader. And those are all places that it's relatively safe to take an extra bite of the cherry. And one place that it often isn't is Radeon, but you can see Dyer doing everything they can, just trying to maximize. That's what you're seeing out of your second place car here. Knowing that they're on the same lap, knowing that it's 50-some seconds, they're trying to maximize. Though I will say, remember earlier, folks, we were talking about it being a 53.8 second gap. It is now a 57 second gap, going the wrong way for your second place car.
Yeah, not what they want to see. But I'll tell you what, who is sitting very, very pretty right now. This is Amadeo Castorino in the number 85 machine. Now, is going to be your leader for Team Racing Point in the silver category. They've got some breathing room to the cars behind it. But, Jesse, we're hearing some word behind the scenes. We've got rain coming in 30 minutes, and it is what we have been told, big, big rain.
Yeah, meteorologist Castello has just told us that it is going to rain and it's going to be considerable. Folks, we've seen insignificant rain throughout this entire race. We've seen it cloud up, rain for a few minutes and stop. We've had two periods of significant rain. The first time with 18 hours to go. The second time with just under half of the race left to go. We're expecting significant rain for a third time imminent. 30 minutes from now, what is that going to do to the pit strategy?
Yeah, that's the big question here. Maybe this could be the incident where we see some of these drivers get thrown off a little bit. Could Williams Esports maybe lose a position? Remember, they're coming into the pit lane a little bit earlier than Grunwald and that Unicorns of Love team. Are they going to have to make an unfavorable call coming down into the pits? We'll have to find out. Or is this going to play out into the hands here, maybe of a couple of cars farther back down through the field? Now, the big caveat that we have to all of this, Jesse, is we don't know how long this rain will be, but we are being assured here by our meteorologists behind the scenes that it will more than likely be heavy enough to necessitate that change to wet tires.
We've seen the 2 times that the weather has been significant enough that would facilitate those wet tires. Both times, DJ, we have seen a car that has went against modern convention and has not pitted for the wet tires. It was the Scuderia 51 the first time, and I believe it was actually this car, Lars Kisser, behind the wheel of the number 5. I think they were one of the ones to do it the second time and get away with it. 555 also in that camp as well. Will we see modern convention thrown out of the window for a third time? It doesn't look like it's about to rain, just so we're clear. The sun's out, there's barely a cloud in the sky, but we guarantee you in about 30 minutes time, it will be.
Yeah, it certainly will be here at this point. So we're going to have to find out exactly what's going to happen here as this rain comes down. Andrea here in the number 51. Remember, these are the drivers that really and truly got caught out last time.
That was not good.
No, it was not. This was the car that was up in the lead of the race. You see Andrea trying to bleed some time away to prevent getting any one of those penalties. This was the car that was up in the lead of the race, got caught out because of that strategy, because of the rain that came down, and to be able to go as well. And I think that was a battle for position there. I think that was the 296 directly behind him.
I'm unsure if it may be that they're off the pace by a few laps according to the scoring timer, but not a bad, or actually a significantly bad couple of corners for Kaposi and Scuderia Ferrari is going, I wouldn't call that wide, but cutting the top of Radion and then contact at the other end of the Kimmel straight. Not great. That will have damaged the Ferrari just a tiny bit. I don't know how much that's going to affect the car. It was on the rear. It might not affect it at all, but even still, might take an extra fraction of a second of repairs for that in pit lane.
Yeah, and remember just how sensitive the under trays of these cars are. As there's a lot of action going on the way. There's a lot of Venturi tunnels underneath the car. There's a lot of aerodynamic aids going on under the car, and that would certainly upset that if they were to run over that in the wrong way. So as you said, that could be a little bit of repairs that car is going to need.
I'm trying to figure out what's on Andrea Kaposia's wrist right there. Is that some sort of device that's helping save his wrist, I wonder, or something else going on there? Never mind. Scary lap, though, for Scuderia Ferrari. They're just about able to escape. This is the part of the race where everything you do is compounded and matters the absolute most. What are they going to do with rain imminent? Certainly the team strategists and the engineers for all of these teams scrambling now to try and come up with a strategy, trying to figure out when the stop is, when the most advantageous time to come in to make that switch to wet tires, if indeed that is the call, or what to do. Like I said, devil's advocate, both times we've had significant rain, a couple of teams have thrown out the obvious strategy and rolled the dice a little bit. But can you do that with just about 5 hours to go when this rain gets here? Oh my goodness, that's a pressure cooker situation.
Yeah, it's an absolutely pressure cooker situation here for Cappuccia, trying to be able to hold everything together here, and it's going to really raise the stakes there for them. Here is Edgars for the Yas Heat SRO team, that 296. That was not them that we saw coming up from behind, so my mistake on that. Cappuccia not in contention with them, so they're obviously a little bit farther back down in the field there. That was a lapping Ferrari, a Ferrari trying to get its lap back there from the number 51.
Edgars Marlovics trying to do their part for Yas Heat. They've not had the most exciting race. They've allowed several of the other cars around them to have a lot of the excitement today. FFS Racing was racing for the lead with Racing Point earlier on in the morning hours. Obviously, that went by the by with the issues for the 123. One of the strangest sequences of incidents I've ever seen for a race team. DJ, I don't know what it is about doing races with you. I feel like every time you and I are on a broadcast together, somebody has to drive back to pit lane using the keyboard.
Yeah, there is something about you and I getting together and there just being mechanical and technological problems that come out. Jesse, I don't know what it is, but I will pay someone a large amount of dollars to be able to figure out what it is, because I hate that we do this to all these competitors.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I mentioned about Killian Ryan Meenan, who that happened to. That could not have been with how swiftly and easily that they were able to diagnose that, get the car back to pit lane, and solve that problem. There is no way that is the first time that's happened to Killian Ryan Meenan. He knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, he knew exactly what to do, and I think for a lot of these drivers, they kind of recognize that that is a problem, and it's not something that you're necessarily going to train on. It's not necessarily something that you're going to spend time going, okay, I need to make sure I know how to do this if it happens, but it's sort of that worst-case scenario where you think about it in your brain enough that you sort of plot out a way to be able to do it.
Well, here is the scope of the rain we're talking about. We expect the rain to start falling with 5 hours, 9 minutes left in the race. Now, here's the kicker. It's going to stop at exactly 5 hours left in this race. That should and will likely catch a lot of these teams out. They will not complete their entire 65-minute stint. Here's the additional information. It's going to be 9 solid minutes of heavy downfall rain, not medium rain, heavy falling rain.
Oh, that's going to be a big calamity for a lot of these drivers. They're going to have to figure out exactly what they want to do in regards to all of this. As you said, this is going to change things around when it comes to this strategy. What are they going to do with that? I've got to think that it's going to absolutely change around pit stops.
It's going to, and I said this at the 18-hour mark whenever Scuderia Ferrari tried this. I don't think anyone should go out there and stay out there on wet or on dry tires, rather, in the wet. I said this when it happened after the halfway point. I don't think anyone would repeat that mistake, but we did as well. So I'll say it a third time. I think everybody, based on the data that we've had thus far, should probably come get some wet tires at that point.
Yeah, the problem here is really going to be for the 555 machine. Because of the way that their pit stop strategy is going to play itself out, they're going to find themselves in a bad position. They have to pit probably within about the next 5 minutes or so. That's kind of what our strategist behind the scenes, massive credit, by the way, to Michael Hamlin, who is who is crunching some of these numbers for us. They're going to have to come on in, and they're ostensibly going to have to make a second, maybe even a third pit stop as a result of this rain.
Yeah, Michael Hamlin, of course, the creator and proprietor of Hamstats, the meteorologist, and he's one of the many people that make us look smart, DJ, quite frankly. So naturally, I'm a huge fan of that. But yeah, 28 minutes away from rain, actually a little bit less than that. It's going to stop raining in 28 minutes, but it's going to be a downpour for 9 minutes, on par with what we saw earlier on as the morning was just getting going. We suspect rain tires are going to be required, or wet weather tires are going to be required. We expect the track to be wet for around 40 minutes of runtime. So certainly you can appreciate how it's not going to dry instantaneously. It's going to take some time. And that, of course, is more than any other reason why the wet tires are going to be required.
Yeah, exactly. As we watch Yugo Asaki here for the HPT Yas Pro number 94 machine working their way around. That is the 55 of Dara McCormick there that was just able to get on by them. So that's going to separate out a little bit of a battle at the moment. Here is the Yas Heat SRO team at the moment. They find themselves up in 8th place right now. Getting their way on through. Your second place right now in the silver category.
Certainly is. doing the best that they possibly can, trying to get everything they can. Racing Point might be ever so slightly a bridge too far, but never mind that. We're talking about a massive point stake. Yaz Heat, the 296, they absolutely did work in the first round of this championship at Bathurst. Didn't have quite as good, and I'm putting that very mildly, at Kyalami, but rebounding here today and doing a really good job of it. This is what you don't want to see. Alberto Garcia into the pit lane for the Lamborghini Esports team, and this is not good news. This is a routine stop, of course, on schedule, but that isn't good because they're going to have to come in, we suspect anyway, when the rain starts to come down. So this is essentially forfeiting an extra pit stop for a lot of the field. We don't expect this to be a huge burden for Team Unicorns of Love number 4 and Tobias Grunwald out front. This, we believe this should line up with their strategy somehow. They may dodge another massive bullet here.
If they're able to get away with it at this point, this is going to be absolutely mega for them. They are going to be sitting very, very pretty and very, very happy about it, as this could catch them right. And this goes to show you just what it can take. If you're able to stretch those pit stops early on, it just gives you more and more time over the course of the race to be able to breathe a little bit and buy yourself time on this strategy. Now, granted, a big part of this is luck. Let's be completely honest. We didn't know when this rain was going to come down, but the fact that they're going to be able to be in good position for it, absolutely wonderful for them.
So right now, we suspect this to be a big problem for, well, the car pictured here. Dyer McCormack comes into the pit lane for Williams Esports Mercedes in the 555. And this is a scheduled stop for them. The same thing with the 55 as well. But again, with rain imminent, this is going to cost them a pit stop. We suspect Racing Point, the leader in the silver class, also to be pretty synced up with when the rain arrives, meaning that they will not have to make an extra stop. At least we don't believe so. They'll be able to come in, do their routine service, change out the driver perhaps, and put the wet tires on the car as need be. The 25 and the Scuderia Ferrari 51, the same thing. This is huge for Kaposia and bunch of that 51. They've been gaining time ever since their issues earlier on in the race. This could be another catapult up through the field.
Yeah, it really, really well could if they were able to catch this right. Is Kuhn here, another one of those drivers that's got a little bit of time here for the Sandalock machine, the Sandalock racing team. They could be able to catch this right. Andrea as well for Scuderia Ferrari Esports. They could catch this right as well, as you just said, Jesse, and that's really and truly going to be a boon to them because they were obviously the biggest losers from early on in this this rain session. As you said, they're going to be sitting pretty right now. But the more information we're getting, by the way, at the moment, it's sounding like here that it will be about, let's call it 30 minutes of actual rain or so, but expect about 30 to 40 minutes of a wet track.
Yeah, it's going to be 30 or 40 minutes of the wet track. The rain itself is only going to last around 10 minutes. It's going to take some time for the skies to clear. And yeah, this is very interesting. Just to let you know, we've been showing you the sharp end of the field, right? Well, there's battles everywhere going on. Drive Just Boys 996 getting under fire from Leclerc in the Bentley. One of the two, I believe there's only two Bentleys in the race today, but certainly one of them under fire. This car doesn't appear to be handling well for Fang.
No, it really doesn't. I was noticing a very similar trend with it. It just seems to be a little bit all over the place. Now, the McLaren does certainly find themselves a little bit off-kilter sometimes. It's a mid-engine car, which means by definition, it's going to slip and slide a little bit more around the corners. That rotation of the car, where the balance of the weight is from north to south on it, is going to change things around. But it looks especially darty here at this moment.
I wonder how much of that is car that may be damaged, maybe at the end of the tire life, and how much of that is trying to stay in front of the 426 Bentley. But this just goes to show you there's racing going on everywhere, even at this late stage and juncture in this race. No position too small, no battle too small either. And you love to see it. Cars this late in the race still fighting for something.
Yeah, still fighting for something, so scrapping and clawing for just about everything that they can get. It's the racer's instinct that we always love to praise here when you talk about this kind of running and this kind of going. Looks like Fang's going to be able to hold off for the moment. We're going to focus back in on the front of the field. Here is the number 555. So it looks like Dennis Schoninger has gotten in the car for Dara McCormick.
Yep, makes sense. They're continuing their scheduled rotation as they have it, and I would assume that Schoninger's not going to get out of this car whenever the rain comes and they come in. Would they try it again, not coming in and pitting? I don't know. I don't think you can repeat the same thing. Again, jury's still kind of out. Was it a mistake? Did it gain them anything? I think in the short term, it definitely did. I think in the long run, because it didn't dry up as quickly as they were probably hoping. I think it hurt them in the long run. I don't think you can repeat that mistake. But again, either way, I don't think Dennis is going to get out of the car whenever they have to make that change. And two, keep in mind, it's going to be a short stop, DJ, right? Because they don't need to put a whole lot of fuel in the car because they already pitted for that.
Exactly. They're basically just going to be having to change the rubber there, so that could change things around a little bit. We will have to wait and see. Again, I know we keep saying that here, Jesse, but that's kind of the great thing about we can see the rain coming in on the horizon, and we're just kind of waiting, watching, and hoping for it to absolutely change things around for us.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, starting to look a little bit hazy back off into the distance, and you can tell rain certainly on the horizon. And again, we have the radar. We know where it's coming, and it's no different for the teams, in case you're wondering at home. The teams have the same access that we have. They can see what the forecast is going to be like. We may have a few extra tricks up our sleeve, but beyond that, you still know what it's going to do. Local yellow here, I believe, in the third sector. Some car finding drama somewhere. I haven't seen anything, but the waved yellow still very much out. Hopefully the track's clear. Certainly does look like it for the time being. The car in the pit lane causing that yellow, I've just been told, as Marlovics continues their march. P2.
Yeah, that 296 really doing a good job of just sliding their way up through the field as much as possible. Again, this is going to be all coming down to preparation. This is the point in the race when I can guarantee you all of these drivers are talking almost non-stop with their team behind the scenes, preparing themselves for this rain, getting themselves ready for it, and trying to figure out exactly how it's going to play out here for all of them. Now, Marlovics doesn't have any pressure from behind. That Ferrari that you see there is not one that he is competing with directly, so it's going to be smooth sailing here for the moment for the Heat SRO team as they continue their march forward.
Absolutely turned to gold for them this race. They were sort of in the battle all day, and we didn't really mention them too awful much, as we showed them obviously making passes and doing well, moving, trending up towards the right part of the field in the silver class. But it's not been as drama-filled as it has been for some of the other competitors in their category. Now they find themselves in a great position. Well, we're talking about pit stops. We're talking about the advent of weather. Let's play a game at home, shall we? Who do we reckon has the least amount of time spent on pit road today? I'll give you all a second to answer. Go on, think about it. Who's been the quickest on and off of pit lane all day long? Well, you're probably incorrect, because it is the 66 Williams Audi. They have spent a grand total of 33 minutes and 35 seconds on pit lane. That is 5 seconds quicker than the next quickest car, and that is the 25 Audi. The 25 Audi has spent 33 minutes, 40 seconds on pit lane. Average stop for the 66 Audi, 58.7. That's a 1 minute 58, mind you, because of the pit lane. The 25 Audi, the average stop is a 58.9. But you add that up based on all the pit stops, that's how you got it. Mobileye Lamborghini, the third quickest, the 34.03. That's 34 minutes of pit lane time. It's a 24-hour race, people, even though 30 minutes in pit lane. My goodness.
I mean, That really goes to show you just how much time is lost in pit lane over the course of this race. I mean, we normally think about it here in a little bit of a quick successive running, but really and truly, the fact of the matter is that it stacks up over time very, very quickly as we take a look there at Charlie Crossland's, that Williams Esports number 66. Now, the one that surprises me here, Jesse, is that the fact that the number 63, that Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team that we talked about, they have spent the third least time down in pit lane, and that includes not having to make those brake changes.
It certainly does, isn't it? Now, that's very interesting indeed. And you talk about consistency on pit lane. Their average stop, the fastest, of course, at 58.7. Their average pit stop time is a 2:01, and that's still pretty good. That's about a second and a half difference between first to third. Now, if you're wondering where our leader of the race, the number 4 Unicorns of Love Mercedes, is, they're actually the 4th quickest on pit lane. They average, or total, they've been on pit lane for 34 minutes 9 seconds, and they average a 2:08 stop. So nothing too crazy there. But the Audis, the 2 Audis, there's something interesting about that to me, that they're a second to 2 seconds quicker than anyone else on the pit lane. I wonder what's causing that.
Yeah, I wonder as well, as it's not exactly like you have different cars precipitating different times down in pit lane normally. It may just be a little bit of correlation there that doesn't really have a whole lot of definitive answers to it, but nevertheless, we'll have to see exactly what that is. Maybe that's going to continue on. Maybe we're going to see that trend continue on over the course of the race. Maybe we can see another one of these cars pop their way up. We'll have to wait and find out.
Very interesting ham stats there on that occasion. That list, I would not have gotten almost any of those teams correct for the lowest time spent in pit road. But we'll see how the brakes hold up for Mobileye Lamborghini. If you've just tuned in, a lot of the teams have elected to do brake changes, or at least plan to do brake changes at some point. We know for a fact that Mobileye Lamborghini is not going to do that. They've confirmed that to us, that they have no need, or they feel no need, based on the setup that they're running with the brake package. And I don't know if I've ever seen a team as high up as them in a race like this actually forego the brake change, but we'll see how it works out. They seem to think they have it under control. I'm willing to believe them.
I'm willing to believe him as well. Let's remember, we've got factory support here from Lamborghini in that squad, so it's not exactly like it is running off with a couple of teenagers in a garage. We've got some very serious folks behind the scenes, and they clearly have crunched the numbers and have made things work. And so that is going to be happy running for them, I would have to imagine, if they're able to make this work. Again, we still have 5 hours and 15 minutes left to go in this race. We've still got plenty to figure out. Again, that rain imminent. It is coming down. It is coming here quickly.
This is an interesting car. You got Manuel Pop in the number 7, the Get Closer racing car, and they didn't score points in round number 1 of the championship. They had a huge run at Kyalami, ended up scoring 25 points. I think that's what, 3rd place? Finished on the podium, I'm quite sure. And here again today, showing a little bit of muscle. They're on the podium again, provisionally right now, 3rd place. Again, a car we haven't really talked about. It's been quiet in the championship. They're 7th right now, or they were 7th coming into the day. But the Get Closer Racing team, number 7, a team that we don't really know a whole lot about in comparison to the other Titans of the series, getting it done for a 2nd race in a row.
Yeah, getting it done and doing a very, very good job at it. Just absolutely keeping on here is kind of the way to think about it, I would have to say, for them, is they have been having a quiet race, let's say. We haven't really seen them involved all the time in everything as they run, but they're doing a really, really good job of keeping everything together and just running a great race.
Here's an interesting battle for P4 in the silver class. Martin Grady has been caught by Peachman in the 71 Ferrari. And that is well, coming into the day, that's the Rin Welton red car. They came in the championship leader. Now they're trying to claw back some precious points up to P4. Martin Grady is going to have to make that Aston extra wide for FFS Racing, or is he going to do that at all? Is he going to let Rin Welton through? No, he isn't. Oh, it's so close as they come through this section of the racetrack. It's not a place through Bloescheman that you want to be side by side, but they've done it. The crossover move from Rin Welton Peachman trying to go down the inside that will become the outside of the chicane, but he's done and dusted. It's already done by the time they get there. A scary overtake, but a clean overtake.
But a clean overtake, and it's not done here if you're Martin Grady. I believe that's Rats directly behind him in the number 72 Ferrari, excuse me, 72 Aston Martin. It is still coming on.
He's being onslaughted by Tiger Striped race cars at this stage around the outside. Martin Grady trying to hang on down the inside. The other Rin Welton liveried car, they're going to have to sort this out before they get to Eau Rouge. And the 72 yields for a moment, but wide there. Wide for Martin Grady off of the racetrack and through to safety over the top of Radion, and through goes the 72. A couple of positions lost for FFS Racing. A terrible sequence of corners.
An absolutely terrible sequence of corners, and the only saving grace here that they're going to have at this point is Smolier on the 888 is about 15 seconds behind them, and so they're going to have plenty of time to sort of regather their thoughts. And this is what we've seen over the course of the race. When it rains, it pours here for these drivers, both including in the weather. And
I was going to ask, was that a pun?
It was unintended. I realized it was a pun about halfway through it. But the other big problem that these drivers have had is that when we see these battles start to fire off, if one driver finds themselves under a lot of pressure, then the rest of the field finds themselves under a lot of pressure, and that really and truly, it opens up the door, and you see these 2, 3, 4 moves getting done in just a sequence of a couple of corners.
That was a Rin Welton assault. There's no other way to put that. One car got through, opened the door for the other, and 72 was able to do the rest of the work for Rin Welton Blue. And now both of the Rin Welton cars in the silver class up a position at least. I don't think that was Team Mortis. I don't think there was foul play involved. I just think it worked out that way. But wow, I got to tell you, Martin Grady's going to have nightmares about Rin Welton cars if that keeps up, as the rain, as if on cue, has started. We promised rain with 5 hours, 9 minutes left, and that is exactly what we have gotten. And this is not particularly light rain to start with. This is considerable.
Yeah, this is big rain, as we talked about a little bit earlier on. I mean, look, it is absolutely raining buckets out here at this point. We ride on board with Tobias Grunwald, as there you see the windshield wipers engaged as he makes his way through Lacombe right now. But this is definitely big rain starting to come down, and as we anticipated, as we predicted earlier on, this is going to necessitate a change over to wet weather tires.
Yeah, we suspect that everybody will now make that decision. And of course, I feel like at this late stage in the race, it's a decision that isn't really a decision. I think you have to do it, even if it's defensive move to go to the wet weather tires. I think you have to do that here. I don't think you can gamble. There may be a team or two that still does, that feels that they don't have nearly as much to lose, but all these teams at the sharp end, I can't imagine at this point that they're going to try and gamble again, because if you dig yourself a hole at this late stage, you're not going to get out of it with 5 hours left.
No, you're certainly not. You have got to play cautious when it comes to strategy here at this point. You cannot be running gambles here. If you are at the pointy end of the field, you're just going to lose too many points. You're going to lose too much of an opportunity if you do that. So do not be surprised here if we see Grunwald officially coming on into pit lane this time around. That would be my assumption.
I don't think you lose anything, even if you're cutting your stint short. It doesn't matter if you're 10 minutes off. I don't think Unicorns 11 number 4 is 10 minutes off, but I don't think it matters at this point. This is the right time to come in. The weather's coming down. The track's getting very slick. I can already see as, a little bit wide there. No, he's not wide. He's not coming in. I would have thought that would have been the perfect opportune time. The track may not be as saturated as it first appears. They're going to go another lap. No, it is saturated, definitely. I can see a little bit of the spray off of the rear tires of the number 4 Mercedes-AMG Team Unicorns, a love car, your race leader. Now, I'm a safe man, and I would have came in right there, DJ. What about you?
I would have done the same thing. I think it's a little bit of a gutsy strategy call for him to be able to come on in as they go. Let's see what they do. Schoninger here, the car who we presume is going to have to make that change over here at this point. I can't imagine them have been running with wet weather tires up to this point. Otherwise, those tires would be absolutely burned down to slicks.
No, I don't think they were. That we did see a situation like that. A couple of teams tried that in the last stint. I don't think we're going to see that here. But this is scary times. I reacted, DJ, while you were talking. Not particularly at what you were saying, but because Dennis Schoninger's car exiting the source corner got a little bit sideways for my taste, and that's all the weather. That I don't think that has anything to do with the tires in general, other than the fact that the track's wet and they're on slick tires. But a little bit of argument from the car there for a second. That's exactly why I thought a lot of the teams would have come in. The track very clearly wet at this point. The rain started off significant. It's only gotten heavier. It has washed away the rubber on the racetrack or off of the racetrack. Everything shiny and slick now. The cars skating around. We are in a full wet condition. I can only imagine pit lane is going to be a busy place here.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very busy as things pick up here at this point. We follow those two Ren Welton cars, and by the way, they've been able to absolutely drop Grady there as they go. That gap now 5.7 seconds, so absolutely putting down the hammer here at this point. No, I've got to think for a lot of these drivers, they're maybe just trying to eke things out here a little bit more, trying to delay the time that they need to come into pit lane. These cars are looking very, very
yeah, they're
flighty.
very skatey.
Yeah, they're scary at this point.
You can see it very clearly. I mean, just leaving the corner, the 71 Red Welton car. Oh, and that right there, the 72, you got Rats, who we're riding on board with, hit the curb just a little bit. The car completely stepped out. He had to get out of the gas at Orlando Rats and gather the car back up. You saw his teammate. I guess it technically is a teammate if you're racing for the same team. Beechman had a very similar issue in the center of the corner. Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love number 4 Mercedes into the pit lane. One lap later than we all thought he would come in, but he has come in. You know who hasn't come in, DJ?
It's the 555 machine. Dennis Schoninger out here going to try to see what he can do. Oh, look how wide he is. That's sketchy coming up.
Oh, man. You have to be just about the bravest racing car driver in the world to be out here on the slick tire in this condition, the pouring rain, the driving rain at this late stage in the race, and drive like that. Just fearless, but also with the reflexes. Huge slide right there coming out of Lacombe into Malmedy, and it's not over yet. Look at the hands behind the scoring tower on the left side of the screen. Absolutely busy, turning left, turning right, but steering the opposite direction. You can tell track's wet. He's fighting this car.
Yeah, he is absolutely fighting it tooth and nail here at this point. I mean, just look at how that car is dancing across the pavement here at this point. This is the opportunity cost that we talked about, not coming down into pit lane, not making that decision here at this point as they're running a little bit wide through Poulan as they try to get the car underneath them here. I think Schoninger may have been trying to eke out a little bit of a clever strategy here, but they have got to come down into pit lane this time around. Even if it does cost them a little bit more time, they need to get onto wet tires.
You know how I like to play devil's advocate, DJ, right? That's what that's kind of how our partnership works. I'm gonna do it again. Or does he have to come down pit lane?
Well, I was on the broadcast when we saw the factory Ferrari stay out on track and lose positions hand over fist. That was a relatively light rain for those drivers. We saw them switching over. I don't know. I think he's going to lose more time here in the run, especially as crazy as we've seen this car handling. I don't think this is the right call for him to stay out.
Well, we'll see. We're right here at pit lane into the chicane. Is the 555 car coming into the pit lane? No, they are not. Folks, this is shades of what happened at the halfway point in this race when it last rained in any severity similar to this. Staying out is the Williams 555 Mercedes Esports team. Incredible scenes. Lars Kisser has thrown in the towel and brought the number 5 HRT Mercedes AMG car into the pit lane to the attention of the team and almost certainly to the attention of some treaded Pirelli tires.
Yeah, I guess they're going to bring that car in here for HRT, seeing a couple other cars coming in and out of the pits as well. So plenty of these drivers choosing to make that call here, as we kind of suspected that they would. See what they are able to get done here as they come out. This is Manuel Pop coming out right now of the pit lane. That Aston Martin going to bring it around here up to speed as we focus back in on your leader. They have made a driver swap. It is Tobias Pfeffer now behind the wheel of the car.
Smart move, and one of the first times I've seen Tobias Pfeffer drive, I believe they were front-loaded onto the early part of the race, but installed into the car here at a very pivotal hour, admittedly, for the team for the race and the track conditions, but absolutely doesn't look phased at all. Tobias Pfeffer doing exactly what you would expect. Now, that is a car that seems very planted in the middle of mixed conditions.
Yeah, very, very planted, and Pfeffer a very, very calm hand behind the wheel.
Wait a minute. Are those dry tires on that car?
Yeah.
I could swear I see a Pirelli sidewall on that tire, which indicates dry tires.
Right. That would be a very, very gutsy call.
Those are dry tires.
My goodness gracious.
How is he driving that well on dry tires?
That is confirmed. We have gotten confirmation on slicks here for Tobias Pfeffer. My goodness gracious.
Yes, that's well and good, but how's he doing that? How is he driving? Okay, that was a little bit of a slide. But up until that point, he fooled me. I assumed they put wet tires on that race car. They haven't done that at all, and they're making it look absolutely easy. The rain has stopped. We promised you at 5 hours to go, the rain was going to stop. It has done that on the dot. Don't you wish your weather forecasting, wherever you are in the world, was as accurate as we have here? It has stopped raining. The track very, very wet. Many drivers coming in for wet weather tires. The leader of the race and P2 have come down pit lane. Well, the 4 has come down pit lane, but has not put wet weather tires on.
Yeah, and we're hearing here that many cars here up in the top
the
5
5's on slicks.
Yeah, that a lot of these drivers are on slicks at the moment.
Now that is very interesting indeed. So many cars coming in at the end of their stint. They could have put wet weather tires on. They haven't. Are they betting on the fact that the sun's going to come out and it's going to dry this track a little bit quicker than the 40-minute window we're used to?
Well, we will have to see. I mean, maybe if that sun does roll out here, it certainly could speed things along, and that would be a boon here for a lot of these drivers as they have stayed out on slicks. Tanica there in the Lamborghini working their way around right now by some lapped Aston Martin traffic. I believe that's the FFS racing machine. They're going to go on by. Looks like we've got a couple other drivers coming on into pit lane. The factory Ferrari as well. A few others.
Well, there's very few times in my life that I have ever been actually speechless. This is one of those times we assumed a lot of the teams would come in and err on the side of caution and put wet weather tires on, at least for a while. They have come in because it has been their scheduled time to do so, but they have not done as we expected. They have mostly left the slick tires on, and I think I can start to understand why. There's a lot of this racetrack with as much traffic as there is and the time of day, the heat starting to bake in, of course, and the brevity of the shower itself. You can already start to see it's not a dry line. I'll call it a drier line, not all the way around the track, but on certain parts of it. And I wonder if that factored in just a little bit to some of the decision making, knowing that the track was going to dry a little bit quicker. We'll see how quickly it does dry, but a lot of teams already come in and did not put the wet weather tire on, and the sun has officially come back out.
Sun's back out here, so that means the track drying can begin here at this point as drivers continue to work their way around. Yeah, you can see that sun starting to glare on the circuit indeed. Pfeffer going to maintain an advantage here, though, over the rest of the field. We watch of Tonitza as they try to bring their way up and around, trying to see if there's going to be any little bit of gains here for them as they continue to run. By the way, the gap between Pfeffer and Schoninger here at this point now up to about 76 seconds. So as you said earlier, Jesse, it is growing here for the leaders.
That's exactly what Unicorns of Love number 4 wanted to hear. That's not what Williams 555 wanted to hear, but it is unfortunately the reality at this stage of the race. We'll say 70-some seconds in reality this late in the race is not really different than being 60 seconds or 50 seconds off. It's still just within a pit stop or a trip down the pit lane. So if anything were to run afoul for the Mercedes Team Unicorns of Love number 4, Schoninger and the entire Williams Esports team would still be close enough to benefit from that.
Yeah, they would be close enough to benefit. We'll have to see, though, what exactly happens here as that Unicorns of Love team has been in good position, good stead for the entirety of this race, pretty much since about 6 hours in. We saw them absolutely take up and take very, very good running, be in very good position here for them. Let's see what's exactly going to happen here. We focus in on Amadeo Castorino, the number 85 Racing Point. Your leaders here in the silver class category, they've had a fantastic day out here, running in great position right now, having about 3 cars in between themselves and their closest competitor in that silver category.
This is one of the only cars that gets to cruise around here. Just so you know, you may think Unicorns of Love is cruising. They're absolutely not. They've got to stay on it. But this is a car that's sort of in cruise control. They're surrounded by pro cars, and Castorino just needs to not make a mistake. Don't let off the gas, really, either, because you do that a lot of times. You end up making mistakes. But for Racing Point, this race has come to them. They are very clearly in the driver's seat. They have not put a foot wrong. And while they do have some significant competitors in today's race, none of which particularly challenging them as, again, a pro buffer on either side. How sweet it is for Racing Point.
How sweet it is indeed. They are just cruising here at this point. A little bit of a, it is 2:20 in the morning here, so I can officially say a Sunday morning drive for them here as they run. Here's Martin Grady for FFS Racing. We saw them work their way around a little bit earlier. This is the second place car in the silver category. Again, a little bit of a quiet race for them, but a lot of times in a long spot 24 like this, that's quite often a good thing.
Yep, dry tires, of course, on Grady's car. They haven't been in with the rest of the silver cars that came in when the rain started to come down. But look at this, already a dry line on the racetrack, the lighter gray indicating the drier line. We expect FFS Racing to be in at some time, but again, not pitting with the others, off sequence to begin with. So it hasn't been their scheduled time anyway. But that is Martin Grady, not wearing the blonde hair today, rather unfortunately.
Yeah, not wearing that blonde hair. A little bit disappointed by that, but nevertheless, we'll keep on watching him, keep on thinking about him here as Martin is going to be piloting that car around for the moment, just waiting to see if anything's going to fire off for him. Looks like he's got a little bit of lap traffic in front of him that he'll have to contend with at the moment. The Aston Martin here, good to see the Aston Martin getting a little bit of love here, both on the sim and in real life. I was very happy to see the Aston Martin return to Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS competition this year. Obviously, behind the wheel of Derek DeBoer and Valentin Haas-Klau for the Racers Group. Very happy to see that car back, because it's always good to see an Aston Martin on the grid. That just kind of tells you it's GT racing when you see an Aston Martin.
Grids Everywhere would be a little bit more sad had it not been for AMR Aston Martin. Just lovely cars. They make a fantastic noise and they go like nothing else. Just beautiful cars, and I absolutely agree. GT racing is better with everybody in it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it certainly is, and here on the sim, this is really proving out one of the things that makes GT racing so spectacular in the moment, in the years that we are in it right now. It really and truly is just such a great hodgepodge, for lack of a better word, of cars that we see on the grid. I mean, looking up through this top 10, Mercedes, Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Audi, Ferrari, BMW. Looking a little bit farther back down into the top 20, throw the McLaren in there as well as the Bentley that we see running around out on the track. It is a boon time, without question, for GT racing across the board, and the expansion into so many forms of motorsport that we've seen for the GT3 category, really pioneered by the SRO. It's really a proud moment here to be working for that organization.
It really is. We live in a time where any sports car company can have a GT3 program, whether that be a factory program, DJ, or a customer program is by the by. Any company, any sports car manufacturer can have a GT program if they want one. A lot of GT car manufacturers electing to do that, and again, the world's a richer place for it, and it's a noisier and a beautiful place because of that as well. Don't forget, we've got some Hondas in the field as well, just the cherry on top.
Yeah, exactly. Although here, stateside, we are obligated to call them Acuras, but considering we are racing in Belgium right now, we will continue to be able to call them.
They'll be Acuras. They'll be Acuras next weekend.
They will be Acuras next weekend as we return back over, but definitely good running here for everyone as we focus in a little bit more on the running. This is Mariah there in the number 94, the HPD Yas Pro number 94, I believe. Currently your highest place Honda in the field.
Certainly is. It's been a fight today for HPD, I think we can all say, but for the Japanese auto manufacturer with Japanese representation, the 94 continuing to pound around the race course. And again, talk about spirit of the race. It's not always about where you come in these races. It's about the taking part. And I know that sounds cheesy, but I genuinely mean that as well. It's a prestigious event. Just being here is half of the battle.
Yeah, it very much is as they go. Being able to be a part of it, and that is a huge, huge boon to be able to represent a Japanese manufacturer like this on such a big stage. Very, very important, although it does look like they have had their fair share of troubles today, and unfortunately the balance of performance here not necessarily favoring the Hondas in recent years. We've seen them kind of be one of the more predominant cars and then falling back down through the order as well.
Just unfortunate. I've just clocked that's an Acura logo on the roof of that car as well. But at least I'm pretty sure that's what I'm looking at. But rather besides, it's just unfortunate. Just doesn't have quite the pace of some of the other cars. Obviously, this car has had their own share of issues today, but still continuing in the race. 10 laps down for the next nearest car around them. But again, not the point. It's a point of pride getting to the end of this race. As much butterflies as you have right before all the cars set off in the race, just the relief and the sheer feeling of accomplishment when you get to the end of any 24-hour race, let alone the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series 24 of Spa. It's, again, no matter where you finish in today's race, as long as you finish, you're a winner, according to me.
Yeah, exactly. You are definitely a winner here if you are able to finish, and that is exactly what these drivers are going to be hoping to do here at this point. So let's see what they are able to get here as they go. Let's see if Tobias Pfeffer is going to be able to hold on to this lead. It continues to be in his situation here at this point. Continues to be under his control. Now that the rain has stopped, that's going to relieve a little bit of pressure here for Tobias. He's just got to work his way around a little bit of lap traffic as he's had to do the last couple of laps.
So let's get back to the rain. We had a 10-minute rain shower. It was more than a shower. It was an absolute downpour. Everybody up here in the booth, we thought they were going to come in and pit since it lined up so nicely with their natural pit cycle that they were going to put wet weather tires on the cars. Almost everybody at the sharp end of the field elected to not do that. They came in, of course, because they had to. They did not put wet weather tires on the car, instead opting for the slick Pirelli P0s. The question is, was that the right call? DJ, I'm inclined to say yes, it was. Look how quickly this track has dried as it's bathed in sunlight. That was not 40 minutes of wet running. I think it was their right call. I don't know how they would have known that it was going to dry out that quickly, because I think we were all pretty much agreeing, yeah, probably about 40 minutes of wet weather racing, but that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, it really hasn't, and we certainly thought that it would change the dynamic of this race, but it really hasn't all that much. It's really remained pretty static and pretty much exactly as we expected it going into it. Whoa! Big wiggle there from the SMP Racing SRO Esports SRO 888 machine. I thought we were about to have a little bit of a battle there between the 912 and the 888, but the 888 just lucky to be able to hold on to that car.
Abeladze doing a little bit of counter steering here in these conditions. Keep in mind, it's still tricky, these conditions. Some of the track still has a little bit of water on it, maybe not quite up to the grip that you're used to. A lot of these teams and drivers, they're almost always used to having optimum grip or near optimum grip. That's not the situation here. The rain's significant enough that it washed away the majority, if not all, of the rubber. There are some parts of this track that still have wet parts of it streaming across the racetrack. Obviously, the river's flowing as they do, but almost all of the rest of it dry. But still, you get these moments that catch you out. Abeladze very quick to catch the SMP car, but now has to catch back up to the 912.
Yeah, it's got to try to catch back up here at this point, put themselves into good position to try to get that gap back in. As we said here at this point, it's now up to about 1.1 seconds, but Abeladze trying to close in. We're going to get a better idea of what that's going to be as they cross over the line. It's now 1.3. Abeladze really has it all to do here to close back in.
Certainly does. You got to shake that off. Make a note of that in the back of your mind for this next lap and probably the next couple of laps where that happened. Maybe don't venture that far off. Maybe don't get to the throttle nearly as quick. Whatever you really need to do, just don't do that. Gain that time back. I'll tell you what people have always told me, well, if you caught him once, you can do it again.
Exactly. But the problem is, as you said there, Jesse, that mental block that can sometimes come in when you come down through that corner, time in and time out, it can really throw you off, and you got to be able to focus in a little bit more on that and kind of put that out of your brain as you continue through the corners.
Yeah, you really do. And racing drivers have short-term memories when they want to. When they're mad at somebody, they have the longest memories in the world. You'll remember somebody who raced you very closely 5 years ago. You won't remember what you had for breakfast, but racing drivers typically, when you have little foibles like that, you go through there again, you have that in your memory, you remember, okay, I did this last time, I can't do that. You get through there cleanly the very next lap, and then you completely forget about it. You never think about it again, because you prove to yourself it was a one-lap deal, not a big deal. Now you go through there again and it happens again, that's when you get a worried race car driver, and that's never good. But Abeladze not struggling through that section this time. Clean through there. Unfortunately, though, losing time to Gratis Caracas in front now.
Yeah, definitely losing time here at this point. The gap now up to 1.6 seconds in between the two. So really and truly going to have to try to gain back on in and see if there's going to be able to be anything to be gained here at this point. Let's take a look, though, down to 1.3 again. We're going to give a little bit of love here to Lars Kisser and the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT, running in third place right now. Good little gap on either side of them.
What a return. Many hours ago in the dead of night, this is how it was. You had the 4, the 555, and the 5 inside the top 3. It was an all-Mercedes podium that was broken up by weather and strategy, of course. And now the 5 back at it again, back up inside the top 3, at least for the time being. No immediate challengers behind in this race right now. So Lars Kisser holding that position down for Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT. And, well, welcome back to the podium.
Welcome back to the podium indeed here for them. This is going to be a good position to be sitting in for sure. Lars is going to be very, very happy to be able to bring that team home in third if things stay the way that they do. And the other big thing for them here at this point is they hold on to the fastest lap of the race. And that may not sound like a whole lot, but that is very, very good running for them. Now, granted, they are multitudes of seconds behind Dennis Schoeninger there in the 555, so probably not going to be able to catch up to that P2 position, but definitely going to be threatening as much as they can.
Had a very average start to this season, needed some good points in this race, needed a good finish to bolster them and give them a fighting chance in this championship. If they can hang on to this, that will be exactly what they've done. They've not had a terrible start to the year, just P10 in points, though, for all of their troubles. I would consider their season quite average thus far. Today, not so. Looking absolutely fantastic. Martin Grady mentioned that they were P2 in the silver class and would do a pit stop at some point. Grady has brought the FFS racing machine into pit lane to the attention of the team. This is, of course, a scheduled stop.
Yeah, this is scheduled stop. Going to take some new fuel, maybe a little bit of new rubber there going onto the car as well. But Grady's going to come on in. The question's going to be here, and will Pop not looking like he's going to be able to catch back up there, as Pop is all the way down the Kemmel Straight right now. So unless he crossed over before that timing and scoring line, he is certainly going to be having to work his way around. No, he is going to take over second place there. Excuse me.
Yeah, he certainly is. FFS Racing is going to lose a multitude of spots. They should be behind both of the Ren Welton cars, but maybe in front of Valentin Berrier in the 296. It's going to be close as you see Grady falling through the order as they sit into the pit lane. And yeah, there they are in 13th place behind the Ren Welton cars. The question is, did Berrier make up enough time to take the fight to FFS Racing? But again, very different strategies. The 7, the 1, the 72, and the 71. All of the, I've just realized too, by the way, the 72 Ren Welton car in front of the 71. Now, when we saw that earlier, it was the reverse of that. So the 72, Apple behind the wheel now, doing work, getting some of those positions back. Not only overtaking Grady earlier on, overtaking their teammate.
Yeah, overtaking their teammate. That's going to be a good run there for them. They'll be very, very pleased with that, to be able to find themselves sitting ahead of their teammate. But maybe a little bit of a combination here of conversation going on back and forth. That could have been in a situation where they recognized that that car just had a little bit more speed ahead of them. And so that could be what precipitated that. But we will have to see exactly what's going to shake itself out here at this point. Watching Florian Appel right now as he works his way around. Now going to go up to Grantis Caracas for that Veloce Esports SRO team. Trying to build a little bit of a gap here again from Abeldaze as that car, the 888, now coming back into firing position.
Certainly is. And William Van Omen, by the way, installed into the FFS Racing 123. They are behind the 296 of Yas Heat right now. And here we are. We saw this a little bit ago. Abeladze losing time to Grantis Caracas. Abeladze able to gain that back. I didn't really think we were going to see that. I thought SMP shot their shot and just sort of ran out of tire, ran out of pace maybe a little bit, but turns out not the case. Abeladze has found another gear and has caught up to the back of the 912 Veloce car.
Able to catch back up here at this point, so battle is back on once again as they now try to force their way around. See what they can do. Caracas is going to have to try to see if he can defend here a little bit. The other thing to keep in mind, as you mentioned, Willem van Olmen, only about 2.5 seconds up the road. That is that purple car that we see there, or that sort of pink-purple car that we see up the road. And so that car could be entering into the equation as well.
Could be. You hope it's not. You hope that maybe, if nothing else, they just stay 2.6 seconds out in front. That's what Grantis Caracas wants, because they stand to lose the most by being held up by Van Omen. That's not what they want. Abeladze definitely wants to catch William Van Omen and to make this very interesting indeed. Maybe use the silver car as a pick and get around them. I don't think that is going to happen, though. I will say Caracas and Abeladze did gain a 10th through that sector alone on the FFS car in front. But this is for 15th overall, but more importantly, it is for P8 in their class.
Yeah, for P8 in the class, that is going to be a big point that they're going to want to hold on to here at this point. We watch Grantis right now for Veloce. Little bit of a run here coming down into Buhan. Now, what I want to point out there is he came down into the corner. No look into the rear view mirror. That is a driver that is confident on his lines, that knows where he wants to be running and is able to put everything together.
Yeah, Caracas is just focused solely on forward motion of the car, talking there almost certainly to the team, letting them know the car probably, according to my eye anyway, doesn't have quite the grip that they would like, probably relaying that to the team, knowing that there's going to be a battle at some point in the very near future. Abeladze smells blood in the water, though, realizes that car in front of him not running quite as good as it was a little bit ago, and by my eye anyway, S&P has a little bit better car right now.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of a better car here at this point, so let's see what they're able to do. Whoa, here comes the move down around the outside of chicane. Caracas going to try to put up a defense, gets just enough room on the inside. Is that going to be enough for Abeladze to be able to get on through? I think it is.
Abeladze is absolutely through here. Caracas couldn't do anything. He got stranded on the outside of the corner. Absolutely brilliant move by Abeladze, knowing that the outside of the chicane was going to become the inside, and that's all they needed. A better run off the inside of the chicane. Abeladze through in the 888 Ferrari.
Yeah, on through there. Caracas going to try to fight back a little bit as they're going to come back over Radial right now. Let's see. This could be back on, Jesse.
It certainly could be up the Kimmel straight. Caracas in the toe of the Ferrari in front. Pulls out, fakes it, goes back in line again. No move made. Lacombe, as they are single file again. A little bit of a fade right there, trying to get Abeladze to sort of jump out of line maybe. Not biting on it at all. But single file, that might have been the only shot Caracas was going to have. I have no idea. Why didn't he take it, DJ?
I don't understand either. I mean, it could have been a situation where he just kind of read the writing on the wall, recognized that it wasn't going to happen, and didn't want to put up and lose any more time. But we saw that he was able to hang there for a little bit. I would have kept it going. I would have kept that fight involved. Not sure. That may have also been a call from the team saying, he is faster than you, let him by.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been too. You're actually probably right there, DJ. It was probably more of the, we've still got 4.5 hours left to go. It's not worth getting a steward's inquiry, maybe a penalty if we make contact. They are quicker. Calmer heads prevailed there, certainly for Caracas. I think you're right.
Yeah, certainly is. As we're now going to give a little bit of love here through the rest of the field. Victor Nikolai right now for the West Competition Racing Machine, as that #1 car is now currently in 3rd place of the silver category, courtesy of that running there for them. And they're going to be hoping to hold on to that. Now, pit stop cycle still into play here, so we'll have to see how that shakes out.
Certainly so. All these cars in this section are similar in pitch cycle. They're not all on the same lap, but they're pretty close. West Competition Racing P3 in the silver class. It's been a road back for them. They haven't been on the podium all day. They've been on it and then off of it. They're on it right now. 8 seconds behind them, though. Renwelton 72. Keep an eye on that gap for P3 in the silver class. 8.3 seconds is the gap now. And I suspect that gap might be coming down just a little bit. Nikolai not too far off the back of the 7, though, at this point. They get closer. Racing car P2 in that class, just about 13 seconds, call it 12.9 off of Pop in P2. Close stuff here in the silver class still.
Yeah, very close stuff. This battle is not decided, particularly when it comes back to the running here for second and third place. That's really where we see this battle starting to shake itself out a little bit as they try to be able to sort themselves out. With Nikolai, Pop, Pell, Burnt, Barrier all right up into this equation. It's not done by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, that's actually really true. If any of these cars have any sort of issue, and it's as simple as a spin, you know, momentary lapse of judgment, getting a little bit weary it's been a long race to this point, final 4.5 hours, right? And get to that point, maybe you're a little bit sleep deprived, your decision making's not 100%, and you hit a curb, you spin the car. All of these cars in the silver class in this middle section, 9th all the way back to 13th, are certainly close enough. If one of them makes a mistake, they're going to lose all of those positions.
Yeah, they're really going to find themselves hurting if that happens, and we'll have to see here what is going to happen for them. Nikolai, though, not looking like he's making any of those mistakes, not looking like he's in too much of a problem here at this point, so that'll be good running for him at the moment as he works his way down through Eau Rouge, up and over Radial. Right now, good line through the corner for the BMW driver, our second highest placed BMW in the field.
Well, it's been one of those races where the drivers have let their driver do the talking. There hasn't been an overabundance of information from race control coming out that would penalize drivers, but there has been enough on a couple of cars. There's a 30-second post-race penalty for car 17 for exceeding the BWP. There's a 30-second post-race penalty coming for car 996 for the same thing. Additionally, a qualifying ban for round 4 for exceeding 15 championship BWP for car 17. The same penalty for car 127.
Right, well, race control certainly being busy there at this point, and thank you once again to Michael Hamlet for giving us those statistics and helping things out as they go. And so that'll be some problems there that will be encountered in the end of this race and into the next race. And that's right, we continue on in this championship. It's not just done here today at Spa.
No, it's certainly not. We got 2 more fantastic rounds. This championship ends in September. A race in August to set that up. And if this season has taught me anything, is that it's not over. This championship is not going to be decided today. You're going to have a good idea of who your main players are, but you're not going to have any real clear front runner if the results hold today. By the way, for those of you at home trying to figure out my jargon that I'm talking about, BWP is, I believe it stands for Behavioral Warning Points, meaning that if race control has decided to give you a penalty, you start accruing behavioral warning points. You get too many of them in a single race, you run the risk of post-race penalties, and in some cases, including today, qualifying bans. So the 17 and the 127, I suspect will have to start from the rear of the field for round number 4 in August.
Yeah, I think that is what they're going to have to deal with here at this point. Think of it as incident responsibility points, as it were, and that's exactly what it is, and that's exactly what it'll be there for him. We ride on board right now with David Tunitsa, driver of the Lamborghini Esports team, the number 63, as he works his way down through the corners, coming out of Stavlo right now, bringing that Lamborghini up to speed. Does make me a little bit sad right now, though, when I think about this car in real life here, Jesse. We don't have one on the SRO Motorsports America grid this year, and I miss the screaming Italian horsepower that it provides.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I was going to mention something to that effect at some point, but you know what? That's why we're here. We get to enjoy this lovely, lovely race car. Interesting race car, one of the newest ones in ACC, the Huracan Evo 2 car, just a lovely car in its own right, and just a natural evolution onto the platform, but just lovely striking cars. Talk about cars that look fast when they're sitting still. This is another one of those for Mobileye Lamborghini Esports, and this one's going very well. It hasn't been exactly smooth sailing all day, but it hasn't had to be. The driver lineup, Tunisia in the car right now, has got this car back into contention. P4 right now. If things go wrong for anybody in front of them, they might be just close enough to make up some of that gap, but most likely right now, their biggest worry is coming from behind. Pavlovsky behind them by just a few seconds.
Yeah, just a few seconds here at this point. Here's Castorino up ahead for Racing Point. Again, your leader here in that silver class category, as they have been very, very dominant force here in the field. And look at this. They're starting to close in a little bit on the back of Kisser in that number 5 Unicorns of Love team. That's the HRTY Unicorns of Love. So it looks like we've got a message here coming over from Race Control, Jesse.
Yep, this is what I announced earlier on. I didn't know we had a graphic for this. I've never seen it before, but just confirmation from Race Control. Cars 17 and 996 will receive 30-second post-race penalties for exceeding the behavioral warning point limit for the race.
And that's going to be a tough one to swallow there. Again, that is just for taking a couple of seats on the naughty step, unfortunately, as some of our co-commentators over the UK would say. But for the most part, despite those penalties that we've said issued here at this point, it has been a relatively clean race, although we've got Tinko van der Velde, one of the quick drivers in the field, buried back down, going to be trying to make a move here on King, and the Lamborghini going to send that car down to the inside. Easy as you please. The 66 gains a position, and that's them up into 17th.
You want to talk about a car that's been fighting this entire time to gain back time lost. That is Williams Esports number 66 Audi. Tinko van der Velde doing the team solid right there, gaining one of the spots back. Mentioned it earlier, I'll mention again, there's only 15 pro cars in the field, which is actually good news. That means that every pro car that finishes this race will get championship points. Even if you finish 15th, you get a singular point. That's not what they're fighting for here. They're not last in the class, but now, as you start to move up, especially in Tinko van der Velde's case, those points start to multiply. You get more and more each driver you pass. Trending in the right direction, at least. This is 66.
Yeah, trending in the right direction, although they're going to have a lot of time to try to make up here. About 19 and a half seconds to get up to Caracas and Abeldazi, that battle that we were actually watching not too long ago. So they could, before everything is said and done, certainly see themselves applied back into a little bit of a good battle here and maybe have a little bit better running, but we will have to see. Again, plenty of time left to go in this race, plenty of time left to see what can happen. But if anybody can make a good rise through the field, it's Tinko van der Velde. He is a quick driver.
Certainly is, and you actually drew my attention to something. We expected Abelanzi to drop the McLaren Veloce car. That hasn't really happened. They've gained 1.7 seconds on Gratis Caracas, but no more than that. Actually, it's 2 seconds now, but you take my point. I would have expected that at the rate that they caught them in the ease, the relative ease anyway, it was a decent battle. The relative ease in which they got by, you would expect them to have lost more time than that. Doing a good job keeping pace as Caracas for Veloce.
Yeah, really and truly is. Only 2 seconds the gap here, and it's been a hot minute since that pass has been made, so plenty of time there to be able to carry on, plenty of time to be able to let that go along. So that's a good run for Caracas. I'm impressed there with the speed out of that Veloce team. Even though I really shouldn't be, they are always one of the quickest drivers out, one of the quickest teams out on the track.
Just unfortunate, hasn't quite had the ultimate pace here today in the 912. Came into this race the championship leaders by 10 points. That's no longer the case, as live points were tallied at the halfway point, but still, you have to make it through this race. You have to get whatever you can get points-wise. You have to forget about it, and you have to move on, knowing that there's another race. You and I just mentioned 2 more rounds after this. There's not double points on offer for those races, but there are still championship points. It's not going to be out of reach for them to get back in this. I mean, just look at Williams after the disaster that Bathurst was. I keep harping on how miraculous their recovery has been through the next couple of rounds, including today. If Williams can do it, surely Veloce can do it, and we'll have to see. But that starts today, not next week. You have to get everything you can, and maybe that means beating SMP. Maybe that's all they can do. You still have to try.
You still have to try here at this point. Let's see what they are able to do. As they bring their way through the corner, trying to see what they're able to get done right now. We follow on Amadeo Castorino, trying to close in on that gap to Kisser. Again, your silver class leader here at this point. He is looking pretty on good. Trying to see what they are able to get. 7 seconds. Could we see a silver class car on the overall podium here today?
That's interesting, isn't it? We've seen that before, DJ, you and me. We've seen silver cars take overall podiums, and we had to explain that just because they're silver cars doesn't mean they're incapable of competing right at the tippy top of the series. You're seeing that a little bit today at a Racing Point as well. There's nothing that says a silver car can't compete with pro cars, and that actually brings me quite nicely to my next point. 7.5 seconds. If Castorino is closing in on Lars Kisser for third place, what does that mean? There are two different classes. They can legally race each other. There's nothing in the rules that say two cars in the or out of the same class that are on the same lap can't race each other. Would Castorino be interested in racing Kisser for a position that doesn't pay them anything? And would Lars Kisser contest a position that really, it's only overall podium, you don't get extra points for overall, so it doesn't matter? Oh my goodness, what a situation that would be.
What a situation it would be indeed. Again, as you said, no points on the line for finishing up in those podium positions overall, but it would certainly feel very, very good for that number 85 team. We focus in right now, though, on Tobias Pfeffer, your leader in the race, continuing to just be absolutely dominant in that number 4 Unicorns of Love team, really running good laps here at this point, just putting in the time, putting in the hours, absolutely being able to just tick off these laps with only 4 hours and 20 minutes left to go. That's exactly what he needs to do. We've got a brief yellow there displayed, but it immediately went away, so we're going to assume that was probably something to do with pit lane.
Yeah, and I will admit to being a little bit nervous. It clouded up and the sun went away. Parts of the racetrack are bathed in sunlight. Parts of the racetrack are not. I was looking over at Michael Hamlet and just assuming that he was going to say something. He's quiet, which means that there doesn't appear to be weather in the vicinity or the area. It's just a little bit of cloud cover as we approach noon local time.
Yeah, as we get closer and closer to it here at this point, it's just going to get hotter, and that means that these pit stops are going to be a little bit less crucial in terms of the timing when they come out of pit lane, because the track's going to get hotter. And Jesse, that means you don't have to spend nearly as much time warming these Pirellis up. Now, however, I was talking to some drivers a little bit earlier on in the day, and the tire model that's been applied here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, it does take about 2 laps before you can really start to lean on these Pirelli P0s.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, in the world we live in, the 1.9 version universe, the tire tips, the optimum tire tips are different from where you'd found them 1 season ago. And of course, the tires react a little bit differently as well. They react a little bit differently to driving them too hard. They grain if you drive cold tires a little bit too hard. So in a way as well, DJ, you've got to baby the tires for that first lap or two to keep from graining them. Graining them just takes the tire life out of them later on into the run. You can ill afford to have that happen here today. So not only does it take a lap or two for them to get up to optimal operating temperature anyway, you've got to be careful on them to keep them from graining too.
Yeah, you very much do. You can't over push the tires here necessarily in those early stages, because the graining really will start to develop and it'll really come back to bite you if you're not careful about it. So that's another thing that these drivers have to keep in consideration. And Jesse, it goes to show just the multitude of things that every one of these drivers is constantly thinking about behind the scenes. They're not just driving the cars, they're doing about 18 different things at once.
Yeah, and as a team manager or an engineer, whomever is in the ear of the driver, you will tell them that probably before they leave pit lane. Even if they've heard it a million times, you'll still tell them, just remember, be easy on the tires, wait for them to get up to temperature, just so the driver knows and is reminded of what their task actually is. Because you release a driver from pit lane, you and I, DJ, we're going to want to go as hard as we possibly can, but that's not always the end goal. That's not always the best course of action, as the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports 555 running P2 into the pit lane for their scheduled stop.
Yep, here they go down into pit lane. as they're going to come on out. Dara McCormick getting back behind the wheel of the car here at the moment. So Dara is going to be the one to now try to be able to take this car back into glory as they go. Showing her, not being shown there as listed in the car, but as we said, it is Dara McCormick back in it here at this point. Dara's been the quick one here for Williams Esports. Can he maybe try to close this gap down a little bit more?
It is interesting. They got the hot shoe driver. They're putting him back in. I would love to see a statistic at the end of this race of how much of this race Dyer has ran themselves. And could he be the answer to the team's prayers to take the fight back to Team Unicorns of Love? I don't know. It is a long old way to get that done in just over 4 hours. The sand in the hourglass starting to run out here a little, DJ.
Yeah, starting to while away here a little bit more. You're starting to enter into the end game of this race. The strategy starting to play itself out. Things starting to be a little bit different here for all of these drivers as they finally get themselves into the right equation to set themselves up for the end of the race. This is the point, Jesse, where you get to run this a little bit like oval racing, starting to count backwards on the charts to be able to figure out exactly when you're going to want to make those pit stops.
Folks at home, I do apologize, but you couldn't have assumed you were going to get 2 Americans on in this shift, and we weren't going to mention oval track racing. So we do apologize for that, but no, he's absolutely right. You do that in endurance racing as well. At a certain point in the race, you have a number or a time, and you are attempting to run the race backward. Now, why would you do that? It's to maximize your last stint, to not have to come in prematurely, and to make sure that you have the best position at the end of the race. So basically what you do is you may short pit at some point in the race. The rain, of course, a big factor in that. I don't think any team is going to do that with the threat of weather continuing, and especially the weather pattern we have had for this 24 hours with brief showers, elongated showers, track soaking, etc. I don't think anyone's going to actually try and short pit, but you still try to run the race backwards in your head. Who am I going to have in the car at the end? What do I need to do to facilitate that? How do I have the best tires? All of that. You may try to maximize the stint. You may come in a lap or two early just to try and work that strategy. Absolutely right. And yeah, that's your oval racing reference for the day, I'm pretty sure.
That is your patented oval racing reference for the day, brought to you by 2 Americans on your broadcast.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw indeed. As we watch right now, this is Florian Dirkop working his way around for Low Fuel Motorsports, trying to see if they are able to get a little bit of a run. This is King up ahead of him in the Lamborghini. Jesse, this is a battle for position, but it's not a battle within class. And this is something that we really dealt with a lot earlier on in the race, with a lot of these drivers having to negotiate their way around some of the slower cars out on track. But, or not slower cars out on track, but some of the silver cars out on track. But certainly here for this point, we'll have to see how they're going to be able to navigate their way around, and if we're going to see this silver car put up a big fight to try to get on forward.
Touched on this with Racing Point. What would they do if they caught P3 in the race overall? Well, we're not going to have to wait to see one of those situations happen. We've got it right here. That's Darren King and the John Alesi 127 in front of them. And you've got Florian Dirkop in the Low Fuel Motorsports 52. What does Dirkop do? What does Darren King do, actually, here? Clearly doesn't want to get passed by a silver car and be further behind Tico Vandervelde and cars in their class, sort of in no man's land, if you will. But I just wonder if Dirkop truly gets there, would King just let him go at that point? Would you do that with 4 hours and change left in the race? Is your give and take over if you're Darren King, or because you're not really in the midst of a battle right now, do you still allow that to happen, considering it doesn't lose you anything? It's a lot of questions. I have a feeling we're going to have our answer before too long.
I think we will as well, but Jesse, I'll tell you what I would think about it. And this is, granted, my brain when it comes to doing this, and I am not a professional sim racing driver, so I always tend to side a little bit more on the side of caution when it comes to situations like this. But I really and truly think that if Dirkop gets himself there, gets himself into position to be able to make this full-on challenge, let him go. Absolutely let him go. That's not where the race is.
I feel like that's a fair assessment, DJ. I would probably do something very similar to that as well, because, again, if you're Darren King, you're not racing anyone imminently. You don't really lose anything. And if you try to be stubborn here and get into a fight, you're going to lose more time. Potentially worse than that, you could end up in an accident, the wrong end of a steward's inquiry, that sort of thing. You just don't want that. And for something, there's such minimal gain if you do fight this, and you have almost nothing really to lose except a modicum of time. And Florida Dirt Cup, not quite to the back of King, so no over-eagerness for Darren to get out of the way at this point. But again, I agree with you, and I think that's what King would do if and when he actually gets right on the back bumper of him.
Well, and we say all of that, Jesse, but we also have to consider one very crucial thing. Racing drivers are a different breed. And so if you get a race there, it could play itself out, and you could just see him absolutely want to fight tooth and nail for every position. But we have just been told by our absolutely wonderful director behind the scenes, we're about to hit a milestone here. We're about to cross over lap 500.
Lap 500. 500 laps and still 4 hours left to go. Tobias Pfeffer doing us the honors, coming across the stripe. 500 laps completed in the 2023 running of the Spa 24 here in the Esports Series. You love to see it. That's really incredible. 500 laps already, considering the weather that we've had, and obviously that clearly slowed down the track at certain different points. But other than that, that is incredible. I'm trying to figure out how many more laps we're going to have. It's going to be a lot. 500 already.
Do not ask me to do that math, as in the great.
It is too early in the morning.
In the great words of Chevy Chase, I was told there would be no math.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure if I can do that math here at this point at 3 a.m. Pacific Coast time.
DJ Clark up very early for what he's passionate about. What he's passionate about right now is some Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports racing. Wherever you are in the world, we're glad that you are with us this morning, this afternoon, or this evening. And we hope that you've enjoyed the race as much as we have bringing it to you. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch from the commentary position. And we are not done yet. 4 hours of racing left to go. A lot of positions still in doubt, particularly on the pro podium, second and third place, and the second, third, fourth, fifth places in the silver class. And don't forget, everybody here in the middle of this pack is still fighting too.
Yeah, everybody's still fighting, still scrapping here at this point. Everybody trying to find a little bit of good running if they can get it. We focus in on Skylay right now. That's the Waco's Flip Table and Poo Racing at number 852. They're a little bit farther down in the order here at this point, down in 31st overall. One of our pro class entries. They are trying to be able to get their way back up into good contention here at this point. Let's see if they can have a little bit of a good run.
They unfortunately had a little bit of an incident with the 17. The 17 was stranded in the middle of the racetrack, and earlier on this morning, unable to avoid that accident. This car got a little piece of that and had further damage, so that further belayed their racing, but still in the race, 31st place, and not last in the pro class. I think if you're Waco's Flip Table Pui Racing, you're going to take that to the bank. You're going to say, hey, wasn't last.
Exactly, and sometimes when you've got a rough day such as this out on the track, certainly being able to come back and hang your hat on something is very crucial. It's really and truly one of those things where you want to find yourself in good position and in good stead to be able to get yourself in a good running, to be able to hold on to everything, and just be able to have something to hang your hat on, just the little things that you need.
Hey, and absolutely no shade to HPD Yas Pro Mint at all. Well, they're going to say something similar. They're going to get to the end of this race and be like, hey, finish the race, got a point.
Exactly. Finish the race, got a point. That's all you need to be able to say sometimes to be able to walk away like that. But right now, we focus on Arthur Kammerer in the number 89 machine, currently running 8th overall, 7th in the pro category, as they're going to bring themselves up into position here at this point. Kammerer that we can see on your screen. Great little view there of, I'm not entirely sure what track that is. Almost looks a little bit like the Austrian flag, so I'm going to say maybe the Red Bull Ring, but going to be bringing that car around, trying to close in on Tanitsa, one of the drivers that we focused in a lot on today.
Certainly is. Of course, we saw their pit stop. They were running a little bit further up. For those of you wondering, nothing's gone wrong with Mobileye Lamborghini. This is just they're a little bit off sequence with some of the other cars. So that's why they appear to be further down the order than they were earlier on. Nothing has happened to them. The interesting thing, if you are just tuning in today, a couple of cars have told us that they will not be changing brakes. Mobileye Lamborghini 63, one of those teams, they believe they have that braking under control and they will not need to facilitate a brake change. So that's time saved in the pit lane over a lot of other teams that have changed the brakes. We know that the 555 Williams Esports team has changed the brakes. They did that with 11 to 10 and a half hours left to go in the race. Several other teams have as well, but we do not expect the 63 to do so. In 7th place right now, 6th in their class. But again, a little bit off sequence, but that's the thing, DJ. We don't know how that's going to work out. They could be in the right position at the end of this race, being off sequence, or it could be detrimental. We just don't know until we get there.
Yeah, we don't know. And again, that's going to come from that counting backwards here to the end of the race to try to figure out where that's going to play itself out over the course of it. So that is going to be a big part here as we watch Tanitsa. Beautiful line there down through Blanchimont, just bringing the car around nice and smooth on the steering wheel. Now watch here coming down through chicane. See if there's any little corrections that he makes to the car, maybe a little bit of counter steer applied on corner exit, but that is a very, very comfortable car underneath it. That is a driver that is keeping track not only of the tires, making sure they're fully underneath them, but also just keeping everything together.
David Tanitsa is one of those drivers, if you look at him, he just never looks phased. You know, he could be at a movie theater somewhere watching a film, he could be reading a book, he could be driving a race car at 260 kilometers an hour at Spa, up Radion. He just looks calm, cool, and collected. He's a cool dude. He's one of those, and just absolutely nothing in the steering that seems to indicate that he's struggling with the race car. The setup looks good. The track conditions are right. Out for a literal Sunday stroll at this point inside the top 10.
Yeah, in a very, very composed drive, as we said, for them. Now trying to be able to see if they can close up the gap here to Hartveld up in that factory, Ferrari up ahead of him. Again, pretty long gap here at this point. It's going to be a heavy, heavy burden to try to be able to get up to that. But we'll have to see if David is going to be up to that task here as they run. Got some lap traffic up ahead of him, and that's one of the things here, especially in this stage in the race, because we don't have the safety cars, because we don't have the full course yellows that get thrown on the circuit, having these just constant barrages of lapped cars, it becomes part and parcel of running. It's not like you've got a break in between lapped cars here at this point. They're pretty much all the time.
Yeah, it certainly is the case, and it's about how you work that traffic. It's going to be a lot easier for these teams to lose time racing lap traffic than it is going to be by making mistakes. Nobody at this level of esports, nobody in this race is going to make silly mistakes. You just don't see it happen. The only time you see drivers like this get caught out is in changeable conditions or uncertain conditions. Going 3 wide a lot does it as well, but I digress. You're going to lose time in situations like this. You've got several different cars, all of which are running at different paces. They're on different laps. How they react to you is going to be different based on what their agenda is, based on how many laps down they are, based on what they're fighting for. And as a driver somewhere vaguely near the lead lap, fighting inside the top 10, fighting for potentially a top 5 in your class, you've got to use a little extra caution than if you were sort of in the middle of the pack. You have more to lose. You have to recognize that. And again, some of this is just following a driver, letting them know you're back there and figuring it out. And Tobias Pfeffer, of course, the one that's catching everybody first out there, and everybody will be fully aware of the Unicorns of Love number 4 Mercedes at this venture. But I will say they fight the leader, DJ, a little bit harder than they fight anyone else.
Yeah, they very much do, and that's because you don't want to lose that overall lap. You don't want to lose that time to them necessarily, and so that's going to be a big determining factor there for them, that you don't want to go down. Once you have gone down the lap, that's when you kind of let everything go by. It's sort of, okay, I've already lost it, might as well.
Yeah, how many times as a leader of a race that you've called, complain, why did they hold me up and then let second place go? Because they're not fighting second place for anything. You've already put them a lap down. You've done the hard work, and that's sort of true here as well. But because there's so much traffic, and a lot of the traffic that these lead lap cars are working through, a lot of them are fighting each other. The lap traffic is, they're fighting for positions, not insignificant places, and you've got to be aware of that. Hopefully, I would assume most of these teams have a spotter or somebody who's paying attention to that, letting them know what they can expect up the road.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be in constant communication with the spotters, with everybody else around them to say, hey, this is what's happening, this is who's coming up, this is what's going to be going down, all of those kind of things. It's a constant communication back and forth with all of the drivers around them. And so that really and truly is going to be like a second set of eyes for the driver, and that they're going to know that that's there. They're going to be able to rely on that as much as possible. And they're also going to be getting the call, once again, I hate to do this to you folks, but we're going to go back to oval racing. Those spotters are going to be calling inside and outside like you're racing on an oval to let those drivers know where the space is and where the space needs to be given.
Yeah, certainly so. A lot of being a support for a driver in the car is being a little bit like a coach, a little bit like a therapist, and sometimes like a parent whenever you need to be. Stern but fair in some cases. Let the driver know what they need to know and nothing more. Was talking to Arjuna earlier on this morning, and just sort of mentioning some of the things that you don't tell a driver. Even if there's somebody faster out there on the racetrack, you don't tell your driver stuff like that. That's information they don't need to have. It is always bad, though, and I've been on the receiving end of this. I've told some drivers that I was looking after, oh yeah, you're about the fastest car on the racetrack, don't worry about it. Then they checked the telemetry at the end of the race, realized I was lying to them. That's a whole different conversation.
That is a whole different conversation. Sometimes it's good to withhold information from the driver a little bit, as it looks like Pfeffer coming down into pit lane here at this point. So it looks like Unicorns and Love pulling the trigger on their pit stop. Meanwhile, Dara McCormick in second place right now in that 555 machine, working his way along behind some lap traffic, and poke their nose to the inside there of the 333. Some pretty fine margins that Dara is playing with, but able to get it done.
Yeah, I think 333 there saw what was happening and just realized, okay, I'm going to go to the outside, and if Dyer wants to go up the inside, I'm just going to let that happen. The virtual drivers by TX3 car fighting their own battle, realizing that wasn't it, and just sort of not getting out of the way, so to speak, but giving Dyer a clean run into the corner. That was enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just clean enough. And let me be clear there was plenty of space given by the Aston Martin. It was Dara that actually came over and was a little bit closer than I would expect, but that just goes to show you the absolute commitment and racing intelligence here that drivers like Dara McCormick have, that they know exactly where the limits on their cars are, and they're able to make it. Because now it looks like that 333 machine going to try to take a little poke to the inside, thinking about trying to make a move back.
Yeah, just sort of peeking out of the draft just a little bit. I don't know if they would have ever actually thought about making the move there. Just didn't want to brake right in behind a car in the draft. That changes your braking distance, and anytime you could sort of break your own toe and make your own braking zone, or brake when you would normally do that, instead of having to modify that, you're going to do that, stay in that sort of muscle memory rhythm, just coming out of the draft momentarily to break that was sort of what was required. And obviously, of course, didn't really know what Dyer was going to do on the brakes too. Didn't want to be right behind him in case he overbroke or broke too soon. Just a little bit of, I would say that's a little defensively offensive by the virtual driver's car. Didn't want to be involved in an incident is what that was. Well, we talked about Tobias Pfeffer into the pit lane. No dramas there. They have been in and out of the pit lane. Arthur Kammerer in the BS Plus competition 89 has been in and out of the pit lane as well. And here comes the sister car, Lars Kisser, in the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT car. Unicorns of Love into the lane as well. All of this, of course, scheduled stops. We expect McCormack in sometime later, several laps from now.
Yeah, sometime later, several laps from now, I think is probably the best way to put that there for Dara. Not entirely sure when he's going to be bringing that car on in, but again, both Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports on a little bit of an alternate pit strategy here between the two of them, so they're a little bit different as they run. We'll have to see how it all kind of shakes itself out here at this point, how everything will make it all work. But right now, we watch Amadeo Castorino in the number 85 machine, now up into third place, courtesy of some of those pit stops. They're going to be sitting pretty there on the overall podium.
I can't remember if the 85 was out of sequence or not. I don't think they were. I think they were coming in, so I wonder if they'll be in the next lap or two. I'm not entirely sure. I've lost track of that. What I haven't lost track of is the battle in Silver Place. The number 7 in and out of the pit lane, or will be out of pit lane sometime soon. They get closer. Racing car running P2. They will likely give up that spot to some of the other cars in their class. Rin Wilton did not come in that lap, but I expect both Rin Wilton cars in sometime soon, perhaps accompanied by the 296 of Yaz Heat. I do not expect FFS Racing in any time soon. I think they're on a different strategy that will, I think they're about 20 minutes out from their stop, if my stopwatch is working correctly.
Yeah, I think that's about right there by that math from what I can read there for them. Here's Nils Nyox, driver that I would have expected to be a little bit farther up in the order. The BMW M Team BS Plus competition just haven't had the luck here today, really fall their way. Nyox, though, always one of those drivers you have to watch out for. You've got to definitely be keeping an eye out for, and now closing in on Tinko van der Velde. Now this is a battle among titans here, BS Plus competition and Williams Esports, Audi versus BMW.
Yeah, and if you told me this was for the win of the race, I'd be like, well, yeah, of course it is. I wouldn't have said this is a battle for 13th place, but here we are. That's how the chips have fallen, and that's what the battle is. It's still a very important battle. Points on the line, as we've told you throughout the broadcast. And, of course, point of pride for both of these teams of drivers, Williams versus BS competition. I mean, it doesn't really get any better than that no matter where they are on the field. If they were in 34th and 35th, this would be an interesting battle.
Yeah, it certainly would be. It doesn't matter what position they're in. It just matters that they're out on the track at the same time. It's going to be an interesting battle no matter how that shakes itself out. Here we go. Nyox trying to close on in a little bit. Actually, you know what, Jesse? I think this actually may have switched around here a little bit. I think this was Van der Velde getting by Niels Nyox and starting to put the screws to him, starting to pull away.
1.1 seconds. We'll see if that is correct. And Van der Velde certainly in front. No drama going into or leaving the corners. We'll see if that gap continues to go out. It's still 1.1 seconds. Maybe Van der Velde able to get out in front. Now that gap looks a little bit bigger than 1.1 second now all of a sudden. Could be a trick of the camera. I've been wrong before. We'll see at the next interval, but interesting nonetheless. These cars fighting for, what is that, 3, 4, 5, 6, this is like 7th place. So again, decent points.
Decent points. That's what a lot of these drivers, if you're not going to be fighting for that overall win, have to come back on, as we see Tinko van der Velde coming down into pit lane here at this point for Williams Esports. Again, the recovery drive here for Tinko and the rest of this Williams Esports number 66 team just kind of put out of position early on in this race, not really able to get themselves into where they would like to be, but certainly fighting and scrapping for every last position that they can. They're going to be trying to really work their way ahead here and see if there's going to be anything to be had. This is Florian Appel. Meanwhile, in the number 72, one of the Ren Wilton cars that you've been talking about there, Jesse.
Yeah, of course, the 72 had to come from behind. Remember, the 71 Ren Wilton car was leading the two of them earlier on a few hours ago, and they both were able to get by FFS Racing, and ever since then, Appel, I believe Appel was in the car at the time. I could be wrong about that, but 72 able to switch positions with sister car 71 and take that place. That should be third or fourth, because you've got the 1 of West competition and the 7 of Get Closer Racing. They're all fighting over that second and third spot in the silver category. David Patel in the 85 for Racing Point into the pit lane and shortly out of the pit lane. So I was right about the 85. They are relatively similar on the pit cycle to everyone else. The 25 also in, to the attention of the team. And so is Scuderia Ferrari 51. Several other cars now in the silver class. Both Red Weldon cars in here, DJ.
Yeah, both of them coming in. Probably a similar pit stop strategy there between the two that they wanted to be able to capitalize on here at this point. Just making sure that they are able to be working all their way together. So we'll have to see here what's going to happen for them as we now focus on a changeover in the third place machine here. This is Leon Otaki in the number 5 machine, that HRT car, working its way around right now, trying to see what they are able to get done as they find themselves in third place, as we said, now that things have cycled back around. So we were correct about that when it comes to the number 85 Aston Martin, that car in the silver class category, that they were out of position there courtesy of those pit stops.
I'm trying to search in the back of my mind, has Team Unicorns of Love ever had a double podium? The only time I can think it might have happened was Bathurst 2022. I don't know if I'm crazy for thinking that. I don't know why I think I remember that, but either way, I'm quite curious. Have they ever had, of course, we're still a long way out, of course, but I'm starting to wonder, have they ever had a double overall podium? What a treat it would be regardless.
It'd be a very good treat there for them. They'll be very, very happy, I would have to imagine, if they are able to get this done here at this point. Obviously, don't want to jinx them here. Commentator's curse is very, very strong among all of us, so we got to be careful about it, but they're going to be looking to be in good contention, in good stead, as they run first and third right now. And this number 3 car, or this number 5 car rather, holding on to the fastest lap of the race, so nothing to shake a stick at there.
Absolutely not. They've earned this the hard way. They've literally earned this the hard way. They've had to come through the roughest part of the field, the roughest meaning the quickest part of the field. It's like playing the game on hard mode, coming through the best of the best. They have the fastest lap. They've walked the walk and they've talked the talk. I want to point out something about Leon Otaki's setup here. It has the fantastic Fanatec direct drive base setup there. Obviously makes sense. What's interesting, he has the monitor on some sort of swivel or jig, and it's quite close to his driving position. Most drivers would have the Fanatec sort of in front of the monitor situation or somewhere above it. He has it sort of in front. That's a very interesting position. Goes to show you, there's a million different ways you could do sim racing. None of them are incorrect. That's just what he's comfortable with.
That's just what he's comfortable with, and it comes down to whether the differences in whether it's sim racing or real life racing, those things that go back and forth. You have drivers that like to be in that little bit more of cramped style like that. Jesse, I can tell you from personal experience, when I get into a car, I like to drive with my knees up to my chest. That's just how I like to
Really?
drive. Yeah, I really do. I always sit way up on the wheel. I lean back a little bit more, but I like to be able to have that feeling that I have control over the pedals.
Oh, that's weird. I just imagined you went into the fetal position because my driving's bad. I didn't know that was because you were comfortable.
No, that's 100% what it is. It's just my comfortability level.
That's very interesting. I'm the complete opposite of that. I will. I'm an arm out the window kind of guy personally.
I mean, I definitely do that as well, but I'm very far forward in the car. It's a very strange driving position, and anytime somebody gets in the car after I get out of it, they hate it. They yell at me. Kyle Heyer, my co-commentator out at SRO America events, every time he gets behind the wheel of a car I've been driving, I can just hear him from across the paddock go,
oh my goodness. It's about as bad as somebody having to change the seating position in my car for their driving style. I am a very short man.
I mean, I'm not exactly tall as can be, but yeah, I drive like I'm a very short man, so it's a little bit strange there all the way around. But here, as we focus back in on the racing action, now let's see Berrier coming out of pit lane for Yasheet SRO. Looks like they're going to get passed by a couple of cars, including, I believe that was the 555 there indeed. That's Star McCormick breezing on by them. Berrier currently running about, let's call it 6th or 7th back down in that silver class category.
Certainly is. Berrier doing everything they think they need to do to make this a reality. You see Willem van Omen in P2 in the silver class right now. Of course, they're one of those cars that are pitting out of sequence, so don't worry too much about that. They were behind this car, the Aussie 296 of Valentin Berrier. Prior to that happening, the 7, the 1, the 72, the 71, and Yasheet have all done their scheduled pit stops for this cycle. The 123 has not, and that's why they're out. But 10.9 seconds is one of those gaps I'm paying attention to. Will they be able to eat into Rinwelton's lead in front of them and maybe make this a fight a little bit later on?
Yeah, hopefully trying to make this a little bit of a fight. Going to try to get things up and going a little bit more as they go. Berrier right now trying to see if he's able to get anything. Fleischmann, as you said, 11 seconds up the road. I think the biggest thing that Berrier is going to be really hoping for at this point, as we look at the standings, Peichmann there in that number 71, only about 3-4 seconds behind Rats in the number 72. So if that Renwelton car is able to catch up there and there's a little bit of a battle among teammates, that's only going to help them out. That's only going to help out Berrier catch up to the back of this field.
It's a very good point you just made there, and I've just noticed that as well. The 72 was more than 5 seconds up the road in front of their sister car. That's no longer the case. It's 3.8 seconds. Holding steady right now, but we'll keep an eye on that. I don't feel like whenever the pass was made earlier and the 72 took the lead of the two Rinwelton cars, I don't think the 71 fought that too hard. Now, will we see the same thing reciprocated between the teammate cars if the 71 of Peichmann catches them? I suspect we would.
Yeah, and I've got to think that those team orders are going to come into play, especially with what they know. But as it looks like right now, Peichmann falling back a little bit. It was 3.7 seconds. Now it's about 3.9 seconds. So clearly Orlando Rats having some good speed here that they're able to put down and able to close on up. Now they've got about 12 seconds up the road to Yonkers in that number 1 machine. So these gaps they're interesting. They're not quite at battles yet here that I would necessarily say, but they certainly are simmering as we get closer and closer to the end of this race.
Everybody's feeling each other out. These races always go through these phases where there's sort of everybody spread apart and you're sort of... It's almost like playing war games in a weird way, DJ, because you have like, your strikes and your retaliations and you have your countermeasures, and racing's a lot like that. They call it the 24-hour war for a reason, because it is that. Whatever some other team's doing, you're trying to counter that to the best of your ability with what you have, and that's kind of what this is. This is the part of the race. This is the last feeling out phase, where everybody's taking stock of where everybody is, what their strategy is. They're trying to figure out, okay, if we don't have rain and we're left to our own devices, when do we flip it? When do we come in last? How do we optimize the last stint of this race? Is that short pitting? I don't think it is. I think it's running the final hour of the race in its entirety without coming down pit lane, just to be safe. Because a lot of other tracks you would consider short fueling at the end, coming in, no tires, a splash of fuel, and back out. But considering the length of the pit lane, I don't think you're going to do that today. I think it's going to be the opposite. Everyone's going to be looking to maximize that last stint. So how do you do that? How do I outfox whatever car? Be a little safe too, defensively, if you need to be. All these things in the final stage of this race. This is the feeling out phase. This is what they're working on.
Yeah, this is what they're working on here at this point. So how are they going to be able to close in on that? Darren McCormick here, one of those drivers that is closing in on that end phase. The end phase, unfortunately, going to be a little bit too far up the road for them here at this point, I think, with Tauscher still continuing to control this race at a pace of knots. But for this position, if you're Dari McCormick, you've got to keep pushing. You've got to keep thinking hope springs eternal. You can't back off here at this point. You can't let yourself succumb to, I will be in second place. You've got to always be thinking about, I can take this victory.
Not only can't you do that, you wouldn't do that if you're Williams Esports. You know that you are in the catbird seat, as we would say here in the United States. You are in the best possible position. If something were to go wrong up front, you're the one that's going to benefit. You're still in a position where if that were to occur, you are going to be the big beneficiary. And why? Because you don't back down. Williams will never back down from a fight. Dyer McCormack, they wouldn't do that. Even if that wasn't team orders, Dyer would not back off at all. You've got to keep Unicorns of Love up in front. You got to keep Tauscher honest. That's exactly what they're going to do. And Michael Tauscher and Team Unicorns of Love Mercedes, they know that. They know that they've got to run 3 hours and 42 minutes of perfect laps, perfect racing.
And that's the really hard thing here at this point. We've already seen some drivers run afoul of those drive-throughs, those track limits that we talked about. And so you've got to be careful about that. You can't let that go to waste here. We have seen races be thrown asunder as a result of going off on those laps. And by the way, if you had me using the word asunder on your bingo card, go ahead and crack that off. I think that's the first time I've ever used that in commentary. But nevertheless, they're going to keep on pushing here at this point. Let's see, though, for McCormick, as they cross over the line, what that gap is going to be. It's still pretty massive here as we work on 512 laps.
Just in case you're keeping track, I had Hope Eternal and I already crossed it off. Thank you for that, by the way. Checks in the mail. McCormack continuing to race as hard as they can, raging against the dying of the light, because that is what you have to do in these races. No relent out front, no relent in second place, and none given throughout this entire field. The race well and truly still on as we near the final hours of this race. Remember, folks, championship points, a full race's worth, were given away at the halfway mark. 12 hours left to go. We're going to do it all over again at the checkered flag this afternoon. Double points were on offer for this round. This 24-hour race technically counted for 2 races. Who's going to take the lion's share of those points? Who's going to do their very best? If the result holds, and my math is not incorrect, which it never is, by the way, folks at home, in case you're wondering, that might be a lie. It's going to be a dead heat between Unicorns of Love Mercedes number 4 and the 555 Mercedes for Williams. They will have tied on points. I think I'm right in saying the bonus point for... Do we give a bonus point for fastest lap? I'm unsure.
I believe we do. So that'll be something here that Unicorns of Love will be able to walk away with at that point, Jesse.
Again, if we do give that point away, then neither of the top 2 teams are going to get that. That's going to go to the Mercedes HR team, Unicorns of Love number 5 team in P3. They'll be happy about that. They'll take that all the way to the bank. So it should be a dead heat of points up front. And what will that do to the championship? Well, it's going to make it quite interesting with 2 rounds left to go.
Yeah, it's going to make it very, very interesting indeed. But Otaki right now going to have to navigate by a little bit of lap traffic here. That's one of the Bentleys up in front of him that he's going to have to get on by. Not sure which one necessarily, but still plenty of lap traffic. As we said a little bit earlier on, that is going to be a little bit of running here. It's that constant stream of traffic that it almost just becomes part and parcel of racing around the courses. Now the Bentley tries to take a little bit of a look there on the McLaren in front, and when you come up behind a battle like this raises the attack, this raises the scariness level if you are the lapping car.
What I was talking about earlier, you catch cars that are battling and you start to lose time. Luckily, there's no pressing drama for Leon Otaki, so they're able to dispatch of that. The Bentley realizing that the lead lap car, and obviously when you look inside the car, all these cars have a little electronic box or device, and it will display the flags in whatever sector or whatever flags are specific to that car. It tells the driver they don't have to rely on the marshals around the race course, though the marshals, of course, very much required for motor racing to be safe. But in the cars, they have the digital version of that as well. So they have a general idea of what's going on. Would have realized that there's a car on a lap higher than theirs and gave way as you would like to see. It doesn't always go that smoothly, but it did on that occasion.
Did on that occasion, and that's going to be good running there for them. Going to feel very, very happy about that, I would have to imagine, as we continue to work here. Now following on David Bertil in 4th place. Again, this is the driver that is up into the good position here at this point. Feeling very, very happy about, I have to think, that breathing room that they have. That's the big key word for a lot of these drivers in the silver category. They've got not only an expanse of seconds, but an expanse of 3 pro-class cars in between themselves.
I would just like to point out for Racing Point, it's not been 24 hours of a victory lap. It's not been that easy. That'd be selling the team and the competitors short, so that's not true. But it has been 8 hours of a victory lap, or could be potentially 8 hours of a victory lap for Racing Point, at an exclamation point on this race in this season thus far. Speaking of the championship, we would like to give you some provisional standings. Now, this is as they run right now live on the racetrack and are not indicative of final results or positions. Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, the 555, would be leading the championship points if the race ended right now. Of course, it doesn't, though, but they would have 104 points, 90 points for Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorn of Love, number 4. They'd be in 2nd place with 90 points, 74 points for the number 5 HRT by Unicorns of Love team, 70 points for Automobile Lamborghini Esports 63, and McLaren Veloce would fall all the way to P5 with 63 points, actually tied with the 51 of Scuderia Ferrari. Now that's done with the top runners in the Pro class. It actually gets quite close back behind that with the BS Plus competition, ITB Santa Lock, Williams Esports number 66, and Whipperman Racing. Those are all just a couple of points apart. But in silver, it would be 105 points for Team Racing Point. It'd be 72 for the West Competition Racing number 1 BMW. 70 points for the number 71 Renwelton Esports Red Team. 69 points for FFS Racing. 64 points for Yas Heat. And behind them, outside the top 5, it'd be Get Closer Racing, Renwelton Esports Blue, West Competition Racing number 27, Ace-Tech Simsport Visceral Ferrari, and Absolute ResTech by Acelift. That would be if it ended right now, but of course it doesn't. And as you can see, that's already been screwed up, DJ, because cars are pitting.
Exactly. The next round of pit stops starting to kick off here at this point, and so that certainly will mean that we've got drivers working their way down into pit lane. We'll have to see how that is going to shape out the running for these drivers, as it looks like here at this point it is only Willibet Omen in the number 123. That's the 2nd place car out of that category in the silver class category, rather, and so that's going to be them coming down into pit lane. But that's kind of been the precursor here for a lot of pit stops coming down into the lane. So that's going to be plenty of them bringing their way on in here, I've got to think, in just a few moments' time.
Big shout out to Ryan Gill. He's been doing the provisional standings for the entire 24 hours, trying to keep us aware of how things are standing. He did the ones at halfway as well to let us know what the live points were at that point. So shout out to Ryan Gill, doing a lot of work that goes unapplauded in the background most of the time, just like a lot of our broadcast and race control team here at SRO. We thank them very much. 24 hours, DJ, it's a long old time. It's not just us yapping on the microphone. It's a lot of people around us. We've got Michael Hamlet, of course, our lovely broadcast producer, Daniel, here with us today. Mentioned race control, everybody. It takes a literal army to make races like this happen, and I just want to thank every single one of them.
Yeah, really and truly, everybody there is back up and replays as well for Steve as well, working his backside off. The whole
Steve
team,
proudly, yeah.
Yeah, Steve, one of the best in the business. And I've really got to say here, for all of this team behind the scenes, they are the best in the business. I've had the pleasure of working with many, many broadcast teams over the years of commentary, and you don't get much better here than on these SRO broadcasts.
You really don't, and it's just so many people that make this work, and you work in this industry and you get a bigger appreciation of what that's like, and everything gets hyper focused on just a couple of little things, but it is an army of people that make this work. And my goodness, it's just been a brilliant race, and you're just thankful to have events like this of this magnitude throughout the entire year. And of course, this is one of the holy grails, one of the crown jewels of motorsport. A couple of very happy teams are going to walk away with being able to say, we won the 24 hours of Spa in 3.5 hours time. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it's a fantastic thing. It's an absolutely wonderful thing to be able to walk away with, and they're going to be able to hang their head very, very high after doing so. Rest assured, they're going to be very, very pleased about it. One driver who's continuing to fight their way through the field, Wojciech Fiala right now. Again, we've been kind of focusing in a little bit on this number 66 Audi for Williams Esports. They've been having to work their way back up through the field as much as possible. Now down in 17th. Probably by the time we see this pit stop cycle come to an end, I've got to imagine we'll see them up into the top 15 positions. That's kind of where they've really narrowed themselves out here a little bit, but we'll have to see what they're able to do as this race goes along.
Yeah, certainly 17th place right now is not quite where they were. I wonder if maybe they had a slower stop, or maybe some cars have elevated themselves. Could be out of position, like you say, as well. It is hard to tell when they get out of sequence the way they have been. It is sort of hard to keep track of all of them. 30 plus cars all going on the racetrack, changing positions every single lap. Difficult to say. Speaking of our ham stats and meteorologist Michael Hamlet, here's an interesting stat for you. It shows you what this race has been like. There's been 9 periods of rain, DJ, in this race, totaling just about 85 minutes. That is a lot of short bursts of rain.
Yeah, it really and truly is. What's interesting is that we haven't had a continued spurt of rain here. It's all been those little just off and on moments of it. It hasn't been overwhelming here at this point.
Yeah. I can't tell, for better or for worse, what the teams would have wanted. I'm sure they would have wanted it one way or the other. They've had it a little bit mixed. Largely, I don't think they've been too fussed, to be fair. I think it's been so sporadic and inconsequential most of the time. They've been able to power through it. And even at times where we up here in the booth didn't think they could do it, every single time they proved us wrong and said, yeah, we don't have to actually change the tires if we don't want to, because it is such a short shower. And especially the one we just had most recently, we definitely thought with the downpour it was going to cause more people to put the wet tires on. Some did, but also some didn't. And it's just been very interesting, the dynamic situation of the race, the dynamic situation of the weather, seeing the teams respond to that.
Yeah, very, very much so. And you know, we talk about it here, it's almost that lack of response that we really see, that them not changing their strategy here at this point, and just keeping on the dry weather tires here and knowing that they'll be able to keep their way on through. It's very, very impressive here for all of these drivers to be able to manage all of that together, because let's not forget, running around here on slick tires on a wet track is one of the hardest things you can do.
Yeah, we saw them in the wet weather at the height, didn't we? They were slipping and sliding, but I would dare say you and I would do and fare a lot worse than they did. And it was certainly the plan. It wasn't like they missed the opportunity. They could have came in, but they're like, no, we're going to stay out. And they did, and they were somehow able to hold it and make that work. It's almost unfair. I was talking about this with Arjuna last night. It's unfair. These drivers are so good at what they do. The literal pinnacle of GT motorsport. They make everything look easy, and it's so hard for us here in the commentary booth to tell you all at home, guys, it's not that easy. We can promise you it isn't that easy, but they make it look like it is.
Well, that is the sign of an absolute expert at a craft. If they're able to make something look easy that is incredibly difficult, that is the sign that you are dealing with experts. And I will venture a guess here, and I will go out on a limb, although it's not too much of a limb to be able to say it, that drivers here in this series, they are some of the absolute experts. You are witnessing the best of the very best when it comes to Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Certainly are indeed. Well, there's not been a winner crowned, but there's been a winner crowned in our producer broadcaster's heart. He has given the MVP award to the HPD Gas Pro 94. We call it the Spirit of the Race Award, and certainly giving it to them. The last running car, mentioned them earlier, they're still pounding around and still continuing to turn laps. No dramas for them as of late, just running the laps. And as we mentioned earlier, some of you may be wondering, why? What's in it for them? What do they get out of this? Well, first of all, they're going to get a point for this. It's not going to be a goose egg for them, so they are racing for something. And number two, you run this long, you run your heart out, you practice and prepare for this race. Part of it is just getting to the end.
Yeah, very much so. And Jesse, you and I have talked about it here a little bit. Being able to say you made it to the end, that is accomplishment enough for a lot of these drivers to be able to hang your hat on that. Absolutely incredible to be able to do here. And so that's exactly what we're seeing here out of this number 94 HPD Yas Pro car, just really, really hustling their way on through.
Yep. That's what you got to do. If you know it's not on, you're not going to have a particularly brilliant day. The camaraderie sort of takes over. It's more of the, okay, let's see what we can do with the car. Let's work on some things. Let's talk about it. Let's also get to the finish. Let's not create a bigger scene. You know, one of the other cars, the Walker Flip Table Pui Pui racing car, one of the other ones trailing around outside of the top 30. Still getting it done, though. The 14th placed pro car just hasn't quite had it today. Documented earlier their incidents, but still going around as well. Still one of the most striking liveries in the field.
Yeah, very much so. And I've got to say, one of the best names here in the field. I absolutely love this. Waco's Flip Table. They've been a staple here in ACC for a long time. And Skyline right now bringing that car around the BMW, the 852. And they're just keeping on here once again. But yeah, brilliant livery, brilliant name all the way around. Here is Francesco for the VS Racing by Ballas Esports, the number 60 Lamborghini, running in 28th right now. Very familiar Lamborghini colors across it, but I've got to say, that Lamborghini it looks mean. That Huracan Evo, just absolutely gorgeous.
Yep. Pinnacle of wedge sort of design, isn't it, really? It's very angular, but it's also sort of soft around the fenders as well. And very reminiscent of Lamborghinis of old as well, but not dwelling on that. It looks very modern. It's very quick, and the livery on that I think helps just a little bit as well. The green, it just looks like a Lamborghini to me, and you can paint these cars up however you like them. I thought they've done a good job with this simpler design than some, but very effective. Lamborghini, absolutely 10 out of 10.
Yeah, very, very much so. And I know that there is a specific color palette. There's a specific color used for that specific shade of Lamborghini green, and it is escaping me here at this point.
Is it Verde?
I think it's Verde. I think it is. There's a specific title that is used for it. I know that because we saw the Lamborghini, one of their new cars debuted, and they, of course, ran it in that traditional livery.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic. We did see the Rocket Sim Sport car there for a second as well. Talking about cars that are in the middle to the back of the pack, doing their absolute level best, and none of them really out of it. Several of them on different laps, but still in the race, in the hunt for final position changes here. TSE Fuel Junkies Racing, the 426. David behind the wheel, focused as ever. Do you know what Arjuna was doing when he was on with me earlier, DJ? He was critiquing people's beds not being made on.
That is very much an Arjuna thing to do. I can tell you, I just moved in, well, not just moved in, moving into a relatively new apartment, and for the first time, my office does have a spare bed in it, and it's an absolute point of paranoia, looking out the corner of it, making sure that it is nice and clean, and it certainly helps that my girlfriend helps me to do that, so certainly makes things a little bit easier as it runs. But yeah, I definitely feel that from Arjuna. There is a little bit of that every time I see it. Harry Phillips, though, Wild Things Racing, another great name in the field and another great livery on the Bentley.
I could pick that car out of a lineup 10 out of 10 times without a doubt. That Bentley, lovely Bentley, I love to see. We talked earlier about the cornucopia of cars on offer that you have in GT racing. Still lovely in 2023 that we have Bentleys on the racetrack. Harry Phillips does not seem phased running in 30th place. The man has a smile on his face. He's absolutely loving life. You know why? He's pounding around Spa in the 24.
Yeah, indeed he is. He's pounding around having a good time. And yeah, look at that smile on his face. And that's the thing here. Sometimes we forget that when we get all mixed up into the competition, we get all mixed up into everything about it, that we forget just what it is, that this is fun, what we get to do.
Yeah, it really is. From our position, it's always fun. It's always fun in games. For the drivers, I think it's a lot easier to lose sight on it's supposed to be fun. And I was always told, if whatever you're passionate about stops being fun, then, you know, and it becomes work, then that is a problem. But a lot of these sim racers, this is what they're devoted to. It's not only their hobby, it's their job, but they love doing it. They love racing. They love the competition. And it's a technical achievement as well to get the car to go around the track well. It's also a little shot in the ego, you know, when you outperform other drivers as well. Little rush of adrenaline at times as well. You get all those things from sim racing. Kessel Glitch 17 mentioned earlier about this car. They will be receiving a post-race 30-second penalty for going over the limit of behavioral warning points. They will also set up qualifying for the next round. They're still going around the track, and they may still get points here. I'm not quite sure about that. Don't quote me.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. We will have to see how that shakes down. But here is Mattia Marachi.
Look at this.
They go. Oh, that is a beautiful livery. I absolutely love that.
Mattia Marchi in the Raton Racing Esports by Clash 55. That is a beautiful car. More of that, please.
Yeah, very much so. Very reminiscent to me of the Zalus camp last year in SRO Motorsports Group America. They had cars that were very, very similar to that, kind of in that similar art style, almost sort of comic booky, old school comic book look to them. Very, very similar. And those were some of the most beautiful cars that you would ever see out on the racetrack. So I love seeing that similar style here brought back. And by the way, folks, if you're watching at home here and you like the liveries that you see out in the world of SRO Motorsports Group, whether it's SRO Motorsports Group America, Europe, whatever it is, jump on into ACC. You can drive with those exact liveries.
That's really cool, isn't it? You get to race with those kind of cars, and I'd like to see from Chad as we cycle through some of the cars to try and feature as many people as we can. Love to hear what your favorite livery and your favorite cars are in the race. I'm discovering new ones as we speak.
Yeah, as am I, Maximilian Shea here for Team 1FF. Nice little traditional livery there. You know, sometimes folks get a little poo-poo when you talk about the more traditional style liveries. I gotta tell you, Jesse, I love them. I love the absolute classic liveries that you see sometimes out on the racing circuit. It's very, very fun, very, very good to be able to see those. Just a little bit of a modern twist on a classic livery.
As much as fun as outlandish or personalized liveries are, there's something to be said about classic regal-looking race cars, cars that look like they could be out on the real racetrack any given race day, and that's sort of what you have here with Team 1FF, and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, and you could see this car on any grid here at SRO, anywhere in the world. Classic, You can pick it out of a crowd. And that's also the important thing too, isn't it? You want to be able to determine your car out of a crowd. Williams Esports 66 on the return march, trying to make up a spot. This one very important indeed. Gratis Caracas in the 912 for Veloce. Under fire from Williams here, trying to continue their march up. They couldn't barely be any closer here, DJ.
No, they really could not here. Wojciech Fiala, again, one of those drivers that is an absolute mainstay when you talk about sim racing here as they go. Comes down into the corner. You can see him looking down through La Source right now, trying to be able to find everything. Going to get a nice little slipstream here off of that McLaren. Now, the one problem he's going to have, McLaren's very low to the ground. It's not like he's coming up against behind a big Bentley or anything like that. And he's going to have to really work for this slipstream here, I think.
He is. Fiala's going to have to get the toe of his life down the Kimmel Straight to make this work into Lake Home. I don't think the pass is going to come before that. Does he have enough toe? No defensive move from the 912 in front because it isn't needed. Not enough toe to make a move into Lake Home. Is he able to make up the difference in the corner? He's got a good run into Malmedy, but has to reset the car, and it goes back to a neutral gap between the two of them. No shot into Bruxelles.
No shot there at the moment, but rest assured we could see one firing off. A little bit of a dime into the corner there for Fiala. You saw him let the car drift up around the middle of Bruxelles. Probably a smart move there for him. That's going to mitigate a little bit of tire wear, maybe allow him to carry some more speed at corner exit. Now, he's not going to have a chance here going down into Poohall. You've got to be very, very aggressive to make that pass, and not really the type of race where you want to be doing that. My guess, Jesse, he's going to make this move coming down into chicane.
That's going to be an interesting point. You get a long run, obviously, through that straight. That definitely isn't straight through Bloeschemann. And, yeah, certainly not close enough here. We go through Campus Stavelo. He's going to have to set him up here and get a better run off of these corners through Campus. Now Stavelo. Does he get a good run here? He's got to get close enough, folks, before he can get the draft up there. He might be just close enough. It's really close. Does he have a good enough run? Does he have enough downforce to keep his foot in it here in Bloeschemann?
Let's see if he does indeed. He's certainly going to try and let the car run a little bit wide here at the moment. Now he's going to look down to the inside. Here comes Fiala. He's going to make that move. He barely gets the car slowed down. Rear end of the car wanting to twitch out away from him, and he's got the position for now.
But are we done here? Could we see the 912 make a move back around the outside? He is going to try and do it, covered up by Williams. And now, will we see a dive down into La Source? No, we will not. Wojciech Fiala has made the pass, and the smile. He's done it. He has made the pass on Veloce. He's absolutely ecstatic about that.
And that's exactly what we were talking about here when it comes to racing such as this. Being able to have those moments where it's just those little things that make you happy, those little things that bring you bright, that bring you light at the end of the day. A pass like that, that's going to be enough to bring a smile to the face of a seasoned pro like Wojciech.
Going to go back to racing driver psychology for a second. It's my favorite subject. I wonder if you've all noticed that by now. Fiala smiling. He's in a battle. He's fighting. He has no idea where he is. He doesn't care. He's racing one of the best teams. He's driving for one of the best teams in sim racing. He's racing against one of the best teams in sim racing. That's what it's all about.
That's exactly what it's all about. That's exactly what you want to see. That's exactly what it is. Because at the end of the day, drivers are drivers, and they are going to want to race, Jesse.
Absolutely so. What's that old saying, DJ? Win with the first motor race, the second car was invented, something like that. That was the start of motor racing. Daniel Brewer by Virtual Drivers by TX3. In a rare space here, a pocket, if you will, absolutely nobody around them, and he may be the only driver on this entire track without a playmate.
Yeah, he may be. It's a little bit surprising. It's frankly, more than anything, Jesse, a little bit disconcerting to see that with just as much traffic as we've seen around the rest of the track here at this point. It is a little bit crazy to see something like that, but clearly he's doing all right there. Daniel keeping everything together as they run. Just trying to see if he's able to put that Virtual Drivers by TX3 333 machine into better stead, right in the mix here, sort of a lot of these silver class drivers.
By the way, just a correction from earlier, we were talking about the HPD Yas Pro 94 Honda. They will not be receiving 1 point in this race. I've been told they'll receive double that. They'll have 2 points, so we must have had one of the pro cars drop out. They will not finish 15th and finish 14th. Hey, double points.
Double points indeed. That's a good day. That's something to hang your hat on once again for these drivers. That is all you can go for. As they continue to push, they continue to go. Does look like we have not a battle here at this point. This is Vaskin Simeon for G League Esports, number 49. Now, I know what you're going to say here, Jesse, that all Ferraris should be red. I don't disagree with that necessarily, but this thing looks pretty good.
I'm gonna shock you to your core. I don't believe that at all. I believe Ferraris can be red, they can be black, they can be white, they can be yellow. All right, they can obviously. I think I said red already, but red's a great color. What's interesting about this car for G League Esports? It's black and yellow. Quite like that. You don't see too many liveries like this on a Ferrari, but I think they've done that right.
No, I think they have as well, and I will say, as we look there, that looks like Dominic Blyer is coming in and out of the pits right now. That's going to be that Williams Esports machine in second place. Darren McCormick getting out of the car here at the moment. So Blyer at the moment going to be getting in and taking that over. But to the point there, I actually have to say Samantha Tan's car that she ran for ST Racing in the 24 hours of Spa earlier this year, that was a blue with some yellow highlights on it. That was a stunning car to see.
Yeah, I think I'm truly of the mind, if done correctly, any car can theoretically be any color. Now, somebody immediately is going to prove me wrong with some interesting decision-making process, but you don't see any of that here at the top echelon of motorsport. Everything is so wonderfully crafted and painted. That's just fantastic cars. Like I said, you don't see many Ferraris painted like that or liveried in that way, but G League Esports has absolutely done that right. They've captured the essence of what the car is. Speaking of, talk about this, another Ferrari, the SCR Rinaldi 38 car. They've got the traditional Ferrari front going on there, right? They've got the sponsorship on the side of the car. Very nice. You want to talk about a more traditional car? There you go.
Yeah, there you go indeed. A little bit more of that traditional livery that we sometimes do see out on the circuit, with the a little bit of the homage to the tricolor there, as well as they bring their way through chicane right now. Bauer just trying to be able to bring that car up there. As Daniel Costello, one of our producers here, said, Samantha Tan livery is the best in GT racing. I fully agree with you. The BMWs that she runs in SRO Motorsports Group America, whether it's in Pirelli GT4 America or Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, absolutely beautiful. Vincent Van Gogh inspired liveries, whether it's Starry Night, whether it's the sort of sunflowers and blue, whether it's the sort of take on the American flag that runs, and I believe the double 8 or the 838 in Pirelli GT4. Just stunning liveries.
Just absolutely beautiful stuff, and goes to show there's this old argument, as old as time. Are cars art? Yes, they are. And so can the artwork on the car also be art. Talk about BMWs. I think BMW proved that many years ago and continues to do that. Mark Tull for West Competition Racing in the 27. This is an interesting camera angle there. I wonder if maybe the camera's slipped over the hours. He'd be forgiven if it has. It's been a long old race, and the camera probably the least of their priority, but you get the gist. The sim rig set up there, I recognize that. The drive base, and just pounding around here just outside the top 20. And nice livery there as well. You've got the quadrant design on that Ferrari.
Yeah, a very nice looking car there as it stands, and I do like that sort of shade of burgundy, or what exactly?
I'll give you that, sure.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what to call it, but I do quite like that livery there on it. The teal very much complements it well. Well, you can tell, by the way, we're getting down to the wee hours of an endurance broadcast when we're complimenting and talking about the liveries here at this point.
Daniel Costello started this. He was the one looking at the race cars, and we just started commenting on it because that's what we do. That's what. But Hugo Calat here, the standard, the race Esport team colors that we've come to know and love. Again, one of the main points of livering and stickering up your car, obviously to pay the bills, but also to stand out, to be instantly recognizable. I think the race Esport team certainly nails that.
Yeah, they certainly do. That sort of baby blue and white there, a very distinctive livery once again for them. It's certainly something that we love to see here, and that, as you said, Jesse, has become pretty synonymous here in sim racing. They're a team that has been around for quite a few years, and their colors certainly do prove that out here as they go. Bringing their way now down through Macomb as they try to bring their way around, try to get a good result here today for them.
Doing a great job, too, of highlighting some of these drivers, too, looking into the cockpits of some of these fantastic teams and racers who have given this entire weekend and a lot more times beside that you don't see on camera to the racecraft and to the race and series in general, giving them a spot to show them off in appreciation of their time and their race as well. Like Hugo Calat, one of those, a mainstay, known driver to us and a known team. It's just great to see them still out here making laps. Going to get decent points too, I've just realized, for that team. John Lacey Esports team, no introduction necessary for Mattea Krupi, is it really? Or John Lacey, for instance. Iconic livery, easily recognizable. The gradient on the John Lacey cars, as per usual. The colors, timeless.
Absolutely timeless, and that really kind of brilliant look and sheen of the car is really something that is quite spectacular. Very much something that I always love to see, and one that really does stand out. Obviously, Jean Lacey, a storied name when it comes to the likes of world racing, and so happy that he's been able to bring his love of racing over here into the esport community, although it does look like there's going to be a little bit of a battle for that Lamborghini coming down into the corner.
Yeah, FFS Racing making their way through. They're on a lap ahead. That might have put them a full lap ahead or 2 laps ahead. Might have actually been a little bit more than that. I've just realized ahead, but neither makes the difference. FFS Racing able to squeak by there. A couple things about livery design, if you're uninitiated for ACC, it's not a flat texture, is it, DJ? There's a lot of things you can do with different layers. You can make your car shiny, obviously chrome, metallic, different types of metallic, satin, of course, and you can do that all with livery design in the game and sort of set up your car however you want it to be. So it's not all just flat matte images. It can be all sorts of things. You saw the Jean Lacey car. It was sort of metallic but also matte at the same time, as is the look of their cars. That's one of those things that's really only possible in ACC right now, as far as I know.
Yeah, very much so. It's one of the things that the sim really does have over simulators out there, other simulators out there. It really is an impressive thing to be able to see, and the liveries here, without question, some of the best in the world, both being able to recreate, as we've said, some of those liveries that you see in the real world, as well as creating your own special, unique liveries here for these sim racing teams. It's really pretty remarkable. We watch Fred Olsen Forsberg right now for Low Fuel Motorsports Project at Kane, his way down through chicane, coming back onto the main straightaway here at this point as they continue to run, trying to pull that Ferrari a little bit ahead, trying to repeat some of the good feats that we've seen from many Swedish drivers over the years, no matter what part of motorsports they are in.
Yeah, that's the thing about Swedish drivers. They're pretty good at everything. It doesn't matter if it's on a dirt track somewhere, if it's in a stadium, or if it's on the absolute pinnacle of endurance racing here at Spa. And it's just, what can you say? I mean, I think they're taught to drive, DJ, at a very early age, and they're allowed to race at an early age, much younger than some other places in the world. And I think that goes to show why they're all so good at it.
Yeah, very much so, and it's very similar to what you see in Finland, as a matter of fact, when it comes to all of that. So I think that's definitely a little bit of that reasoning there for that, and for that reason. Sebastian Apostle, the West Competition Racing car, as we continue our sort of look through the field here at this point. The number 1 machine continuing to go as the Romanian driver, putting in some good laps here at this point. About 35 seconds behind Caracas, up ahead of him as that gap. Remember we talked about that little battle a little bit earlier on with Fiala and Caracas. Caracas holding in behind Fiala there, not too bad, only about 3.3 seconds behind.
Sure is. 3.3 seconds to gap between the 66 and the 912. Again, another battle where I would have sworn that the 66 Audi would have dropped McLaren Veloce, but that really hasn't happened. It's 3.3 seconds, sure, but you would have expected that gap to be quite a bit bigger than it is, though it very much is an interesting racing here. Mike Noble installed into the FFS Racing 123. We saw them pass the Jean Alesi car a lap or so ago, trying to make headway, trying to catch Valentin Berrier up the road by the 6.2 seconds in front of them. Not quite making up any gap. In fact, it's absolutely the same, I've just noticed, as it was. We'll see if it changes when they get to the line. But still trying to make up some time, trying to get some last-minute points here.
Yeah, trying to get some last-minute points here at this point. Yeah, he did. He's able to get him across the line. Not too bad there.
Gained nearly half a second, actually. I've just noticed Mike Noble gained on Berrier. I wonder if that was traffic for Valentin up in front, or Mike Noble's just on a charge. Certainly looks very stable.
Yeah, certainly looks pretty stable indeed there as they run, so that's going to be a little bit of a helpful boon for Mike Noble. He'll be feeling pretty happy about that, I would have to imagine, as things continue to play themselves out here. Noble's going to try to close in a little bit more. Berrier about 5 seconds up the road, so not too far for him to go, but he'll have to try to go in a little bit more, I think.
This is the driver Mike Noble is chasing, the Yas Heat 296. You want to talk about iconic cars? Yas Heat kind of fits the bill no matter what car that livery is on. It's a Yas Heat car, certainly. There is Valentin Berrier in the car. In a lovely place to sim race with the skylight. That is quite wonderful, actually.
Yeah, that's very nice. I'm quite jealous of that, as a matter of fact.
So am I.
It's quite lovely, and wish I had a skylight like that. I have one in my hallway, but not in here.
I think you're going to move the sim rig into the hallway, DJ. I would, if I were you.
I'm not entirely sure how my girlfriend would feel about that.
Yeah. See, that's the problem, isn't it? At the end of the day, you can't have her stubbing toes or running into stuff in the night. That is not good. Maybe talk her into putting a skylight somewhere else. But yeah, just a lovely place to have. We've seen so many spaces. We do thank, of course, all of the drivers for inviting us in to watch them race as is required. But it's just fantastic to see all the different setups. You know what the common thread, though, is, DJ? A lot of Fanatec equipment.
Well, they are the best in the business for a reason. Fanatec absolutely the leader in sim racing hardware. And I've got to tell you, it's such a delight to really see Fanatec not only stepping up into the world here of racing as we think about it, but also in the world of sim racing, as well as the world of actual racing. Obviously, the sponsorship of Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Massive, massive, massive. I can tell you, all of my gear that I have, that I wear on every day, it's got Fanatec right there on it. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, it's just wonderful. It's a wonderful ecosystem to get involved in, too. They've got wheels for, it doesn't matter what kind of racing you do. It doesn't matter if you turn laps that are 14 seconds or 8 minutes. Fanatec has rims and bases and pedals and everything for you for that. And I think that kind of illustrates what you see here. There's a clear, proven favorite in this race by all the equipment you see. And Well, there's probably a good reason for that. Just under 3 hours of the race to go. It's gone 11 minutes after 1 p.m. here at Virtual Spa Francorchamps. And if you've just joined us or joined us sometime in the past 20 or so minutes, we do apologize. We took a detour. We were looking at car liveries as tradition here at SRO. But this, of course, is the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series, round number 3, the 24 hours of Spa. And if you've just tuned in, we do apologize. You have missed one heck of a race.
You really and truly have. As Unicorns of Love out in the front here at this point, Michael Tauscher behind the wheel of the car. He's the one that's been piloting this around right now. Doing a pretty good job of keeping everything together. All things considered, he hasn't had a lot of pressure in really since we took over on the broadcast here, Jesse. But I'll tell you what, he has been able to navigate his way through this crowd absolutely perfectly, doing exactly what he needs to do, and he has been maintaining the gap back to that Williams Esports machine.
I hate to put extra pressure on people, but it's Michael Tauscher. I expect him to do that. He is one of the best of the best, but you've still got to do it. Being one of the best doesn't mean you're incapable of making mistakes, but you can't afford one. Talked about that earlier a couple hours ago. Still true. You cannot afford an accident. Tauscher knows that. Tauscher knows that he can't lose time. He starts to lose time, he's going to make mistakes, or he's going to invite trouble in. You've got to work traffic. You've got to be very methodical. You've got to have a calm and level approach. You got to know when to back off too a little bit as the leader. Know that there's a gap. Know that you are clearly the front runner thus far. It's all about managing that. And sometimes, folks, I'm telling you, that is the hardest thing to do. Playing with a lead in any sport, doesn't matter if it's virtual or not, is one of the hardest things that you can do, because you know at that point you're the favorite, you're out in front, and the only thing that can happen to you is that it can go wrong. It can't go any better. And that's what it is for Michael Tauscher. Just a little bit of extra pressure knowing that they have the lead, they're in the driver's seat, and it's all going to plan.
Yeah, exactly, and that is absolutely what you really have to manage here at this point, that they really and truly have to keep everything together. You've got to make sure that you don't make any of those mistakes, because complacency can slip in here so simply.
Yeah, and that you talk about drivers in the real world, what you don't ever really want to back a driver down. Certain drivers have different skill sets, obviously, but telling a driver in the real world that drives at 98% all the time, telling them to go to 95, well, they don't know how. They've spent that entire race or weekend practicing. They're going 98 to 99 to maybe even 100% at different times, and you tell them to go to 95, they don't know how. You don't practice for that. You don't practice for anything less than the top 2 or 3 percentile. So when you tell them to do that and then they try it, then you start to make mistakes. Your braking points aren't right. You're climbing curbs. You're getting driver warnings because you're overrunning the curbs. You're overthinking things. You cannot do that. That's why Tauscher, Blyer, Otaki, everybody pedal to the metal still.
Yeah, exactly. Pedal to the metal. You've got to keep on pushing as much as possible. You cannot back off. I mean, I can't tell you the number of times that I have heard from drivers that they try to back off a little bit. They try to find themselves backing off, and really and truly, they can't do it because they find themselves making mistakes. Now, here at Spa, it's a little bit more forgiving, although we did have a little bit of a conversation about track limits going on in the background. But where I've heard that most significantly here, Jesse, has been when we talk about the mountain. When we talk about Mount Panorama, that drivers cannot back off going up and down the mountain.
Well, they literally can at Mount Panorama, and we saw this year, round number 1, what happens when you do. You'll have a car that hits the wall, you know, coming through one of the park sections or maybe down through the S's, and you have to back off, otherwise you're going to run into them. You don't want to run into another car for your sake or their sake, right? So you do inevitably have to back off, and what does that do? That makes the rear end of the car light, and you start to go around. That's the problem with that. You don't necessarily have that problem here. The easiest corners that is still the case is Au Rouge Radion. You cannot, once you're set, you cannot back off, otherwise you will crash the car. It is that close to a razor's edge. Michael Tauscher brings the leading Unicorns of Love Mercedes AMG number 4 into the pit lane. And this is on schedule for them. That should start the pit cycle, and it already has. Nils Nyox has brought the BS Competition 89 BMW to the attention of the team. I would imagine in another lap, you will see the number 5 Unicorns of Love car in, and then Pertile in the 85, leading Aston in silver, and many more besides.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a veritable flurry of pit lane activity here at this point. The only one that's going to be out of sorts on that a little bit, I would imagine, is going to be Dominic Blyer. I do expect Leon Otaki to probably come down here relatively soon, if not on this lap in particularly, because we've seen those Unicorns of Love, both the 4 and the 5 coming in together sort of in sequence. Let's see if I'm right about this. Hey, I am.
Hey, we get one right occasionally here, but I do want that documented that we were both right on that. Leon Otaki bringing the car into the pit lane. I would expect the 85 in this lap or the next lap. The 555 Williams Mercedes will not be coming in. Neither will the 63 of Luca Lassio. Pretty sure the Automobili Lamborghini will not come in currently. The same can be said about Mike Noble and the FFS 123. They are also on that offset strategy.
Yeah, so they're going to be bringing it their way on in here at this point. Otaki coming down through this tortuously long pit lane, as we said. So very, very long here at this point to be able to go along. There is the Racing Points, Aston Martin, going to be able to work their way up into 3rd place overall, courtesy of that pit stop. A big smile there on David's face as a result of that.
Has absolutely everything in the world to be happy about. Still job to do, though, David. A little under 3 hours left to go, but still a happy man. Why wouldn't you be? It's just everything has gone to plan, working traffic really well. Could be on for a top 3 overall. That doesn't pay more points, of course. It would just be an extra shot in the arm. It's going to have to fight Otaki and the Unicorns of Love number 5 Mercedes for that honor, I'm afraid, but beyond that, it's just been a great day. The drivers, the team happy. Hey, happy drivers, happy team. Good race.
Exactly. That's exactly the kind of thing you want to walk away with here at this point. That little bit of a spring in your step, as it were, to be able to walk away with something as good as that. Let's see, though, if they're going to be able to continue it on here at this point. What they're going to be able to do in the closing stages of this race. But David, we're only here. David, I was looking. I'm sorry.
Did you really?
Jesse, it's 4:30 in the morning for me.
I'm going to give you a pass. It's real early on the West Coast. I'm giving him a pass.
He's giving me a pass.
I'm
Jesse,
flattered, really. Let's be honest.
All right, here's my logic trail. Let's follow this out. I looked up at our broadcast screen where the chat is, where David Christie has popped back in. He's watching it. He and Paul Jeffrey are going to be bringing it in to the end of the race. And I was about to bring up the fact that we're closing in here on the last 35 minutes of our stint.
Yeah, it's sort of sad, really. I kind of envy Jeffrey and David Christie, really. They're going to come in and close this out the way that they started this race nearly 24 hours ago. I can think of no better people to do it, though, if I'm completely honest. But I don't know about you, DJ. I'm not going anywhere. I've got to see how this thing ends. It's not over until it's over, as they say. And this one definitely isn't over. We've got still a couple of cars on the lead lap. Anything can happen. We've seen late race drama before. We've seen cars mysteriously lose power. We've seen cars make the error that has caused them to be forced down the pit lane due to penalties. And I'm not trying to jinx anyone, but I will mention this for the benefit of the audience. We have not had a drive-through for track limits in a long time. I'm talking an hour or two at minimum.
No, we have not. Are we going to see that play itself out? How is everything going to be in the end of this? These are the big questions here that we've got to kind of figure out and we've got to be wondering about as we continue to work our way closer and closer towards the end of this race. What exactly will shake itself out in the run to the end? Here we go. Orlando Rotz for Ren Welton working his way around. He's got his eyes on the end of the race. I can certainly guarantee you everybody's starting to think about it here a little bit more as they go. Ren Welton in those beautiful liveries that we love to be able to see. Continues to work his way around here in a very, very good run. Both of these Ren Welton cars doing very, very well. Little bit of a battle, though. Simeon and Brewer as they fight coming down over to Eau Rouge. We've got a battle on our hands, folks.
Yeah, we certainly do. The 49 holding that position over the virtual driver's car. Daniel Brewer trying to make a way around. The 49, I think, has very clearly made the point that the door, at least for the time being, is remaining shut. The G League Esports JJ Tech car down the inside defensive line. No room for Brewer or the virtual drivers. 333 as they continue now through Malmedy and down into Bruxelles. Is there enough of a gap? I think there may be. The G League car lives for another corner or two. This fight well and truly on. Brewer not pulling any punches here, not willing to sit behind the G League Ferrari. You can see the struggle, the limit of adhesion on those almost certainly worn Pirellis or maybe cold Pirellis, trying to get them up to temperature. Either way, struggles that are not being found on the virtual driver's car. All the grip in the world.
All the grip in the world here for virtual drivers. Is that going to help them out here to be able to get by that G League car? It doesn't look like it here at the moment as they work their way down through Pit Path right now, trying to see if they can get a little bit of a run. I'm seeing a local yellow flag being flown. Now, the last couple times we've seen that, that was for a little bit of just simple a pit lane back and forth. So we'll have to see what that is exactly, but there it is. Here they go. Brewer gonna tuck up behind in the draft. Is he gonna have the run coming into chicane?
Well, he's not nearly close enough, but he can make it up here in Blanchimont. Will he do it? A little bit too wide for G League. Here comes virtual drivers by TX3. Not nearly close enough. G League goes back to the normal line to arc it into the chicane. Every time we come through here, I want to call it the bus stop because I'm an old man. Back to you, DJ.
No, I'm completely there with you. I have had to completely reprogram my brain to not call it bus stop. But indeed, as they come down into La Source right now, here they go. Here is the run for Daniel Brewer. Is he going to time this right? So very crucial to get the right kind of acceleration coming down out of the corner. Let's see if he's able to do it. It looks like he's got a good run coming down through Eau Rouge now as they crest over Radillon. It's all about the drag race.
It was pretty good. It was a really good entry for Brewer, but I think the exit was ever so slightly better for Simeon, but it isn't going to matter. The draft up the corner, a little bit longer run for Brewer. He's going to try and go around the outside. I think he's just about done it. No, they're still side by side as they exit the corner, and he's just about got back out in front as Simeon, as they are nose to tail once again, as that was brilliantly driven by Simeon in the 49 car, just able to eke him out there as they entered Lacombe. I didn't think he was going to be able to do it, but there he is. The inside of the corner prevails again.
Yeah, and he is really hanging this car out there as much as possible, trying to be able to see if he can get anything to go. But Simeon absolutely making that Ferrari as wide as possible. We talked about that car a little bit earlier, frankly, in regards to its livery, but I'm impressed by the driver behind the wheel here at this point.
Yeah, Simeon's doing an excellent job, especially with a car. Maybe it's not handling exactly perfectly right now. It could just be that virtual drivers has a little bit better stuff right here at the end of this race. It could be either way. Of course, the heat of the day starting to play a factor, maybe being a little bit of a detriment to the G League car. Don't know, just speculation, of course. But the legs on the Aston certainly showing their way here. The most important thing for Daniel Brewer, not to get too overzealous here, has had a couple of good looks, must know that they have the better car right about now, and eventually there will be a crack in the armor and there will be an opportunity. Is it here?
Is it here? Let's wait to see. Took a little bit of a look to the outside. Doesn't look like it's going to go there. So here they run, trying to see what they are able to get to go. And it's all going to be scuppered here because that's Brewer coming into pit lane.
I assume this is a scheduled stop, but this might be used as an offensive pit stop. There's offensive and defensive stops, of course, And that might be offensive, because if he's able to come in, do his pit stop, run quicker laps out there, hopefully in clean air. That is the big caveat. Of course, you got to come out in clean air for this to work. He might be able to get by G League by not actually having to make the pass. Easier to make up positions in the pit lane than on the racetrack.
Yeah, he is, and that could be a little bit of a strategy here for him. We'll have to see how exactly that's going to play itself out. Let's see if that's going to work, or if that's going to work on in a bad way. But Mike Noble here going to be working his way around right now for that number 123, currently second place for FFS Racing, as they're going to try to hold on to a little bit of a lead. They're going to get a nice little draft here off the cars in front of them. And again, that's going to be helping out just a little bit more as they run and bring their way down into the corner.
You can definitely tell everybody still, you know, nobody's settling is the most important thing here. Nobody resigned to any particular fate. Everyone's still battling. This car, Mike Noble, FFS Racing, they're out of the position, out of their normal position, you should say. A couple more laps or so, and they will have to pit as well. But we don't know who's right. We mentioned this a few hours ago, and I want to elaborate on what I meant. We don't know who's right, meaning somebody is going to have a more advantageous stop than somebody else at the end of this race, based on how they play it, based on how they back time the race, or if they back time it at all, based on driver availability and what they have left in their stint. So this could work out for FFS Racing if they're off sequence, but have the more advantageous final stint length or final pit stop strategy. They could effectively leapfrog half of the silver field at this point. Only time will tell, though.
Only time will tell, but that's a very interesting point there that you raised, Jesse. We'll have to see just how that does begin to pan out here. I, for one, am going to be very, very interested. Amadeo Castorino not going to be coming down into pit lane, though, for the number 85, your leading car up in the silver class right now. Just keep on keeping on here and keep driving around in the good run that they have.
Just saw a 5-second penalty appear for the number 7 Get Closer racing car. Gorka behind the wheel. Now 5 seconds, that's an odd amount of time for a penalty. That tells me one thing. That is not ACC assigned. That has to be from race control. We'll wait for confirmation.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation on that, but I think you are right about it, that is going to be for given out there by race control as a way to bring their way on through. So not loving to see that there. I'm not sure for what that would be, unless that's just a little bit of scruffy driving that we saw earlier on.
Well, here it is indeed. Incident between cars 72, that's the Red Weldon car, and the Get Closer 7 car. Back on lap 532. 5-second time penalty for car 7 for a pit lane infringement. So we've seen that. What is pit lane infringement? Usually we were told pre-race, DJ, that when the race controllers tell us that pit lane was infringed upon, they're not necessarily talking about pit in. They are more than likely talking about pit out. So the 7 car, a little bit clumsy exiting the pit lane apparently.
Yeah, a little bit clumsy exiting pit lane. And then once again, it goes to show you what we've been talking about this entire run, in just how close you have to be and what the margins are. Very, very difficult to be able to come back on this kind of thing when you're talking about just those little infinitesimal problems that you don't even think about when you're running in a sprint race, but they are so huge here in competition like this.
Well, you can ill afford it too. This is the pack we've been talking about for, well, since we came on, this entire pack of silver cars, that all positions are relative here. And 5 seconds, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it could be. And it's going to be a 5-second longer pit stop. Now, if this is the end of the race, they just tack that on to the end, but it's not. We know that every team has, in all likelihood, 2 more pit stops at least to get to the end of this race, which means that Gorka, when they come in, when they bring the Get Closer Racing Aston in, their pit stop will be 5 seconds longer than it otherwise normally would be. That will allow the likes of Apostle and Fox to close in just a little bit.
And just a little bit is all of the sniff that these drivers need to be able to get their way forward. They can just smell that little bit of a break in the armor. Rest assured, that's going to be enough to push themselves forward. But one driver who doesn't have to worry about any of that, Tobias Pfeffer here for Unicorns of Love, just continuing on. He's going to build that gap over the rest of the field here at this point. 79 seconds at the last time of asking.
Certainly is trying to do just an amazing job early on in this race. Lost the lead of the race. Of course, Scuderia Ferrari led most of the opening stanza of this race. Hard to believe that now, isn't it? Thinking back all those hours ago, Scuderia Ferrari was in control of this race. Never had a large lead, but no panic from anybody up at front, and they continued to pound around. And now Unicorns of Love number 4, Mercedes, out in front, been in control for a large part of the second half. Lost the battle at the halfway point, came home second for those points, but might be winning the war here today, collecting the silverware.
Yeah, they very well might be here at this point. And once again, we always talk about it here. This is a battle of attrition. You have got to absolutely be on it for the entirety of the race running as they go. You cannot back off for a minute. In this is you'll find yourself not only having a little bit of a problem, maybe running offline a little bit, having that little thing, but you can find your rivals closing up on you quite quickly.
Sure can, indeed. Second place, the 555 for Williams Esports, the Mercedes AMG, piloted by Dominic Blyer. This is the car chasing Pfeffer out in front. They've got some making up to do. It's not for lack of trying. They've been trying for the better part of the last 6 or so hours to close the gap. They've made some inroads. They've given some of that time back up. The gap is what it is, but still within a chance here and a shot. I mentioned earlier, I'll mention it again, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, they certainly have, and rest assured here, folks, in the final 2 hours and 37 minutes of this race, we don't know what could happen. Things could get, well, how do you say it? A little bit crazy as they go. We'll have to see if they are indeed going to be crazy, or if indeed they're going to stay a little bit calm. But rest assured, you are not going to want to break yourselves away from your YouTube screen here on GT World. This race is just going to continue to get a little bit more fascinating as time goes along.
Just to put it all in perspective, what's it going to take to change this race? Well, it's actually really quite simple. Tobias Pfeffer or anybody for the Mercedes Unicorns of Love number 4 team to get a drive-through penalty, which is easily done via track limits, that would pretty much square this thing away. It would reignite the fight for the win. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. A little bit of contact right there. I noticed the Ballas car got a little bonk into La Source. No harm, no foul beyond that as they continue on. My goodness, what a beautiful afternoon it's turned out to be. It was a wet sort of morning, wasn't it, DJ? But it's given way to this lovely day here in the Ardennes.
Yeah, it certainly has. Absolutely gorgeous here. A couple of clouds in the sky, but that's not going to be of too much concern to these drivers. We haven't heard any predictions here of rain coming up in the not-so-distant future, so that's always going to be a good sign for them. But, yeah, I mean, just absolutely pixel perfect as you imagine it. Just exactly what you kind of expect here when you talk about a beautiful day to go racing.
If you would have told me it rained 9 times in this race and looked like this, I probably wouldn't believe you. But considering the rain showers we experienced, all but a couple of them, incredibly minor, a not even mild inconvenience to the teams on the racetrack. Just a little bit of sprinkle, just enough to get your attention. It did get the attention of some of the teams slip sliding around on some of the curbs, but for the large part, no worries whatsoever. Incredible pace. We were at 500 laps with 4 hours left to go. And considering the 85 minutes of rain that we've experienced, that is pretty darn good pace.
Pretty darn good pace, pretty darn quick pace here from these drivers. They're definitely putting in the laps here as they continue to run, just throwing out as much as they can. It really is a good running here for all of the drivers involved. and certainly is. As there is Tinko van der Velde. This is a car that we followed, sort of the re-rise through the field here for them. Definitely a driver that we hoped would be a little bit on the move here a little bit, and maybe moving up through the order. Been flirting around that 15th position or so to just see what they are able to get. Doesn't look like at the moment that they're necessarily going to have too much of a run. I've got to think here that it's probably going to be about 15th, maybe 14th that they're going to have to settle on.
I think there might be a battle with Abeladze again before this is all over. They're going to have to do it again at some point. Tinko running some of the quickest laps on the racetrack. Last time through the speed trap, or excuse me, last time over the stripe, it was a 17.1. To put that in perspective, the fastest car on the racetrack is Jonathan Riley in the Scuderia Ferrari 51. They did a 17 flat. Everybody around that 17.1, but the car they're racing immediately in front of them is Abeladze, and that car doing 17.5s right about now. So clearly quicker, only a little bit less than 3 seconds. The gap seems very doable. Your leader, Tobias Pfeffer, also doing 17.1s. Dominic Blyer, 17.7? Yeah, 17.7 the last time through. Leon Ataki, your third place car, a 17.5. Of course, you can access the live timing yourself by clicking the banner in the chat and following along at home. We hope you've been doing so for the duration of the event.
Yeah, and we hope you've been enjoying the coverage here on GT World YouTube. It is always a pleasure here to bring you the action. Jesse, you and I have about 15 more minutes left in the booth here, and it's kind of amazing that it's been a full 4 hours of action here for all of us. This is absolutely flown on by. This time being very, very quick here, as a very good race has played out. We watch Jonas Fox right now, the Renwell Esports Blue driver, starting to be a little bit of a battle here, closing in on Apostle up ahead of him.
Certainly is, and keep in mind this is not insignificant. Apostle's running quite slow lap times, 18.3 to Fox's 17.8. 17.8 isn't particularly brilliant, but it's not bad in comparison to the car he's racing. Keep in mind, not insignificant. Gorka has that 5-second penalty that they're going to have to serve on their next pit stop, so getting by Apostle gets them one step closer, and who knows, if they're able to chip away, take 5 seconds, then realistically Gorka is going to lose another 5 seconds, and then you make it a really close race. You can get closer, get into with striking distance. So quite significant here, as now the margin between Apostle and Fox, 1 second.
All right, this is starting to get a little bit more interesting here at this moment. Let's see how they're going to play themselves out. Things continue along here as they run. Let's see here, that gap 1 second, as you said. How is that going to shape itself out? How is that going to work itself out? Fox definitely starting to put on the paces here. He knows it's go time.
I think I offended Fox when I said that a 17.8 was pedestrian. He ran a 17.4 that time by. That's more like it. Jonah, that's more what we're looking for, and more importantly than what we're looking for, that was nearly 8/10 quicker than Sebastian Apostle's last time at an 18.2, so clearly getting ran down. What do they say in racing, DJ, though? Catching them's one thing, passing them, well, that's quite another.
Yes, it is very, very different altogether there, and we're going to have to see how well he does. But we're right now going to have to be able to see what he can do. My biggest thing here, my biggest question as they run right now is going to be how much of a fight we're going to see Apostle put up. I mean, especially here with Fox able to close down at a relatively quick clip. Is it worth putting up that much of a fight there for the little bit of the run? How do you see that playing out here, Jesse? Do you fight at this stage, or do you just kind of let it go?
I think if it was 22 hours to go, you would consider letting it go. 2.5 hours to go, you've got to fight. You got to do anything. Even if he eventually gets around you, Apostle has to know that this is important. You've got to fight for everything. West Competition is not going to just let him go by, or at least I wouldn't assume so. If the pace gap is so vastly different, then yeah, you might consider it. But so late in the running here for considerable points haul here at the end of the race. And like I said, for strategic reasons, even if you hold him up for a lap or two, which is your right, of course, it's all fair in love and racing as long as you're doing it fairly. And I think, being a nuisance is sometimes part of the battle. Defending while driving could be very important. It's about to be very important for Apostle right about now, as he has fully been caught. So yeah, absolutely, he's got to defend here. He's got to try and stay in front.
Yeah, he's got to try to be able to do what he can here at this point. I think that is, you're probably right about that. I wanted to pose that question, kind of see what you thought about it. Here he comes, and here comes Fox like a train with a full head of steam. He's not going to be quite close enough to be able to close that down here at this point. He certainly is going to be close enough to try to be able to put some pressure to the back of him, and he may be able to actually move out of the way here a little bit more and maybe create a little bit more of a roadblock.
Yep, just a little bit, just got a little close right there, and that was a little bit too close. Fox is having to readjust, rethink about what they're going to do. Apostle defending in a way, just putting their car where it's most advantageous for them to break the momentum of the car behind. Fox is not going to be in too much of a rush here, realizes this is the fight right now, and knows that once they do get by, they are going to make up time, or they're going to be able to probably drop the number one BMW just a little bit. But job number one, you got to make a clean pass here. You don't want to draw any attention to yourself when doing that. He's close enough through here. This is very interesting. Able to close right up on the Sector 2 section of the track through the gauche, and now coming through Campus and Stavelo, trying to get the best run possible here to make a run past Blochemann. I would ill-advise a move in Blochemann, but down into the chicane. Is he close enough? I think just. Can he get the run?
Yeah, can he get the run here is going to be the real question. He's certainly starting to close in a little bit more. There you see it. He's timing it just about right. Maybe a little bit of a lift out of the throttle as they come out of Blochemann right now. Oh!
That was big contact between two unsettled cars exiting Blochemann, and they very nearly crashed each other out of this race. Absolutely huge wiggles, a healthy dose of counter-steering rotation, and somehow at over 200 kilometers an hour, they both save the cars and they continue as if nothing happened. But because that happened, no movement down into the chicane. The move was a bust.
Yeah, the move was a bust there. He's going to have to try to re-rack, restack, and try this all over again here at this point. Let's see what they are able to do, though. This could be a little bit of a blessing in disguise here for Jonas Fox. He could be able to get the run here coming up into Lacombe. Doesn't quite look like he's got the run off of the line, though. Maybe that BMW's grunt in a straight line that we've talked about a little bit before, maybe that's coming to play here.
Could very well be. That I told you just a lap ago, one of the things you had to try and keep from happening was you could not draw any unwanted attention to yourself on making the pass. I'm afraid they've done exactly that. Your guess is as good as mine, folks at home, at whose fault was that. The gantry kind of obscured our vision just a little bit. I just knew that there was contact, but I have no idea who that might have been, because that might have been half and half in that instance. But by the by, they continue to race on, and Jonah Fox is going to try and, I would assume, do the same thing as they did a lap ago, get an excellent run out of Stavelo and through Blochemann and try to get the run down into the chicane, hanging in there, not quite close enough yet, but doesn't have to be, just got to get a nice run through these corners here.
Exactly. It's the run through the corners that you've got to try to focus on here a little bit, keep up close behind. But here's the crucial thing when we talk about this, Jesse. He doesn't want to be too close too early. He doesn't want to make that move into Blochemann. He wants to make it at the end, and I think he's a little
he's too close
here. Yeah, almost giving him a bump draft coming through Blochemann. He's not going to try this, going side by side through one of the fastest corners on the track. Here he comes. Do not deny Fox. He wants this spot.
Yeah, he's going to be denied here. I think he's going to get blocked off, and he absolutely does. They end up 1 and 2 again. West Competition able to hang on another time. West Competition is going to be arguing. Sebastian Apostel is going to be arguing, hey, he didn't give me enough room. He was willing to crash me. Oh, and it's a move down into the first turn, and it's contact. And it's contact again down into La Source. It comes to a head, and it's not very pretty as they're going to go back into the configuration they were. Anyway, a couple of cars that are of no consequence sneak through here, and we're going for round 3. Ring the bell, DJ.
Ring the bell indeed, and look at what happened there. Unless my eyes deceive me, that was Peichman in the number 71 that was able to sneak on by in the Ferrari as a result of that contact.
Oh, it was!
Everything's thrown around.
I was absolutely incorrect. I said those cars were non-consequential. I thought they were both on different laps. That's not the case. The 71 ridden Welton car of Peichman has been able to make the pass, the double overtake, while these two cars were squabbling down the inside of La Source. The 71 has retaken or overtaken both of these cars. Incredible stuff, much to the frustration of the West Competition car and the other Rin Welton car.
Yeah, very much so, but that just goes to show you, you've got to be able to take advantage here whenever... No, excuse me, that wasn't Peichman that was able to get by. We've gone over the timing and scoring pylons here at this point. He's been able to close up in 1 second. That was a lap Ferrari that went on by, so excuse our hysterics there, but everything firing off so fast, we couldn't keep our eyes straight.
Yeah, I was willing to believe you there. They were quite close, but what that has done is that did bring Peichman and the 71 Rin Welton Ferrari back into this fight. It was several seconds they were behind. They are now right on the back. You can see them sneaking into the picture here, and that is the tale of it. What was a 2-car battle, now a 3-car battle. Apostle probably not going to get challenged this time. The gap too big. Now we have another question. What does Peichman do in the 71? They race their teammate because they've got to know their teammate's going to be a little bit frustrated right now. Is now the best time? Do you wait? Let your teammate open up the hole and try to follow them through? Do you try 2 for 1?
Well, we've got to find out here because it's not a whole lot longer until we do. It's going to be absolutely nip and tuck here, I think, as they come up and over the boards right now, trying to see what they're able to get. Those 2-lap cars up in front of them could throw a little bit of a confusion into everything here. As we look out the back of Sebastian Apostel's car right now in that number 1 machine as they climb the hill up and over Eau Rouge and through Radial.
Well, a couple of laps ago, I could have sworn I saw Fox cut the corner just a little bit. I don't know if it was bad enough to get a track limits warning, but I continue to harp on the fact that it's been a few hours since we've seen anyone get a drive-through for track limits, and I just worry that they have been building because everyone pressing as hard as they possibly can, especially in battles like this. You tend to overshoot limits, not because you're really trying to gain that extra little bit, but mostly because as close as you are following, like Fox is here, you get a little bit of aero wash, and the aero of the front of the cars, they just don't work nearly as good. You lean in too much on the tires, you end up going a little bit wider than you normally were. 2-car battle is a 3-car battle. 2 Rin Weltons versus the West Competition. Racing number 1 of Sebastian Apostel. Sebastian Apostel, he looks slightly perturbed, slightly frustrated, but all together, put together, focused, looking up at the mirror, glancing at all of them, checking the gap, making sure he knows what he has to do for the very next corner. This is getting well spicy.
It's getting spicy indeed here as they come. Look at this, it's a Ren Welton attack here. You can see a little bit of the damage on the front end there of Fox's number 72. As they come down through the corner here, I've got to think he's going to be trying to time this right. He knows where he wants to make the attack. He knows where he likes to be able to make the attack. It's going to be a matter of if he's going to be able to make the attack here. Let's keep on board. Apostel's going to be wary of the attack coming down into chicane. Here he comes, down into Planchemont. Looks like Fox has been able to time this move a little bit better this time. He's going to jink now to the outside, going down into chicane. He's going to have to do this the long way around. Apostel tries to pinch him just a little bit as they dive down through the corner. Contact again.
Oh, nearly contact on the exit there. Here comes the 71 of Peichmann trying to make the move. He's going to be on the outside of LaSource, but you can make this work if you pinch the car. But the question remains, is he willing to pinch his teammate down into LaSource? I don't think he is going to. Respectful racing between those two, but it's come to blows. For folks, are we counting at home? 3 to 4 times between West Competition and Winwelton here.
Absolutely remarkable stuff for these drivers as they're going to stretch their legs up and over the hill here at this point. Maybe a little bit of a rough run there for Apostle, but it looks like he was able to keep it together.
Oh my goodness, we're trying to get in the highlights of the race, but we're making new ones as quickly as we can write them up. Sebastian Apostle hanging tough. You got to give credit to Apostle in that one. They've had every opportunity to lose this track position, but they just haven't. They have put their car in places where it's just been impossible to complete the overtake. Fox has got completely alongside, but that hasn't led him to taking the position. Just incredible stuff.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible stuff here at this moment from these drivers. We now take a look on board with Tim Fleischman, that Winwelton Esports driver in the number 71 machine, as he is able to get his way through the corner. He's the one that's really come out the best side of all of this here for them.
Well, yeah, he's not made anybody mad.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point.
I jest, of course, but I think it's been a bit dicey, but other than that, there's no malice involved with this whatsoever. Don't want anyone thinking that, but you're absolutely right about Fleischmann. They've come out here with a chance to get a 2-for-1, or at least to get one position away. But I will say, for the benefit of folks at home, he definitely lifted into LaSource to let his teammate back through.
Yeah, definitely did, and that is going to be that teammate communication that we talk about a little bit more, is they certainly are going to want to be talking to each other here a little bit, making sure that they've got everything together. Now they dive down into chicane once and again, and that's going to scupper the battle here at the moment, it looks like. And because we haven't seen the run, let's go ahead now and run you through the highlight reel, as this battle looks like it's going to at least give us a minute to breathe here at the moment. Well, maybe trying to make me a little bit of a liar there, but we are going to go to it. This was your race start here today. Everything got going in a relatively clean and easy fashion. A little bit of too wide up the front of the field between Unicorns of Love and the Williams Esports machine. A little bit of argy-bargy farther back down through the field, but they were able to keep it together here as they flew down the Kemmel Straight. The first spin we really had was down here. The 144 just were perfectly in time there as they went around. Two of them together, and they were able to get themselves back out and pointed the right way. Then here we had the rain starting to come down on the circuit as the 889 tried to take a look down into the inside there, going into Lacombe. There you saw a little bit more argy-bargy, but a pass done nonetheless. As they came out on the other side of the corner, the cars really began to wiggle there as they tried to be able to get everything together. Were able to make it work. Then as we came down here, the 127 machine trying to put some pressure on the back, going into Stavlo. This was about on lap, I believe, lap 20 or so, as there you see him trying to be able to get everything together. The Porsche the Audi and the Lamborghini making it around there for John Lacey Esports as they were able to make that move down through Blanchimont. Not normally something you see every day. A pretty simple pass, though, something you do see quite often here, and that is going to be going down into Lake Combe. At the top of the hill, the 66 putting some moves on. We move on into nighttime here at this point as the 888 machine going by with not one, not two, but 3 overtakes. Able to make their way on by through the field, splitting the difference down the Kemmel Straight. Absolutely remarkable stuff there to be able to see that. Very, very impressive stuff from that 888. Then it was the 555 machine that continued to try to work their way on through, running a little bit wide there down into chicane, but able to get it together nonetheless. That was when they were running on dries in wet condition. It's a storyline that we saw many, many times over the course of the race today. Then we had a little bit of a collision here between the 71 and the 144 coming down into chicane. Just a miscommunication on braking line as they came down into the corner. And that looks like there that it's going to be a little bit of a bad run there for them. It's good moves for the 52 as they continue to climb their way through the field, able to get a move done there on the 114, coming down the Kemmel Straight and down into Lecombe even before they got into the braking zone. The Ferrari able to get that move done and dusted nice and easy. Before that, it was then the number 25 trying to send some moves here on the number 51 going down into the chicane. Things got a little bit close, a little bit of contact coming down into the chicane as well, but they were able to sort themselves out and get things through about as clean as could be without a little bit of paint being traded there, as you would expect in GT racing. A big crash here, though, for the number 94 as they got everything wrong coming down through the latter half of the circuit, and that Honda having the worst for wear there out on the day. Then it was the number 66, one of the storylines we've been continuing to follow as the Williams Esports drivers continue to work their way up through the field as much as possible. They got a good move done here on the number 912 as they looked down to the inside, tried to make the move stick, and they indeed made it stick there on the Veloce Esports driver. Very, very good heads up there for the 66. And then it was the 127 taking advantage of a little bit of a blue flag situation here. Not merely getting on by the one car, but also taking a little bit of a pass here as they got themselves checked up. The 52 went off the circuit, and that allowed for the 127 to ease on by. That's going to bring you relatively up to date here where we are in terms of the racing, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you the two gentlemen that will be bringing you to the end of the race, Mr. David Christie and Mr. Paul Jeffrey. Welcome to the booth.
DJ Clark and Jesse Lee, you legends. Thank you very much, sir. Great to be back, and looks like you've had a busy few hours in the commentary box.
We have indeed. We've seen a little bit of action. We saw a little bit of rain. We saw, well, right as you boys came on into the booth here, kind of sitting in the background, we saw an absolute battle take off that's still going on right now. Apostle and Peichmann. Now it's Peichmann up in front of Fox, absolutely going at it here for Rentec.
Superb stuff. Well, David Christie, it's been a while. Thank you very much, DJ and Jesse. Much appreciated for the introduction, and go and have a well-earned break now. It must be early in the morning where you are in the States. And David Christie, we left in drama, and we've returned in yet more, it seems.
Oh my goodness, so good to be back, Paul. What a morning we had here. Obviously, I managed to jump on for a couple of hours this morning, and it was fairly quiet. You know, a lot of the cars just milling about doing their thing, but I've been watching this for the past 45 minutes. This is awesome. I mean, Renfeldt are baying for blood right now. That West Competition Racing, if that thing doesn't end up in the wall, I'll be very, very impressed. But Tim Peichmann, I mean, that's exactly what he's been trying to do for the past sort of 5-10 minutes and made it look so easy there.
Yeah, really good stuff. This battle, as you say, has been percolating nicely as we head into the final 2 hours and 12 minutes of this epic 24-hour race here at the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. And we always have, as broadcasters, I think it's fair to say, David, we have a little bit of trepidation when we come into a 24-hour race, hoping that there's going to be enough to keep us entertained for a full physical day of racing. This has delivered by the bucket load, hasn't it, this weekend?
It absolutely has. It's given us everything we could have wanted. I mean, I've personally commentated on a 3-hour race with 8 cars in it, so I know how to stretch out the excitement, but this has given us no issues whatsoever. It's been good for the middle part as well, that the drivers have had a chance to stretch out and breathe and kind of let themselves, you know, get to grips with the track and get to grips with the strategy. But now, this is now where it all counts. This is where all the marbles are either going to be won or lost, because it's all very well having a 40-second lead, an 80-second lead, but if you get a drive-through with an hour to go, yeah, you're right onto the wire there. So it's all still very much to play for. Ignore the lap counter, ignore the distance between the cars. Everything can and will change in the next 2 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I distinctly remember at the start of the show you mentioned it's a little bit like NASCAR racing in an endurance race. The first 3/4 of the event are just keeping yourself in the conversation, staying within the lead lap and the picture of what's happening in front of you. And now, with 2 hours and change left on the clock, this is when the real action starts to kick off. This is when everything you've done this weekend and the preparation that is considerable to get to this point, this is when it can all be won or lost everything comes down to this final 2 hours, David Christigan. It's interesting to see, if we look to the front of the field, Tobias Pfeffer, the Unicorns of Love car, is leading from the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams Esports, and then again Leon Atoke, in the number 5 in the other Unicorns of Love machine. They're 1, 2, 3, just like they were when we left the commentary box 20 plus hours ago. The main names are staying at the sharp end of the field. They've had such a good endurance race so far.
They certainly have, Paul, but it has been with a lot of drama throughout the night. When we did go, of course, one of the big names that dropped was that number 110 Vipperman racing car. That was, of course, Jacob Oosterman, Yuri Petrochenko, Louis Roters and Jan-Marcel Dietrich. They were fighting in the Pro Class. Now, they were up around about sort of second, third place. They were second when I joined the stream this morning at around about 6 o'clock this morning, and they actually disconnected, completely lost from the race. So did the 977 car. That was the Kramer Racing Esports. Now, they were in second position in the silver class. So again, it just shows you how quickly it can all go to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah, it really does. And while this little battle continues, West Competition Racing currently the head of the trio of cars fighting for position. Let's have a quick look at the provisional championship standings as of lap 550, so just a couple of laps ago. In the pro classification, car 555, the Mercedes AMG Teams Williams Esports, would be leading the championship on 104 points. Second in the provisional standings, assuming things stay as they are, with the number 4 Mercedes AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love, 90 points, 14 points in arrears to the top of the standings. And in third would be car number 5, the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT by Unicorns of Love, with 74 points. And then the Automobile Lamborghini Esports Team on 70 in fourth position. Casting an eye on the silver category, it will be Team Racing Point, car number 85, that currently leads the silver classification in this race with 105 points, a country mile ahead of the Renwelton Esports Red Team, car number 71, with 80 points provisionally to their name. And in third would be the number 1 machine, which is the BMW Romania Team West Competition Racing, on a provisional 72 points as Dominic Plyer comes down the pit lane. But David, 2 hours and 7 minutes in the dying embers of an endurance race. I reckon all those great calculations made by Ryan Gill can probably get thrown away before we get to the checkered flag, because there are going to be changes.
Absolutely, I'd give it about 10 minutes before that's completely useless to us. I printed out the halfway points. I mean, obviously we can definitely go by them because those are points that have actually been given out, but they'll be absolutely useless by the time we get to the end of this race as well. The other thing about it is that while that's great for us to give us a little bit of context, these drivers, these teams won't even have any of that in their consideration right now with 2 hours left to go, unless it's like the Renwelton Esports Blue and Red team and the likes of West Competition Racing, Sebastian Ossel and the rest of his team. Paul, they're literally just going to be focusing on rattling down these laps, getting the best finish that they possibly can. But this is now time, you know, unless you've got somebody within 10 seconds or that you're rapidly gaining, you're thinking about just getting the laps done, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, being the 24-hour race, so by far and away the longest race of this championship, of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye, this is the centrepiece event of the championship. This is arguably the largest race that the majority of these drivers are going to take part in. And it's a bit like the Indy 500, isn't it? You want the championship, it's a whole season that you need to think about, but almost you would swap that for a success in this race. This is the big one that everybody's focused on when they pay their entry fee and sign up at the start of the season. Mark my words, every single one of these 40 plus drivers, eyes are on this race coming into the year, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, Chartier's stream title is literally, you know, the SRO, biggest event of the year. Tidgley, who has taken part in this race as well, a very famous YouTuber. He's actually taken part in the FFS Racing outfit, the 123 machine. He, again, his stream title is taking part in the biggest race of the SRO season, if not the entire sim racing season for this year. So yeah, look, this is a prestigious event. They want to win this, and yeah, you can see why. As Jonas Fox there has a little look up the inside. I honestly, my heart's in my mouth. I just get the feeling that this BMW West Competition Racing and Renville and Car, obviously we saw Tim Peachman getting ahead, but you get the feeling that there's something else going to happen here.
Yeah, Jonas Folks needs to get a knife in there as well and start stabbing away at that car in front, because he is hungry to find a way past the number 1 BMW, currently driven by Sebastian Apostel in 11th position. And remember, this is in the silver category, so they are what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4th and 5th in the silver class, and that's a double points weekend that we've got here at Spa-Francorchamps. So every position you can gain is going to significantly help your overall championship standings, and Jonas Folks fancies trying to find a way past and give him an opportunity to then get back in contention with his teammate Peishman, who's very much run away with things in the 71 Ferrari since making his move a couple of laps ago.
He certainly has, and obviously, Paul, we're coming up to that time now, 2 hours left to go, where we start thinking, do the drivers want to reset their strategy for the final part of the race? We need to figure out what the weather's going to do over the next 2 hours. Is it going to be dry? Because wouldn't it be horrible, in brackets, if we were to have a spot of rain in the final hour of the race? That would be a real cat amongst the pigeons. But so many things we've got to think about. The other thing we've not spoken about as well is the risk of drive-through penalties for track limits. Now, I was having a look at all of the streamers that I could find on YouTube who are taking part in this race. Had a look at Jardier, had a look at Niels Noyox. Noyox is actually, they're on 3 track cut warnings. They're going to have to watch out the BS Plus competition team, and this is the battle for last place. So isn't it awesome though that, you know, even at this stage of the race here, you've still got somebody to fight with. You've got the number 22 Ferrari, I believe that is just up in front.
Yeah, and there's also, the thing is, we're looking at last position, 35 cars left in this race. You're not only racing against the other cars, you're racing against the event itself, and to finish the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is an achievement in its own. But currently the 94 HPD Yas Pro 94 machine is all over the back of the 22. This is going to be, it's for pride. You don't want to be last, no matter how good a performance, how many trials and tribulations you've had. These guys are a little bit detached from some of the cars further up the road, so this is, as you say, David, for the next 2 hours, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Ryotto has got nothing to think about other than finding a way to one-up that Ferrari. And interestingly, Cher is defending the inside line a little bit, is covering fresh air. That's going to compromise him, that's going to give the Honda a little bit more opportunity than would be the case to try and leverage that into a way pass. So Morihara in the 94 seems like it's the one with the advantage in his hands at this moment in time, as someone's just sneaking up in the background to put another lap on these 2 battling cars.
Yeah, I got a little bit confused there actually. They're on different laps. I've just realised Cher is actually a lap up on Mariah, so this is a battle on track, but that's it. It's literally Mariah would have to get past and then some to actually get that position. Still
interesting why Cher's defending in that case then, isn't it? Maybe he doesn't know that's the case, but he's been a little bit more defensive than I would have thought in that situation.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, racers are racers, aren't they? They're going to want to put the foot down, and that was actually a really nice move. Well, I say a really nice move from Ryota. He overcooks it, and we get more of a battle. Oh my good lord, that was so close to one of the cars. I think that was Cher almost getting, in fact that was almost Mariah getting wiped out there by Cher.
Yeah, Cher needs to put his sensible boots on now, I think, a little bit. Let the Honda go if he's indeed faster, and just concentrate on his own race, his own performance, and, as you say, David, bringing the car to the checkered flag, which is only a couple of hours away, so it's still the distance of 2 standard SRO Esports sprint races. Plenty of track action still to go, and while we have a momentary lull, I want to say a big hello to everybody in the comments watching on YouTube. Great to have you with us. Hope you've managed to take in plenty of this race, because it has been an absolute cracking festival of eSport racing. It's great to have you all with us, and also a massive thank you to everybody that's been in the commentary booth over the course of this race during the night stints as the day came back up at Spa-Francorchamps. And thank you to all our stewards, to our broadcast director Daniel, to everybody involved in putting the show on the road. We had a bit of dramas at the start of the event, getting a few technical issues overcome, and it's been humbling and impressive to see how well and in such good humour that the team have put everything together, knocked the spanners against the wood and got this show on the road. So great stuff from all concerned. It's been a fabulous display of teamwork and on track incredible sim racing, esport racing.
Hasn't it just? And you mentioned there it's the length of 2 sprint races, and God, you'll be literally the person to talk to on this, because how much drama have we seen in just one of those sprint races? Now imagine doubling that for the rest of this race. Realistically, that's not going to happen. Realistically, everyone's just going to be doing their thing. And yet we say that, and the potential is there, because we've seen it in years gone by, where you get back down to the last 40 minutes and somebody gets a drive-through penalty, or you get 20 minutes. I remember 20 minutes at the end of the race, the leader disconnected from the race. That is absolute heartbreak. So things can happen, but what we want to say is we want to see it on the track. We don't want to see it being through pit lane or penalties or anything like that. But hey, if it shakes things up, then I'm all for that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In motor racing, real or virtual, sprint or endurance, there's always the opportunity for a little bit of unexpected jeopardy. With 35 cars left on the track, and there's fatigue as well we need to think about. Let's just think for a moment and talk, David, about what these drivers have been going through. Of course, it's 3 to 5 drivers per team, so you're not in the car all the time. But even you've done endurance in real and virtual. I've done it in a virtual space. Even when you're not behind the wheel, you're still engaged in the whole race. Even when you're having a rest, it's on your mind. You've got the broadcast in the background. You're talking with your team. You may be providing some advice, talking to the other drivers. At this point now, where they've probably been on the ball for 24 hours, probably, it's a couple of hours build-up, practice, testing, fatigue starts to set in a little bit, doesn't it? Even if you've been rested, you're not resting properly like folks at home that are just watching this turn off and go about the business. You've been focused for a full day, and that's going to start to play into some of the driving ability to keep consistent at a high level, isn't it?
It really is, and what I would say is this is one of the benefits of sim racing over real life racing, is the fact that these drivers can quite literally jump out the rig and just go for a little nap on the bed, or go on the couch or whatever, whereas in real life racing, and that was probably one of the most miserable experiences of my life, was the 24 hours that you're trying to get kept because you're in the garage, unless you've got an RV or a camper van on the premises, then you're really scuppered in terms of getting any rest. There's pictures of me in the garage sitting on a deck chair with a blanket over and a little pair of the eye mask over my face. It's literally, you have to try and get whatever sleep you can. The other thing though is that for sim racing, what I experienced is that yes, you do get tired, but you don't get tired in the same way that you would expect, because you've got that constant buzz of adrenaline. You know what a big event this is. You know how much of a team event this is. You've got your teammates to talk to. So when you're not racing, you'll be either watching the race, providing support, having a nap, having a wee rest, having a little break from things. But 9 times out of 10, you're absolutely buzzing, and the adrenaline is what does tend to keep you through. After the race, however, you will crash like a ton of bricks. And that actually explains, because we were speaking about the post-race interviews when we started this, and we were saying, the drivers, we don't know if it's just they're doing so many races, they don't get excited, but they've been up for 24 hours. That's when the adrenaline starts to wear off, and suddenly they're just like, I just want to go now and go to my bed.
Yeah, I don't envy the people that have to go to work tomorrow that have been taking part in this race, for sure, because it takes a long time to recover from being switched on for such a long period of time. And speaking of switched on, I want to give a big shout out to our silver category of drivers as well. We mentioned this at the top of the show. This is a pro and a silver class race, and we said at the time just because they've got the marker of silver next to their name is taking nothing away from the skill set of those drivers. And we've often seen in this endurance, in the sprint series, silver's been right on the sharp end of the grid. And at the moment, number 85, the Team Racing Point Aston Martin Vantage GT3, is in 4th position overall. That's the car that David Patillo, Amado Castrino that's behind the wheel now, Lucas Mattea and Mattia Sampedri drive. 4th position overall with an hour and 55 minutes left on the clock, holding their own against some sensational names in front of the Works Ferrari, the Works Lamborghini and the Works BMW teams, to name but 3. That is an absolutely epic performance from that car that you see on screen there.
Hasn't it just? It's been absolutely fantastic, and to have, you know, over 3/4 of the field still in with 2 hours left to go. We've got 35 cars running out of the, what was it, 45 cars I've got showing on my grid here. Might have had more at the start, but I mean 35 cars, that is still a heck of a large number. And again, the driving standards, I hate to keep banging on about this because I'm sounding like a broken record here, but this has been one of the most enjoyable races for me to be part of as a commentator, in terms of how well behaved these drivers have been. Yes, we've seen little niggles, we've seen little, you know, silly little things. I remember, was it the Williams Esports car at the final chicane and that contact that was involved there, but you know, where we've been in the past couple of years coming to this is awesome. I'm totally behind this level of endurance racing, and every single one of these 35 remaining drivers, even the ones that have you know, had to retire from the race, can absolutely, Paul, absolutely hold their head very high at the level of performance they've shown us through these past 22 hours.
Oh yes, could not agree more. In fact, I think there's a fair argument to make that this has been significantly more entertaining than the real-world CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa that we saw just a couple of weeks ago. Such has been the level, though, as you say, David. It has been, I admit, I've not watched every minute of this race. I've been dipping in as and when's been possible after finishing our stint yesterday afternoon. But every time I popped in, there's been something happening. There's been some drama, some excitement, or even if it's just setting the mood for the next round of controversy and excitement that's going to kick off. The weather's helped, the driving standards have certainly helped as well. It's been fascinating from beginning to end. There's Tinko van der Velde now that we're looking at, car number 66, 15th position. That'll be a frustrated feeling for the Williams Esports team, because that car looked particularly quick earlier in the race, and to be down in 15th position, not a disaster, but maybe not what they were hoping for coming into this race.
Yeah, it all went downhill. It was Charlie Crossland who had a disconnect with that car, and that really took them out of contention for that top 10. They've been kind of stuck in that mid 15th position for quite a while now, trying to make their way up through just now. They've got Vyacheslav Abalate up there in front in the 888 SMP Racing Esports car. And it's a fascinating topic, isn't it, about Williams Esports, because they're always in the headlines for good or for bad reasons. I like to call them the pantomime esports team, because you either love them or you either hate them, but either way you've heard of them, and they always bring something to the table with esports lately. I would argue that they are, you know, and obviously a lot of the negative headlines have come from where they've been pushing too hard in the sort of like pushing the limits and things like that in terms of the boundaries of what we expect, but show me any form of motorsport, Paul, where that's not been the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, pantomime esports team, I love that. I'm going to use that when I see Jake, who's the team manager at Nürburgring at the end of this month. That's fantastic. I don't think he'll particularly appreciate it, but I'm going to use it anyway and claim it as my own. As Tinko van der Velde now continues to follow in the wheel tracks of the 888 just ahead. And this is also fascinating. 22 hours and a bit have gone, and we've still got a really good battle for position. This is 8th and 9th in the pro classification that we're looking at on our screens at the moment. Van der Velde, you can see picture in picture, full focus as he steams up Eau Rouge and through Radion at the top of the hill. This is a good opportunity now. He could draw closer to the back of the Ferrari for the long run. Down the Kemmel Straight, there's a couple of cars just up ahead as well that are going to add into the mix of drama as Van der Velde telegraphs it nice and early for the run into Le Cobb, has the overlap, has the bravery on the brakes. Can he get the car stopped? Yes, he can. Very nice and neat. No real significant challenge from the Triple Eight behind, and that is position gained 8th in the Pro class. The big question now is, does that Ferrari behind have enough in the locker to stay with and potentially challenge the Audi ahead?
Well, we'll wait and see. What we've noticed, I was watching through the morning and through some of DJ's stint there earlier on with Jesse. These Ferraris, and maybe I'm completely wrong, so please chat, feel free to correct me on this, but the Ferraris seem to have this phase. They'll be quite fast at the beginning and then they burn through their tyres, and then they are just absolutely horrible in terms of pace. They go backwards so quickly. We're seeing that with Abeladze just now with the pace falling back. We saw that with some of the battles earlier on as well. I think it was Peachman that we saw, as well as further down the order. So it seems to be they get to maybe say the first sort of 30 minutes, 40 minutes of their stint, and then the tyres run out and then they just go backwards at a rate of knots.
And that's going to be so frustrating for the likes of Abeladze, for the likes of the Works Ferrari team up in 6th position, Jonathan Riley behind the wheel at this moment in time of the 51. It's so frustrating when there's not much you can do if that's the trait of the car, if that's the nature of the car in this simulation, in this race. You can account for it in setup and driving style to a degree, but you're always pushing water uphill, aren't you, in that scenario? And it's so frustrating that you can do everything within your power, but then you know you're going to hit that cliff and you know things are going to start to unravel, and then it's really a case of damage limitation, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And, you know, talking of damage limitation, this is a huge potential change to the silver class here, Paul, as the number 72 car of Jonas Fox. We saw just before we jumped into the commentary booth, DJ and Jesse saw this, as Jonas Fox had collision with that number 1 West Competition Racing BMW into the source. That's a 10-second penalty being given out by race control, and that is going to drop them back behind FFS Racing. FFS Racing, I'm going to say it right now, with 2 hours left to go. I was listening to Pigeon on the stream, and he was saying that they're hunting for a podium. They are in with a shout on this. It's going to be a heck of a long shot for them, but they do have a chance to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Disaster, that 10-second time penalty. Of course, Jordan Fox will receive that penalty at his next pit stop, so he won't have to come down pit lane, which is a relief in on itself, as the Spa-Francorchamps pit is incredibly long. Speaking of which, after camera in the number 89 BMW 8th position on track, jumps down pit road to get tyres and fuel in that rather dirty and slightly tired looking BMW M Team BS Plus competition machine. So camera, will there be a driver change for the final portion of this race? We'll keep our eye on that one as we're looking again at Abeladze in the Triple Eight Ferrari at the back of this little queue. Tinko Van der Velde just ahead, and Van der Velde's got plenty to keep him occupied in the Ford Jardier in the Yazhi SRO machine. Number 296 is the next man on the list, but a different category, even if it is a position on track.
Yeah, he is going to be trying to make a little bit of headroom for himself in that little battle as well. The other thing I noticed is that a race leader into the pit, so that is the number 4 Mercedes AMG Unicorns of Love team into pit lane just now. Is that Ferrari really hot onto the tail of Jaroslav Honzik, then clearing sorry, that was Abeladze getting back past, so that is into the pit lane then again. And my goodness me, what a dive up the inside that is.
And that was clever from Honzik. He let Van der Velde through, did not try to fight for the position, tried to do the same for Abeladze, but unfortunately overcooked into the La Source hairpin. And Honzik's got his eyes on the silver category at this moment in time, hasn't he? Doesn't want to hemorrhage lap time fighting where it's not necessary. It's not going to improve his lot in this race. And that's clever driving from Honzik, just to minimise the time loss, because we often think of racing as racing, here we go again, gives him the racing line. He's going to bleed onto the brakes a little bit earlier. There we go. Nice and easy for the Yazhi driver to concede that position to the Triple Eight. But we often talk about racing, you often think of racing as pushing to the limit, maximising everything. In reality, an endurance race is not how fast you can go, it's how little time you can avoid losing. That's the key to success as a top kid comes down pit lane.
That's a wild summary of what top level esports is like now. It's not how fast you are, because everyone is within a second of each other. It's how consistent you can be and how little mistakes. It's spot on, absolutely to the T. That's exactly what it's all about now, and it seems to be that's what separates all of these drivers throughout the entirety of this race here, Paul, is how little mistakes they can't make, because how often have we seen it? It's been a spin, or it's been a penalty.
That's a cute dog, by the way, from Yari. I don't know how he manages to do that one. My dog seems to enjoy greatly jumping up on me and licking my face aggressively. So he's locked out, completely locked out of the sim rig when I'm doing racing. So, right, brave move from Honzik to have Doggo in there, and let's hope he doesn't need the toilet anytime soon, because that might cut short his stint. Either dog or driver, always a problem in either scenario.
I have absolutely no...
Come on, respond to that one if you can, David.
Nothing at all that is appropriate for 1:30 in the afternoon here in the UK at this point in time. But watching on board with Jaroslav Honzik, I'm loving that setup he's got, by the way. It's super tidy. However, into the pits goes Tinko van der Velde, so all that fighting, all that pushing hasn't really got too much of a boost for him there, as we see the number 7 car into the pit lane. That is Gorka in the silver class with that 5-second penalty for Get Closer Racing. Tom Gorka into the pits, possibly going to be handed over the car as well. Paul, the final 2 hours of this race, you've got pit stops happening here. Do you want to just keep one driver in for the remainder of this race?
I think for me, it all very much depends on who's completed their maximum stint driving time. So, a bit of insight onto that one. A maximum stint at any one time is 65 minutes. If you're a team of 3, then each driver can complete a maximum of 725 minutes over the duration of the race. A team of 4 is 544 minutes, and a team of 5 is 435 minutes. So you have to play that one into account, because if you have even one driver, even 1 minute over their maximum allowance, you're out. You're going to be disqualified at the end of this race. But assuming that you've got the wiggle room to do whatever it is that you want, for me, I would absolutely want a double or a triple stint, and I would want my fastest driver in the car for the run to the checkered flag, because we mentioned it when we first came on air 20 plus hours ago. I always find that 99.9% of the time, if you put a new driver in the car, at best they're going to take half a lap to a lap to get back into the rhythm of what's happening and get back into maximising what they can deliver. But often, if you're keeping the same driver in the car, they're already in the zone, they already know the race, they already know the track conditions, the way the car's behaving, and they're on it from the second the pit limit is released. For me, I want to minimise any given amounts of time lost whatsoever, so I would certainly keep the driver in for the last 2, possibly even 3 stints, time allowance permitting.
Well, the other question that we've got with this final 2 hours as well, Paul, I guess, is the weather. We've seen sporadic rain showers through the entirety of this 24 hours here, and that would be the question on my lips, is whether or not we're going to have any more rain. Certainly it doesn't look like we're going to have any more rain for the next half hour, but I guess these drivers, that's all they can do, and the teams, they just have to take it, half hour by half hour, providing those constant updates.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and we've seen as well, which has been fascinating to me as a lesser driver than the guys and girls that are on the grid for this race, just how long drivers are willing to stay on slick tyres in wet conditions. So if we do get some weather coming into this one, there's going to be a big decision point for a lot of these teams of, do you stay on slicks, do you gamble, or do you jump down pit lane, which is a gamble in on itself. And we're seeing, by the way, several drivers coming in for their regular service. The number 85, our silver class leader, is in pit lane, Campbell Pawlowski, as well in the ITB Santalock number 25 car, and Jonathan Riley in the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team down pit road to make their stops. We'll keep an eye if we see any driver swaps for the end of this race. And just going back to a question that I raised to myself a little bit earlier on, the 89 BMW Nils Naujoks is now behind the wheel, so our camera gives up the seat for Naujoks for the final hour and 40.
I'll be honest, I looked at Lucas Mattea there and thought that car was stopped in the middle of the circuit then. Then sense kicked in and realised that car was actually in pit lane, but Castanero, so that's the 85 into pit lane, as we saw there. Racing Point leading the silver class. Kamil Pavlovsky in behind the wheel of the 25 for ITV Santaloc Racing, and then you've also got the number 51 Ferrari in there as well, of Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. Paul, we spoke earlier on as well about Jordan Sherritt in that Ferrari, and we were saying it's all or nothing for him. I think this has been one of his all performances, as well as we were saying that about David Tanitza as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team's been very strong. They're so far over the course of this weekend. They're in 5th position at the moment. There's still some time for that to change around. Sherritt jumps back behind the wheel. And a shout out to Jonathan Riley as well. Englishman Jonathan Riley won the Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports Series competition last season, and his prize was a drive for the esports team. So he's basically enjoying his first year in 2023 as a works professional esport driver. Really accomplished driver, really level-headed, massively quick. And I was part of the team when we ran that competition, and we had everybody up in Italy for the grand final. And everything about Riley's demeanour, his behaviour over the course of the weekend, and his performance, of course, on track just stood out to me as a champion. So it's great to see Riley having a really good acclimatisation into that team and establishing himself as one of the top ranking talents. And what's beautiful about it, David, it's probably a long way to get round to the point I'm trying to make, is this time last year, Jonathan Riley was for want of a better word, just one of us, a bedroom warrior, someone who enjoyed sim racing and was good at it and entered competitions from his bedroom, and now he's a works Ferrari driver and gets paid for a living.
And that is just, it's makes me feel two ways. One is utterly jealous. The second is it's very inspiring, and I hope it's inspiring for those that are watching at home and that take part and enjoy it and really passionate about this sport and this world that we all take part in. We all love very, very much. Is the fact that this is for anyone. If you want to try and do that for yourself, you can absolutely do that. It is literally how much hard work and effort you are prepared to put in and to sacrifice to make that happen. And the fact that, and I've said this many times before, and it makes me sound like such an old man, but the fact that we have a term, professional sim racing driver, is awesome. I love it. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we'd never have saw that happening. The fact we've got that, as we see John Sherritt having a look for the position there on Mateusz Tiskovic there, the fact that we've got the position of professional sim racing drivers, it is an awesome thing. But it is, it's a blessing and a curse, Paul. Let's not forget it, because the hours that are required are insane, and the impact on all aspects of your life are incredibly far-reaching. Let's not forget these drivers are going to be under scrutiny now 24/7, because while they're very popular and doing their streaming and all that sort of stuff, it now means that your social media is monitored. It now means that the way you talk to people, the way that you talk to sponsors is monitored, and it comes with risks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very fickle business, just like real world racing. You can have it all today and absolutely nothing tomorrow. And I clearly remember at the grand final last year talking to Jonathan. He'd done the celebration, we'd done all the shaking hands and the media interviews and whatever, and he was just sort of having a moment to himself. And I walked up to him and went, "Hey man, do you know that you've got to quit your job tomorrow?" And he just looked at me and cried. It was absolutely incredible. It's like, yeah man, you've just won that, so as of tomorrow your life has changed completely. And it's just what it's like for these drivers, and even drivers that are racing today that don't have a works contract. This is the Spa 24 hours. This is a shop window, the best shop window you will ever have in your life. The amount of insiders in the industry, real teams, virtual racing teams, people looking to make a name for themselves that are watching this broadcast and taking note of your performance. Someone does a good job today, someone does a good job in this race, very likely their LinkedIn and social media will light up tomorrow with opportunity to take it to the next level. And that's something that you need to bear in mind in this game. You could be racing at home in a competition, at any of the SRO competitions, and somebody of import could be watching you, and that could be one step away from turning that into more than just a serious hobby.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. And as an old man, actually, I'm going to sneak in a little bit of advice for anybody that's that's wanting to try and get themselves established. And for me, I think one of the biggest things from speaking to some of the sim racing pros out there, like Darren McCormack, is networking, the importance of getting yourself out there, getting yourself as a brand established, get yourself a stream on, get yourself on social media, get out to some of these events in person and start meeting some of these people. It's only when you start to rub shoulders and you start to introduce yourself as a face behind the character behind the sim, that's when people start to realise who you are.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of rubbing shoulders, somebody who wants to do a bit more than rubbing shoulders, they want to rub paintwork, is this man, Jordan Sherratt, number 51 Scuderia Ferrari Esports team. Matthias Tiskovic is just ahead of him, and they're racing for 5th and 6th in the pro category. Sherratt looked the more aggressive of the two drivers immediately following the pit window, but it seems like Tiskovic has now just eked out a couple of tenths of a second in that 25 Audi R8 LMS Evo. So this is going to be a fight that's going to run pretty much down to the checkered flag. There's still probably another stop required for both of these cars, a little bit of a splash and dash towards the end of the race, but this is one to keep an eye on, David, because this could have quite a significant impact into the championship standings as well. If we look up at Ferrari are 5th in the standings, but 7th is the number 25 as things stand. So these both need a big result to keep themselves in and around the area to look at the championship finale battle to the flag at the last race of the season.
Yeah, and I don't think this is the big result that they're looking for to get that. It's far from it just now. But again, still an hour and a half, still plenty of positions to possibly be gained here. We'll wait and see, because it's pure speculation right now. What I am watching though is also that battle raging on again, Ren Velton versus the West Competition Racing BMW, because Luca Bern is now just ahead of Marco Jonkers in the BMW. That's now within a second of those two, but that now moves Mike Noble in the 123 FFS Racing in the silver class up to second position. Remember, they were hunting for that podium. Again, with the pit stop, we don't know what the strategy is like. We'll have to keep our eye on that, as well as keeping our eye on this Ferrari. Remember what I said, the Ferrari loves this opening half hour of its stint. If this thing has got new boots on, which I severely guess that it has, given the new lease of life that it has, then we are off to the races with this thing. Matthias Tiskovic, that thing takes about 15-20 minutes to start getting the ultimate pace out of that Audi. It might even just be the large amount of fuel that they've got on that car, but certainly the first part of the stint, it seems to favour the Ferrari. So this is where Sherratt needs to get a move on.
So too long don't read. Jordan Sherratt needs to get his finger out and make this move now, and then defend like he's never defended before towards the end of the stint. This is a big time for Jordan Sherratt. He needs this move. It's critical for the number 51's race prospects in order to move up the running order. This has got to be done, and it's got to be done very quickly indeed. Tiskovic, eyes on the mirrors, eyes through the windshield at the same time, trying to attack, trying to defend. And David Tanitsa, 15 seconds up the road is not exactly, 8 seconds up the road is not exactly out of the danger zone either to get swallowed up by these two, if they can work together and try and close up to the rear of that Lamborghini.
That's exactly it, and the Lamborghini has just been flying under the radar. David Tanitsa in that 63 right now for Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team. We've spoken at length about how it's been a mixed season for them. In fact, it's not been a mixed season, it's been a pretty rough season for that 63 team. But Tanitsa has shown his absolute class, as has Danilo Santoro, Luca Lozio and Alberto Garcia. And look at what they have done just now, 4th place in class, and they will be very happy with that. With the realistic possibility, they could be, I think they're 39 seconds behind Lars Kisser, so they realistically could be fighting if that sorts itself out.
Yeah, and of course there's the ever-present spectre of potential track limits penalties still to rear its ugly head. They always start to make an unwelcome appearance towards the end of these kind of races, so a lot of these drivers will be conscious that they need to behave while still pushing to their absolute maximum. Jordan Sherratt shows his nose to the inside, not really on for an overtake, but he's just trying to dislodge the concentration of the 25 ahead. Tiskovic will be aware of this one and wise to it. He wasn't born yesterday, Tiskovic Tiskovic knows how to race in these sort of scenarios, but Sherratt has got to dig around in the toolbox and use every single thing he has in his armoury to find a way past that Audi. Not the easiest of tasks. The 25 has been on form, regardless of who's behind the wheel, for the pretty much full duration of this race.
I think another problem, Paul, as well, is that the Ferrari has to almost work backwards in a sense. It's got to figure out where it wants to have that overspeed, where it wants to have the best chance, and work several corners back from there to make sure that that's when the move starts. It starts back at, say, the exit of the final chicane, or it starts at the entrance to Blanchimont, for example. That's where it starts, not at the entrance to the Kemmel Straight.
Yep, completely agree. Anybody watching in the comment section on YouTube, if you think you have any comments, questions or queries that you want to raise to David Christie and myself, Paul Jeffrey, before we reach the checkered flag, feel free to pop them in there and we'll do our best to read them and answer them if we possibly can. But the concentration remains on this battle for 6th and 7th overall, 5th and 6th in the pro class. Jordan Sherratt is the attacker, Matthias Tiskovic is the defender. Two very different cars, two very different era of cars as well. The 296 Ferrari, of course, being a very recent addition to the ranks of GT3. The Audi R8 LMS is in an Evo configuration, but at its core is beginning to show its age a little bit. And sadly, with the news that Audi are going to cease their customer support from 2024 onwards, this is probably the last GT3 iteration of an Audi we're going to see for a while.
They'll be back.
That's
my thoughts on it. They've obviously pulled out of it. They're streamlining everything. Makes you wonder where they are focusing their motorsport branding to. Potentially needing to save up quite a lot of pennies if the rumours are to be believed, as we see Jordan Sherratt here, Paul, going side by side.
Maximum bravery from Jordan Sherratt there. Showed the car, showed the nose to the inside. Tiskovic was wise to that attempt and gave him the racing room that he needed. But Jordan Sherratt showing absolutely no sign of trepidation with an hour and a half left on the clock. He wanted that position, he took that position, and now the 51 is up into 6. Aris Mitropoulos that we're looking at in 20th place for West Competition Racing. Car number 7 has a battle on his hands as well. Maxime Batafillier is the one ahead, and this is a fight for the silver category. So we've seen a good fight in pro. Now it's time to turn the attention to the silver drivers, and can Mitropoulos do anything about that Audi in front?
Yep, Audi versus Ferrari Part 2. And this is where we're going to see at Harris Metropolis for West Competition Racing. WCR, they've had a really, really good run both in this side and in the BMW side as well. There's Marco Jonkers up there in 12th position, but here comes the run through Blanchimont, then up to the bus stop chicane. Very defensive there for Batafillier. Too defensive, goes very, very deep into that final chicane. Good run out for Harris there, but again they're going to have to watch these back markers behind them, that they don't decide to get a little bit involved there. Look at the straight line speed of that Ferrari onto the Audi, then into La Source, and it's all going to be on the run down through Eau Rouge and up through Radion.
Yep, side by side is not where you need to be at this part of the racetrack. Who is going to be the bravest of the brave? Will it be Batafillier in the Audi? Will it be Mitropoulos in the Ferrari? Mitropoulos drops back in again now, behind the back of the Audi. The car's going to be unsettled. Over the top of Radion, does well to not lose control, overcorrect over the bump, and now Harris Mitropoulos in the 20th position has a couple of back markers. Don't worry about them. They're not on the same lap. We don't need to worry too much in terms of position, but he doesn't want to hold anybody up and incur the wrath of the stewards for not adhering to blue flag procedures. And David, that's a great point actually. This is so hard now, so deep into the race. You might be fighting someone for position, but you've got faster cars coming through. You've got to let them go. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself a little time penalty for the stewards. So hard to balance that out, isn't it?
It absolutely is. You've got to have eyes everywhere. You're watching in front, you're watching behind, you're watching the flags, you're listening to what your teammates saying, and you're rather nervously looking at your relative timing at the bottom left, which is telling you none other then big bad Darren McCormack is right on your tail, second place overall. That is who is behind Harris Metropolis right now. You can see him just in the background there. I'll tell you what, Paul, if that's me in that car, I'm just like pulling to the side of the road. I've met Darren in person. I ain't taking that one.
I would wholeheartedly agree, and you've got to find a way to let a faster car past whilst losing the minimum amount of time that you possibly can. So what you don't want to do is have to breathe off the throttle in a straight line, because that's just hemorrhaging lap time. Ideally, you want that AMG Mercedes to be really glued to the back of your car coming into a braking zone, and you brake a few meters early. But I think the number 27 at this moment in time is more concerned about how he's going to navigate his way past that 114 Audi in front. They're squabbling, holding each other up. Darren McCormack now is starting to buy into this one, and if Metropolis is intelligent enough, he's probably going to think about letting him go for the run-up Eau Rouge and Radeon, and then let him get onto the back of the Audi and see if he can turn that into an opportunity, while Badifoulier is doing the business of letting Darren McCormack through himself. And this is what I love about endurance racing, David. You've got more than just the fight in front of you to concentrate on. You've got to think about how it works best for your overall race and see if you can use the traffic to your advantage, even being lapped.
It's like an onion, isn't it? It's got layers. It's,
yeah.
You know, once you peel back, you think it's this very simple thing, but actually there's so much actually under the surface. As up to the inside there, that was a semi-look there from Metropolis on the background there in that Ferrari, almost thinking about it. And the thing is that realistically, like, Darren McCormack doesn't need to do anything here. He's happy where he is. He's, you know, miles ahead of his nearest competitor. He can just let these two circle round. They're not going that slowly. Yes, they're slowing each other up by about 5/10 of a second, 6/10 of a second, but it is that as well. He will be quite eager to get past him. There we go. That's it. Harris pulls out of the way and lets the Williams Esports car through.
Nice and gentle, gentlemanly driving for Metropolis there. Just probably not the most ideal place to have to concede that position, but now this is the big opportunity for Metropolis. Follow the back of Darren McCormack. He knows that the Audi ahead has got to concede to the Mercedes. If you can be painted to the back of that Mercedes when that happens, potentially a door will open in which you can walk through yourself. So Metropolis now has to get a wiggle on. He's not close enough, I don't think, at this junction, but this is a terrible time for Badifoulier to have to breathe off the throttle to let that Mercedes go. Now he's going to be compromised. This is a big opportunity for the 27. He's got the run on the Audi. He's going to slip back in behind McCormack, but look, closing is the 27. He's going to run through Blanchimont as we come up slightly uphill now into the bus stop chicane. Badifoulier covers the middle of the circuit. Nicely done there from the Frenchman, but Metropolis looked to the outside, didn't have enough racing room, tried to get the switch back, but didn't have enough lock in the car or enough space on the racetrack, and I think Maxime has just about got away with that one, and that would have been a good opportunity for the 27, and now he's got to do it again without the benefit of anybody helping him out in traffic.
Yeah, I think that was the best opportunity. You called that out perfectly, Paul. That was going to be the golden moment for Metropolis to make that move sick on Maxime Badifoulier, but yeah, it wasn't to be, unfortunately, as we see Jan Willem van Oomen taking over the wheel of the 123 FFS Racing Aston Martin. What a race this has been for the Aston Martins collectively. We've got 4 of them in that top 15 right now, so they've had a great day at the races, but straight out into the battlefield here, and just ahead of the West Competition Racing BMW.
Yeah, that's an awful position to be when you come onto the track for your first stint behind the wheel after a little break. To have so many cars around you, you don't know who you're fighting, who you're supposed to be letting go. You're not sure exactly how the car's going to react underneath you as well. And I do feel very much for that team being in that position. Often it's best just to let a few people go and just get yourself settled into the race. Jack Oliver, virtual drivers by TX3, the 333 car. Next Level Racing, sponsorship on the side of it, another brand that it's good to see heavily involved in the world of esports, and SRO Esports in particular, and Oliver having a reasonable weekend so far in that car. They're running 24th overall and just outside, I think, top 10 probably in the silver category. I've can't quite do the mental maths on that one in time. But Oliver is not too concerned about that one because he's got a car in front, and that's the 49 Ferrari of Jean Blanc that he's trying to find a way past.
Yeah, fourth position, of course, down there in 23rd position as we go back to this battle here for Harris Metropolis onto the back end of that Audi again coming through Launchmont here. A little bit further back, I think, but it does have to run. Again, it's all about straight line speed of that Ferrari over the Audi. Now, what is going to happen here coming into the bus stop chicane? Is it going to be to the inside? Has a little look there, but again, he's trying to force Latifi into making a mistake here. I don't think that's going to happen as we see the Aston Martin and the Ferrari almost going toe-to-toe here as well.
Battles everywhere you look with 1 hour and 21 minutes left on the clock in this Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports powered by Mobileye. It's been the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and we have still got lots of racing left to do. Ferrari versus Audi, Aston Martin versus Ferrari. Everywhere you look, in the silver, in the pro category, at the front of the field, at the back of the field, we have got races still, questions still to answer, and just an hour and 20 minutes left to answer them. But David, now this is a big lunge, big opportunity for the Ferrari on the left of our screen. Can he get it done into Lecom?
Here we go then, side by side, gets it done under braking, beautiful like candy from a baby, gets past the Audi there. And if you look on the right hand side, here comes Jack Olivier on the right hand side. He goes the opposite way onto the inside of Lecom. The Ferrari still tries to keep it in there, a little bit of contact on the outside, but that is job done. I'll tell you what, that is hats off to our broadcast producer. That could not have been a more perfect side by side, I think, if we tried.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Our little 2D virtual crowd members will be going bonkers on the bank in there at Lecom. 2 passes in the space of just a 60-second interval. Great move from both drivers. Very different overtakes, but equally as effective all the way through the field. And now Jackie Oliver has got, has got a bit of work to do to find a way to bridge the gap between himself and the Ferrari behind. It's one thing following a driver for a while, but when you get that clean air, David, it can be a little bit challenging, can't it, to bring it back to your natural pace level and bridge that gap, because you don't have the reference in front of you anymore. And all of a sudden, sometimes I find, on the rare occasion I can pull off an overtake, it almost immediately leads to a mistake because you've got no field of reference in front of you.
We were speaking about this all through the morning, and I was saying exactly that. I prefer following another car because I use it for braking reference, and I use it almost as a crutch to help me around the circuit. And once you overtake that car, or it goes into the pits and you're left without it, I'm like, oh right, okay then. So it does take you a lap or two to adjust as well. But also the other way is true as well. If you get overtaken by a car, you are at risk of overdriving that car, trying to catch up and trying to undo the damage, because it's a natural racing instinct. You want to undo the position that has just been taken. Now, I thought I saw that in the background, that it was right just behind Olivier and that Ferrari that is fighting is this little battle here between Marco Jonkers and Jan-Willem van Oomen. This is for position. This is for 11th place. Silver class, 4th and 5th place respectively. And Jan-Willem van Oomen is trying to catch up, but it does look like lost a little bit of time coming out of the source there.
Now, I like the colour pink and I like Aston Martins, so it's fair to say the FFS Racing 123 I'm a fan of. And it's been a good drive from this team. Jan-Willem van Oomen, of course, takes over the car at the last pit stop a few minutes ago, so he's now very firmly back, understanding exactly where the car is underneath him, understanding what job he needs to do. And Martin Jonkers, we can see just at the front of our screen in the BMW, they're racing for track position and position in class. Newman behind in the 72 is not a million miles away, 6 seconds to the good. So Van Oomen needs to get a wiggle on, but he doesn't need to lose too much time fighting, otherwise this could well turn into a 3-way battle. And Marco Jonkers has a bit of traffic to contend with himself, 4.5 seconds behind Burnt in the 71. So the silver class, we've got several, the race leader is miles away in 4th position, Luca Mattea. But the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th is quite intense.
It really is. There's stories to be told all the way through the field, and that is exactly what we're looking forward to covering through this final hour and 15 minutes. Jan-Willem van Oomen onto the back of Marco Jonkers there, and as we said, just up in front you've got Jacques Olivier, who is holding off that Ferrari, charging as much as he can. Fabien Jean-Blanc just up ahead of that BMW in front, so they're absolutely not interested in these blue flags right now. And to be fair, they don't have to be. These two aren't close enough to be being held up yet. If anything, the BMW is getting saved a little bit by that Ferrari, I think, and the slipstream here. But here we go. This is now a proper battle. Ding dong, round 2.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to have a look. Eau Rouge was staying on board with the FFF Racing. Aston Martin shows his nose to the inside. That's just to give the BMW a little bit of something to think about. He's going to concentrate now on the corner exit through La Source. That's pretty strong for the Aston Martin, but the BMW has the legs for the run downhill now to Eau Rouge. We're going to go slightly uphill. The BMW's got traffic in front, which will take away some of the air, some of the downforce, some of the grip from that BMW. Both cars aggressive over the top of Le Combe and through Radion. And look at the picture-in-picture of Jan-Willem van Oomen. He's a big fella, that one. He looks like he wants to climb through the screen and give a punch to that BMW in front to try and get him out of the way. You wouldn't want to mess with him. But does the Aston Martin have enough underneath it? It's got new boots on. It looks fairly compliant on those onboard pictures. There's not a lot of steering lock. There's not a lot of corrections taking place in the 1, 2, 3. But does it just have enough overall pace to get in contention, and more importantly, get an overlap on the BMW? We know Yonkers is a fast driver. We know the BMW is a good car around this circuit. It's going to be quite a challenge for Jan-Willem van Oomen to find a way past.
I'll be honest, I think that BMW is really struggling at some points of the circuit here, Paul, with understeer, whether or not it's on used worn tyres or whatever, but you just see it coming through some of the high-speed corners. It misses the apex and really struggles to get turned in. That's where Jan-Willem van Oomen is making all of his time. I also wanted your thoughts on, if you look to his webcam, he's racing on bonnet cam, which is one of the more unusual viewpoints from a driver.
Looking at the size of his arms, I'm going to make absolutely no comment on anything to do with his setup. He's doing it perfectly. I might meet him one day, and he's significantly stronger than I. So whatever you're doing, son, it's wonderful. Keep it up.
You're the one that called him a big boy. I'm hesitant.
He's a strong fellow. He's a strong fellow. Oh, and this is an opportunity now into the bus stop. Nice and early, shows his nose. The BMW, great driving from Yonkers there, not defending fresh air, but he is compromised on corner exit, David. And now I think down into La Source, this is a big opportunity for the number 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, here we go on the run down towards La Source, then moves to the inside. This should be a move for Jan-Willem van Oomen. The BMW has nothing to fight back with it, apart from the fact that the Aston Martin runs wide but pulls it in back. I think that's the move done, but it is going to be nip and tuck as they run through, down through Eau Rouge and then up through Radion as well, that small kink. And then this is what it's all about, the Camel Straight here. The BMW, I think, is going to have the run, but does it have the legs underneath it? This could be very, very shady indeed here, Paul.
Yeah, big defensive action from the 1, 2, 3. Knows the inside line's vulnerable. Moves back to the racing line though, because that Aston Martin at the top end of the rep range towards the end of the Camel Straight does have a couple of kilometres an hour advantage, and that's going to be a big boost to the prospects of holding on to that 11th position for Jan-Willem van Oomen in the FFS Racing Aston Martin 1, 2, 3. Job done now. Marco Jonkers is a couple of tenths in arrears, and I think that is going to be it, and all she wrote for that fight, at least for the next couple of laps.
Awesome stuff. You've got to love it. I love a couple of comments in the YouTube chat trying to figure out what wheel that is. We're thinking it's a little Logitech that's...
I think it's a G29.
I think it is as well, from Jan-Willem van Oomen. And what I love is you always get it. You always get the little snidey comment of, oh, imagine using a budget wheel. It's like, well, I hate to tell you, kiddo, but that guy is, I was going to call him a kid there, he's not a kid. That wheel is like, what, £250 or something like that? And he is just outside the top 10 in a world-class sim racing event. That says everything you need to know.
Yeah, and that's what's beautiful. That's the accessibility, isn't it, of sim racing. You can have stupidly expensive equipment or ridiculously budget equipment, and you can compete on an even playing field with those around you. 99.9% of the performance is down to the nut that holds the wheel and nothing more. Yes, it can help you with immersion with more expensive stuff. Yes, I think there's an argument that a high-end set of pedals can give you a tad more consistency than, let's say, a more entry-level set. But all being said, there is not a hardware limitation on competitiveness even. You cannot buy lap time with hardware.
Absolutely, I've had that, that argument for years now. You're buying immersion and enjoyability. That's what you're buying.
Yeah.
You're not buying extra lap time. Yes, a new set of pedals might take, especially if you're going from, that's probably the only thing I'd say, is if you're going from normal pedals to maybe some load cell pedals, that does make quite a big difference. But everything else, you'll gain half a tenth, maybe at the very, very most, if that, with everything that's on. So it's not going to make you faster. It's about what you can afford. It's about what you can enjoy. That is all it comes down to. You're not going to be missing out just because you don't have the latest and greatest direct drive wheel. It's about the effort you put in. It's more about the track time that you put in here, as we are seeing Mikhail Baikov coming under huge pressure from Yazid's Valentin Barrier. Jati is going to be getting up close and personal. You've been on about trading paint. I'd be very impressed if there's no paint traded there.
Yeah, they just about avoid coming together, although I think that was a little bit deep for Barrier, but he just about manages to keep hold of that position. Maxime Batefoulier is down pit road as well in the 114 car in 20th position, so that's took the sting out of that particular battle. But Mikhail Baikov, a little smile on his face, he knows he's in the motor race, doesn't he? He's having himself a great time in 15th position, and so he should be. He's currently leading that little trio of cars, but by my reckoning, it's going to be a hard job to stay in that position for much longer, because that Ferrari behind looks very quick indeed.
It really does, and what a fantastic performance this has been from all of those drivers involved in the race just now. You can see another Ferrari just in the background. I'm going to give you a little note here, Paul, for you to mentally keep track of for the next hour. Every time you see a driver webcam, watch within 30 seconds, and I guarantee you'll see a little smile or a little giggle come across their face. That's always when their teammates on Discord let them know that they're live on the official stream.
It's good to see that they're not foolish enough to have the live broadcast playing in the background, because we can have some real fun with that one. But yeah, absolutely, it's great to see it. It's bonkers, actually, to imagine that they've got enough mental capacity to acknowledge that one and give a little smile for the camera now, as we see a charge up to a Rouge contact between the two of them, all the opposite lock for Baikov. His car is hard into the wall. Mikhail Baikov next to the pit entry, so he can go down and get some repairs if needed, but that is a heavily damaged SMP Racing Esports SRO machine at the Yazid car. Brought the heat, but it was too much for both of them, and heavy contact for the pair at the bus stop.
Oh man, that happened way too fast to make any sort of judgment on that one whatsoever, but it did look like whatever space was there was immediately taken away there. A very strange accident. It's not the first time we've seen that exact accident happen here at the 24 hours of Spa. We saw a similar one just before nightfall with the Porsche that was involved in that one as well. A hard hit, and I've got a feeling that whoever is deemed to be at fault for that one is going to get a severe penalty.
Yep, absolutely. And anybody who's good at lip reading, our apologies for the language that may well have come through from the onboard camera, Mikhail Baikov, during that one. Great scenes to be able to see the accident from the perspective of the driver, and also the on-track one as well. Incident, by the way, between car 72 and 144 on lap 569. Warning to 144 for ignoring a blue flag. So that one's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call, because you need to be alert to these things, don't you?
You certainly do. That's the 144 is the Team 1FF car of Nicholas Anke, Louis Fleischer, Benjamin Lang, Finn Lettershide and Maximilian Shea that are involved in that one. So a warning is fine, but just don't do it again.
Yeah, the problem with the warning means that you are now very firmly on the radar of the stewards, and that's somewhere you do not want to be as a driver, especially as we're coming very close indeed to the final hour of this race. But somebody who's on nobody's radar, by virtue of the fact he's so far ahead of the field, is this man, Bastian Richter, Mercedes AMG Esports team. Unicorns of Love, the AMG Mercedes, car number 4, serenely, it has to be said, at the front of the field, clocking 2:17 mid, 2 minute 17s per lap, a nice consistent pace, 80-second advantage over the similar Mercedes of Darren McCormack behind. This has been a typical, I don't want to say typical because it kind of jinxes things, but a typical Unicorns of Love performance. Lightning pace, maximum consistency, 0 mistakes, and an absolutely commanding lead at the front of the field.
I have a feeling that might be the Triple Eight car that we're seeing in the background there. Is that Mikhail Baikov going very slowly indeed. I thought maybe there was damage to that car there, but I think it was just recognising that the leader is coming through. If they have got damage, it could be a case of just wanting to get that car cycled through for a couple more laps until we've got enough time for that final pit stop here, Paul. But again, just I'm so curious to see what happens here on that incident into the final corner.
And it's a difficult time for Baikov as well, isn't it? Because yes, the accident happened just as pit entry is, but with 1 hour and 6 minutes on the clock, that's too long to be able to do the final stop and see to the checkered flag. So you need to circulate for a good couple of 3-4 minutes just to minimise the need to have to make 2 stops. And with such a long pit lane at Spa-Francorchamps, even if your car is severely damaged and you're 10-15 seconds a lap off the pace, that's still cheaper than coming down pit lane twice, isn't it?
It really, really is. And again, it's these little mistakes, it's these little incidents that can cost everything at this tail end of the race. That's what it's all about. But well, just so much drama. We were saying about that, about every single hour, every time you've tuned into the stream, there's always been something going on. I think we've definitely had this hour's version of what's going on. I'm going to make an unpopular opinion, and again, I'm just a commentator, I'm not a part of the steering team, but thankfully, because almost everybody in this race is streaming their own viewpoint, I was actually re-watching that accident on Jardier's stream, with Valentin Barrier behind the wheel of that car, and yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that it's going to be them that get the penalty if it is handed out over the 296, because fractionally it did look like they just got caught out with a braking in that car that was ahead of Baikov. Was braking diagonally, if that makes sense, and they just got squeezed out. There was nowhere for that car to go, but it was on the brakes before they were alongside.
Well, I will say the only thing I can contribute to that is, for the 400th time in my commentary career, I am so glad I'm not a steward. Great work from our stewards for what they do, but it's a thankless task. There's always going to be somebody unhappy with the decision, and they've got a wealth of data, very experienced stewards. They look at it from all angles, consider all possibilities, but it's such a difficult task. As David Tanitsa, by the way, David, is down pit road, so Tanitsa on what could well be the final stop for the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team. Number 63 from 5th position jumps down pit road, and this is going to be the first of several pit stops that we're going to see now. It'll take these cars, hopefully for them, all the way through uninterrupted to the checkered flag in this 24 hours of Spa.
Just over an hour ago. I cannot believe we've somehow got through 23 hours, Paul. That is absolutely incredible, especially casting our minds to the frantic start of the race and watching everything getting underway as David Tanitsa into the pits there for the Lamborghini Esports team for quite probably the final time. That brings up another topic then, doesn't it? Then we've got to think about strategy and how that's going to play in, because you would think that everybody is going to try and keep the car as light as possible for as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's all depending on how the strategy has unfolded during the course of the race. We've seen several people, when the bad weather came in, run off of their standard cycle, shall we say. So there'll be cars there that have still got enough fuel in to run for the next minute or two, cars that have got enough fuel to run to the next 15 minutes or 20 minutes maybe even. And it depends on, do you want to put new boots on it? Do you want to do a full service? Or can you short fill and have less time stationary in pit road, but perhaps be running older, less optimum tyres than those around you, and this is when the weeks and weeks of testing and preparation will start to pay off for these teams. They will have been pounding around Spa-Francorchamps on servers amongst themselves, working out the scenarios, working out what the optimal thing, the optimal place you need to be in for the end of this race to get the best result possible. And those who prepared the best and the most thoroughly will be the ones that reap that reward here and now, David, because this is not circumstance, this is strategy, and strategy only comes into play at this stage in the race.
Oh, absolutely, could not agree more with you. While I'm watching that, I'm also watching the timing screens here, because Jan Willem van Olmen, that FFS racing machine now, just 4 seconds behind that 71 car of Bern at the moment for the Renfelten team. So that's Leon Bern. So that, again, that possibility of a podium is still a big potential right now, because they all have to do another pit stop as well.
Well, last time I looked, that's a 3-second gain for the 1, 2, 3. Last time I looked at the gap between the two of them. So absolutely you're right. Jan Willem van Olmen is on fire at this moment in time. Last time around was a 2 minute 17.8. Leon Burns last time around 2 minute 18 flat, give or take. So a couple of tenths, couple of 3/10 here and there, but that gap is closing more rapidly than the 71 would like to see at this stage, I feel. And sure, ahead is not a million miles away.
It really isn't. And again, it's what a 5-second penalty for your final pit stop. It's a drive-through penalty, because remember, what's worse is what could be a 5-second penalty for your next pit stop gets turned into a significantly more one if it happens during your last stint, because obviously it gets amplified with it you not being able to serve it, if that makes sense. It's there's a lot of variables, I guess, is what we're saying here. That top battle outside the top 10, 11th, 12th and 13th, I think is going to come to a head very quickly. You've also that fight with the Ferrari and the Audi of Zahir Essa and Maxime Batifoue. That is brewing up very, very nicely indeed. An hour to go, Paul. Let's get this going.
Yeah, it's fair to say there'll be a lot of chattering sphincters back home for all these teams and teammates coming into this final 60 minutes of racing, because we've said this before many a time in racing. When you've done everything you need to do to get to this point, there's nothing. If you're Bastian Richter, if you're Darren McCormack, if you're Leon Kisser or Luca Mattea, you can't win anything now. You can only lose it. You're already in the pound seats. You're already at the front of the field. Nothing's going to go well that's going to move you up. It's only going to be mistakes and dramas that are going to move you down. And that is such a pressured situation for these drivers, isn't it?
It is to a certain extent, but again, this is where the experience, I think, of teams like Unicorns and Love come in. They are well versed in situations like this. Yes, it's a lot of pressure to be on their shoulders, but they've dealt with this in other championships. For them, they'll just be treating this like it's an hour sprint race. They're in the lead. They've got a significant lead over Darren McCormack and Lars Kesser, and I think that it just shows how well of a race they have driven to be in that position at the end. I think that they will be able to deal with that pressure quite comfortably. Now, the rest of the field, however, I don't know. It very well could be. I mean, look at Luca Mattea in first position in the 85 car, just racing away, doing their own thing in the silver class as well. No real pressure there. But then you look further down the silver class and you've got cars separated by less than 5 seconds. That's when the pressure starts to really, really mount up, I think.
And how do you, as a driver, David, how do you balance the concern about throwing it away at this late juncture with the requirement to keep focused and to charge forward and to concentrate on the task that you need to deliver? How hard is it to keep those doubts and concerns and worries pushed down, deep down into the back of your mind?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, Paul, because I don't. I crumble like I crumble like a dry sponge under pressure. It's unreal. I am probably the worst person to ask on that one. Realistically, though, it's a big thing. It's something that you only get better at by practice, by performance, by learning to have a little bit of confidence in your own ability, because that's what it boils down to. You're not worried about that car being faster, you're worried about that car being faster than you. And that's the big thing. Nothing's changed with the car, realistically. It's your own ability that you're concerned about. And it just comes from driver training, driver confidence, and practice, and being really, really at ease with yourself and with the car, Paul.
Yep, it's so easy, isn't it, to stiffen up a little bit, to tense up the shoulders, to hold the wheel a little bit tighter, to overreact to the smallest incident as the car is getting unstable, let's say over the Eau Rouge Raidillon complex. It's so easy for these small little things to start preying on your mind and start coming in to your driving. Lucas Mattea, who we're looking at for Racing Point, our silver class leader, has a Yas Heat car on a different lap, so he's looking to put a lap on the Yas Heat machine, but the Aston Martin has got to be cautious of where he makes that manoeuvre to buy a spur that we're looking at for Get Closer Racing IGTC car number 7, 9th overall, second in the silver class, but far away from the dominant 85 team in silver. Still a great performance though for the number 7, and they've got a relatively comfortable gap to the 71 behind.
Well, I've got to take a little bit of biased time out for myself here and double check that on the 26, which is my beloved Bentley, down there in 30th position, the Bentley Continental of Wild Things Racing by Colex.gg, still circulating, still making its way around, and it is a little bit like Christmas Day, Paul, because I'm going to leave this to you. I'm going to leave you with a very exciting announcement.
Yes, our virtual weatherman stood a few kilometres away from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, has phoned up broadcast direction and said, "Hey up chaps, I've had to get my umbrella out." Why, I hear you say? Because rain is approaching. Yes, you heard it right, 55 minutes left of a 24-hour race. Things relatively settled in many parts of the track, and we're going to throw some wet stuff into the equation, potentially. Now, David, get your comfortable shoes and trousers on, sir, because I reckon this next 55 minutes is going to be unmissable.
So I'll be right back. I'm going to put popcorn in the microwave. So get that ready, because that is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Now, I'm not going to get too excited yet, because I've been disappointed by the rain. I've been let down by the rain. We see the clouds and we're like, oh, it's going to rain. And then it drizzles and the cars are just pootling around like absolutely nothing's happening whatsoever. So I'll wait. If it's an absolute deluge, then yeah, it's about to go down. But it could just be the cherry on top on... I tell you what though, Paul, the conspiracy theorists are going to have an absolute field day with us.
Absolutely. And I think what's fascinating, David, if this rain does come in the relatively near future, I'm fairly confident that almost every car has served or will have served their final scheduled stop of the event. So there's not really going to be anybody that can time it just right and fill their stop and put some wet tyres on or some fresh slicks on. It is going to be a case of, do you stay on or do you make a change? And that's going to be fascinating. But as you say, David, we've been disappointed by rain before. Let's see if that does indeed make an appearance or not in this final 53 minutes.
Yeah, we've been disappointed right there, because the rain clouds have suddenly vanished that we were promised in half an hour. So false alarm there.
Welcome to Spa.
Yeah, it'll come in about 10 minutes. Right, huge news, absolute huge news, because for once I'm right. Valentin Barrier getting a 15-second time penalty, presumably for that contact into the final corner there. I've got no doubt that they'll probably appeal it. But yeah, from what I saw, that's what it looked like. It looked like that car was on a... I think that it was a really unfair position to be in. But yeah, it's... Oh man, that is an absolute gut-wrench, and really I think puts paid to any chance of them fighting for the podium in this final hour. I mean, it was going to be an outside chance anyway, but now throws them even further back.
Absolutely, and a quick jump on to the GT World YouTube channel. There's been a comment from Fat Rambo, who said, "Been dipping in and out of this, been a well organised and good race. Thank you for everyone involved, gave me something to do on what would have been a very boring weekend." So thank you very much, Fat Rambo. Glad you've enjoyed the race, and it's been an absolute pleasure to bring this broadcast with to you, SRO, AK Esports, and everybody involved behind the scene to put this one together. It's been an absolute pleasure, and there's still plenty of stories yet to answer.
There really is, and just it is a fantastic thing to watch here. The other thing is, I don't think we've spoken enough about Unicorns of Love, about Bastian Richter and the absolute stranglehold, Paul, that they have had on this race for what is well over 14 hours right now. It has been a sensational performance from Bastian Richter and from the rest of the Unicorns of Love team, from Tobias Pfeffer, Tobias Grunwald and Michael Tauscher out there in front. Make no mistake, it is not easy being out there all by yourself. As you said, having the pressure of the world on your shoulders, and they are at the moment, I'm going to say at the moment, they are at the moment delivering it.
Yeah, it's been incredible. In fact, it's a Team Unicorns of Love 1-3 at this moment in time, which just goes to show exactly how well prepared and exactly how established and strong that team is to have two of their cars running in the pro podium class positions and overall at the front of the field. And Bastian Richter, as you say, behind the wheel of that number 4 machine. We're looking at him now and looking at the onboard in the right hand side of your screen, and just look how comfortable he is at this moment in time. The car looks well balanced, he's nice and conservative with the movements, he's not chopping away at the wheel, he's just keeping things smooth, bringing the car, delivering on what we know he can deliver at this moment in time. And don't forget, Bastian's not racing for himself now, he's racing for his teammates as well. Everybody has been there, they've played their part in this journey, they've delivered what they need to do to get this car into a winning position, and now all that expectation, all that weight is resting on Bastian Richter's young shoulders, and he is delivering superbly. And you'll know, David, or at least we've been told, I don't suppose we've led too many races, but one would assume it's almost the most difficult position to be in at the front of the field, because you can only be beaten by yourself now, can't you?
To a certain extent, I think that is the case. I mean, certainly for me, where I've got not a lot of experience being up the front, I get quite nervous, and I do tend to be it quite often. But when you're at this level, Paul, I think that they've got a lot more experience of being up at the front. They know this is the pace they've got, and they've got there by driving these consistent laps. That's all they're doing. They're just doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, and that is what makes them these top of the level professional sim racing drivers, is that consistency, that ability to just keep firing in laps, and that's all they've got to do. They don't need to push, they don't need to charge, they don't need to do anything crazy. They just need to do what they've been doing for the past 23 and a half hours.
Execution. That is the key, isn't it, in an event like this one? Preparation and execution. You prepare before the race for every possible scenario. You're fully ingrained in every driver's mind exactly what they need to do to get to the optimum result, and then you execute that within an inch of its life during the 24 hours. You manage to achieve those three things, you're probably going to be on for a very strong result, as Darren McCormack we're looking at now, nonplussed by the fact that he's running in second position, just focusing on the job in hand. So McCormack had a quick look down there, just make sure one of the settings is configured nicely in the Williams AMG Mercedes Esports machine. Second position at this moment in time, not really under pressure behind, not really under pressure to the car ahead. So just for McCormack and the Mercedes Williams team, it's a case of bringing the car to the checkered flag, keeping an eye on those weather conditions, making sure that everything stays in optimal condition. And again, just like I was saying a few moments ago, David, it's, yes, they're professionals, yes, they're used to this one, but it's kind of hard to not keep motivation but to retain focus, isn't it, when you're in a position like McCormack where you've not really got much to do.
Yeah, exactly. The case, it's a case of sometimes your own mind can be your biggest barrier. I find that where autopilot kicks in and suddenly you're upside down in a wall because you've just accidentally switched off and you've relaxed maybe a little bit too much from that one. So it's always a danger either way. What I would like to say is a very warm welcome to all of the fans from Jardine Stream who have popped over to voice their disconcern at the penalty that's been given out. It's always nice to see you guys. I hope you've had a wonderful 24 hours. We love you. Come stay for the banter for the final 45 minutes.
Yeah, we've got plenty of racing still to do. 47 minutes, 28 seconds left on the clock. Car number 14, Unicorns of Love, Bastian Richter, is our race leader by a country mile from the 555 machine of Darren McCormack. Lars Kisser, that we're looking at now, holds on to third position in the Unicorns of Love team HRT machine. Beautiful livery on that pink AMG Mercedes in third position, and he is just ahead of Lucas Matea, car number 85 in the Aston Martin, the first of the Aston Martins, but more importantly for him, the first of the silver class runners. It's been an incredible performance for that number 85 machine. They hold on to the heady heights of fourth position coming into the last 45 minutes and change. Jordan Sherratt now is behind the wheel of the 51 team Scuderia Ferrari, the Works Ferrari Esports team. In fifth place there is Jordan Sherratt that we see on our screen bringing the car to the checkered flag. He's got an 8-second advantage over Matthias Tiskovic in the ITB Santalock Audi number 25, holding on to sixth place overall in this race, fifth in the pro classification. And then the first of our Automobile Lamborghini Esports team drivers is Luca Lozio in the number 63. He's seventh in this race, just ahead of the BMW Plus competition car of Nils Naujoks, the number 89 BMW. Had a relatively low-key race, but they're well inside the top 10. 8th overall, 7th position in class. And then in 9th and 10th places, we have the 2nd and 3rd place runners of the silver category. Burnt in the 71 Ferrari heads that particular battle just ahead of Jan Willem van Oomen in the 1-2-3, who's not given up this fight at all for the second step of the silver podium. 5 seconds is the arrears he has to overcome in the next 45 minutes, but the pace suggests they're going to be sharing the same bit of tarmac in the non-too-distant future. And the 72, another Aston Martin of Newman, is a further 6 seconds back for fourth in silver. And that's our top 11, David, and unbelievably, with 23 hours and 15 minutes of racing already in the books, we've got three cars looking like they're going to come together into some kind of battle before we say goodnight to our folks at home.
Well, here's my question. About an hour and a half ago, we got an updated provisional standings from Ryan Gill. I'd be very interested to see how much of that can be ripped up and thrown away, because I've got a very good feeling that quite a lot of that is no longer very relevant in any way whatsoever. So yeah, it's not the best, but look, 45 minutes left to go. This is now where it is starting to get down crunch time. I've got to be honest, I'm starting to regret saying that. If you remember, I was on about, the drivers will now just be circulating, trying to get laps in. That's not what we've seen from these 2 laps. They're absolutely going for it, and there are several positions that are absolutely at risk right now.
I've got to admit, when you were saying it, I'm like, I don't want to sort of pull you up on this one on air, but David, if you think that's going to happen, my friend, you are going to be sorely mistaken. There is so much racing going on throughout the field. It's incredible to see, and we talked about this, didn't we, right at the very start of the show, back on Saturday afternoon, that this is 24 hours of sprint racing. It's 24 consecutive 1-hour sprint races. It's not an endurance race, and the second that you start to stroke the car home is the second that you're going to start hemorrhaging places. We're seeing several drivers now coming down for their final stop of the day, and that is Leon Burnt in 11th position. So that is the fight that we were talking about for the silver class podium. Leon down pit road. Valentin Barrier has served his 15-second time stop on the last pit stop, so he rejoins now and is clear to run to the checkered flag, currently in 16th place.
Yeah, and that car is now, I believe, about 9th in class right now in that silver class. So that was up about 5th, and that's dropped them down 4 positions. And that is going to be a very difficult pill to swallow. What does go for them, though, is the fact that this is now it. This is now all of the drivers making their final stop. Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love now into the car, into the pit lane. Darren McCormack's going to be coming in soon as well, as will be Lars Kisser and Luca Matea as well. So, wow. Here we go. This is going to be an epic finish to this race here.
So I'm hearing in my ears and seeing a couple of notes that we've got in front of us on Discord that I think McCormack and Kisser do not need to stop again. So they're still too far away from Bastian Richter to get in the same postcode as the Unicorns of Love driver. So Richter is pretty comfortable at the front of the field, but McCormack and Kisser don't need a stop. Lucas Matea in the top of the silver class is only 14 seconds behind Lars Kisser as well, so Matea might have a little bit of something to say about the overall podium if things continue like this.
Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting to see indeed, because there's so many things that, as commentators, right, we have to try and guess the unforethinkable. We have to try and guess what is going to actually happen, you know, an hour into a 24-hour race, 5 hours into a 24-hour race, 10 hours into a 24-hour race, when really we've got no idea what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes. That's the realistic truth of this. But again, there's so many things that you can extrapolate from that. We're seeing Leon Byrne back out onto the track here. It's anyone's guess, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's absolutely anyone's guess what is going to happen in this final 45 minutes. I get the impression there's just a gut feeling that there's going to be a major incident in the final 40 minutes. I might be completely wrong, I hope I am, but I just get the feeling that something is going to happen here that we just do not see coming.
Right, the number 4 now served their final pit stop of the weekend, and Tobias Pfeffer is the driver that gets behind the wheel. So Bastian Richter, doing great work in the last stint, gets an opportunity now to sit back and watch the last 41 minutes of this race as Tobias Pfeffer takes control at the front of the field. Darren McCormack stays in the 555 Williams Esport car. He's in second position. Lars Kisser, of course, is still is still in the number 5 machine. They don't need to make a stop. So as you were at the front of the field, Gregor Schill jumps behind the wheel of the 89. That car now drops to 10th position as now Joks hands over for the final stint of the weekend. And Jan Willem van Oomen, 1, 2, 3 in 8th position and second in class for now.
Yeah, you can say then jumping up into P3 just now as Lars Kisser makes their way out of the pit lane, so we'll keep an eye on what is going on with that. That would be some finish if we could get a silver car up into the final part of the podium there. We've got yellow flags as cars still in the pit lane. I believe that's actually Lars Kisser that's in the pit lane just now, so he's dropping down. Again, I've got no idea what we're going to see. What we are going to see though is some heavy charging here. We're on board with Jan Willem van Oomen still trying to hold on to that 8th position here. Again, surely we've got some drivers here that have to pit. I think surely Jan Willem van Oomen in that 1, 2, 3 FFS racing still has to pit within the next 15 minutes here, I think.
What's going to be interesting then, if you're pitting now at this stage of the race, you can go for what we call a splash and dash. You don't have to do a full service because you do not need a full tank of fuel to get to the checkered flag. These fuel tanks are good normally for about an hour and 5 minutes or so. We've only got 40 minutes left on the clock, so you're going to be stationary for a little bit less time than some of those cars around you. That potentially could give you the opportunity to jump somebody that you have been racing in and around the same piece of tarmac with. That's going to be the good news. The bad news is those stops could happen any time between now and the checkered flag, and we just don't quite have that depth of information in front of us because of the nature of how ACC works. So there are still a lot of questions that even David and I in the commentary box are waiting to see what the answer is for. One person not waiting around too much for anything is Luca Lozio, Lamborghini Esports team, car number 63. He's on a charge and he has got Nick Huben ahead, but he's trying to find a way past for 6th overall, 5th in the pro class. And Lozio is on his tippy toes, David. That Lambo looks fast.
Yeah, that Lambo does look fast. He's going to get let by in just a second because that's Jan Willem van Oomen that's right in front of him in the Aston Martin, just a lap down on him. So that's another lap then for Willem van Oomen. The other thing that does is that means that Jan Willem van Oomen, I've got no idea why I've been struggling to say that name just now, they'll be quite comfortable in that FFS Racing in that car's position just now. They are going to have to go and take another pit stop very, very shortly, but again, they are now strongly in contention because they can do a splash and dash. They may have to, or they may be able to take on much less fuel than the cars around them. I think they've put themselves in a very strong position. What I'd be very interested is to see how many of those cars are cutting it very close in terms of fuel, because we always see this in a 24-hour race. You get some cars trying to gamble, trying to play funny with the fuel, and going very, very light and getting caught out towards the end.
Yeah, that's something you do not want to be in that situation at all, to run out of fuel in the last couple of laps of a 24-hour race. Wojtek Fiala coming back out again now for Williams Esports car number 66, the Audi, getting back up to speed, climbing up the hill, and it's going to be very bumpy at the top of the hill. It's always a danger zone for a car on fresh tyres, but the Audi navigates his way through that one nicely. Stay inside the white line that denotes where the pit exit is. Kicks a little bit of dirt up as well on corner exit, and Fiala is back on his merry way again. He's got an Audi, he's got a Mercedes in front of him, but they're not racing for position, so no real dramas there. And back into the 3 once again is Wojtek Fiala, 14th on track.
Beautiful stuff as we've got just over 35 minutes left to go in this race, the midway point in the season, which is of course a very, very important part of the season. Double points, as we've mentioned several times throughout the race, and let's just bring ourselves up to speed on the 1, 2, 3 with the double points, because of course as they were giving out halfway points, it then looked like Unicorns of Love, Team Williams Esports, the number 555 car, they were actually in the lead of the Pro Championship with 74 points. It was the number 4 Unicorns of Love in second place with 55 points, and McLaren Veloci at third place there with 54 points. Again, that camera angle just absolutely catches me out. It's like, is the car stopped on track? No, it's not. It's Lucas Mattea into pit lane, Jordan Sheraton, Mateusz Tiskovic into pit lane as well. Silver class in at the halfway point. It was Team Racing Point, number 85, that was in the lead of the championship with 70 points. Renfeld and Esports Red in second place, the number 71 with 55 points, and then 296 of Yazhi Esports were in third place with 51 points. I have a feeling that they may be knocked down a peg or two when this race is done and dusted. That was how it looked as the halfway points were given out.
Yeah, we'll find out the answers to these questions in the very near future as the last of our front-running cars come to serve their final scheduled stop of the race with 35 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. How is this going to affect, how is this going to shuffle the running order in the top 7 or 8 places? Is this going to give an opportunity for the 51 and 25 to get in and around the same kind of real estate as each other? And are we going to get a race on for the final few moments? David Patil is back behind the wheel of the Racing Point 85 car. They dropped to 4th on the racetrack, but still very comfortably the leader of the silver category, the Aston Martin. Beautiful noise as it gets back up to speed and climbs the hill through Eau Rouge. Jordan Sheraton, that we see in the Ferrari, stays behind the wheel of that car as the 51 comes back out on track, and Mateusz Tiskovic that we're looking at now in the ITB machine, the Audi, jumps back up the hill and accelerates back on. But look at that, David. Audi and Ferrari in the same shot, looking for track position in the last half an hour just over of what has been a sensational race.
Yeah, that's definitely way closer than you want it to be right now, as we've got that battle going on. You've got, in fact, that's not actually a battle, that's the Aston Martin FFS Racing of Jan Willem van Oomen in the background, so they'll maybe be able to bring a little bit of a toll. So that now means that Jan Willem van Oomen in the FFS Racing, hang on, is up to 7th position. So that now means that they're up into second place just now, but again they still have to do their final pit stop here. So a great run of form here, and this strategy could be working out really, really well for them as Luca Lotto onto the back here, and Mateusz Tiskovic. This is getting very, very fighty. You wanted action, you wanted drama in the final half an hour. Well, here it is in absolute bucket loads.
Yeah, Lazio in striking range, and remember, he's been in the car longer, so he's more comfortable. The tyres are up to pressure. He gets to the inside as the Audi runs a little bit deep. The Audi still has the inside line. They go too wide through this long swooping chicane. Lazio uses all the bravery, all of his tenacity, and gets the deal done. Tiskovic on his outlap from the pit window loses the position. The 63 moves up into 5th place. There's a little bit of traffic further back, and then Jordan Sherratt, frustrated to be just out of the picture in order to buy in to this little fight. But Luca Lazio stopped earlier, got the undercut, used the pace to his advantage, and that is a position gain. Great racing in the last half an hour of this spectacular event.
Oh, here we go, Matej Tiskovic then really struggling to bring those tyres up to speed then. He's got a lap car trying to get past him just now, as well as you've also got Jordan Sherratt there just getting past Jan Willem van Oomen into that final corner. The lap car gets themselves into pit lane then for the final time. So as you said then, it's Luca Lazio against Matej Tiskovic, Jordan Sherratt and Jan Willem van Oomen all in the same second and a half here. That is exactly what we wanted. I never saw that one coming, and it's only going to be the car at the back that drops off here. So we have got a proper 3-car battle for 5th position for essentially what is 4th position in Pro.
An incredible driving from Jordan Sherratt, it has to be said. He had several cars in front of him, separating him from this little battle, but he's made his way through that traffic, and if anything, gained time on those 2 cars ahead as well. So Sherratt now is looking like he's in quite a strong position in the 51 Ferrari. Going back to what you said an hour or so ago, David, about the Ferrari indicating that it loses pace towards the second half of the stint. What's sensationally good news for Jordan Sherratt, he's only going to be in this stint for 30 plus minutes. He just might be able to avoid that window where the car falls off a cliff. So this could be go time for the 51 for sure.
It absolutely is. We've just heard in the YouTube chat that the Audi, the 25, didn't take tyres, gambled on not taking them, and just threw the dice. They had nothing to lose. That's what they felt. Did that ITB Santalok Racing Audi just in front of Jordan Sherratt. So this is going to be a very, very easy job for Jordan Sherratt to get the way past that Audi if they let it happen. But I think they're going to make Jordan work every single way there. Look at contact there on the front left.
Yep, great insight there from the YouTube chat, so thank you very much. And there we go, that is job done. Jordan Sherratt took him a couple more corners than perhaps he would have liked, but the Santalok machine now drops back down into 7th position. Sherratt, another place gained. Sherratt has 1.6 seconds to make up between himself and Lamborghini, Ferrari and Lamborghini. There's a small amount of history between those 2 brands. I'm sure they'll be rather curious to see which of the 2 famed Italian powerhouse manufacturers comes out on top at the end of this one. As we're seeing that one though, Lazio goes deep into the chicane, trying to make his way past that Bentley Continental, so that's a bit of time lost. Sherratt will have seen that one, will have recognised the opportunity, and now I think it is advantage the 51 Ferrari, both in terms of the enthusiasm they will have to make the position, and also the relative pace of the cars at this stage of the race. So the Lamborghini has been running on those tyres for longer than the red machine.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll have to watch as we've got the final 30 minutes of this race. We see Jordan Sherratt cresting the hill here at Radion on the run down the Kennel Straight. Beautiful helicopter style TV pictures here. You can see Luca Lazio just in the background there, 1.6 seconds up the road, as that's a look up the inside. That is going to be one of the, is that a Ferrari up the inside there of sorry, in the background there, that was Jan Willem van Oomen there. I think that was one of the lap cars. Was that the AAA car actually? Vyacheslav Abeladze, I believe, might have been making a move. We'll double check in just a second, but that is Matej Tiskovic then losing time, hand over fist, and Jan Willem van Oomen dropping behind that car in front. In fact, that's is that the McLaren actually just got in front there. Both of them are in black cars anyway, but either way, Jan Willem van Oomen kind of dropping back a little bit. My question is Jordan Sherratt going to have fuel to go to the end? Because he's obviously low fueled that car to try, that's the only explanation, that he's taken on tyres and under fueled the car to try and roll the dice in his favour. But is that going to be enough?
Can you believe a 24-hour race in the last 28 minutes? We've still got so many massively unanswered questions for the pointy end of the grid finishing position. Sherritt now 6 tenths of a second just under behind Luca Lozio. Lozio himself is 20 seconds detached from David Patil. The man that we're looking at now driving for Racing Point is the leader of the silver category, 4th overall. Such an incredible performance from everybody in car number 85 to be running so close to the podium positions outright, just 18 seconds away from Nicholas Huben ahead. So great performance, and the best of the non-AMG Mercedes at the front of this grid. Much pride needs to be taken by everybody involved in Racing Point, regardless of what the next 30 minutes bring, because that has been a drive of the ages for this team to be leading silver.
Yeah, it's been a stunning performance for silver, but we need to go and check back on Jordan Sherritt now. 0.2 of a second right onto the back end of Luca Lozio, Paul. This is going to get very, very fiery. Indeed, that car is super fast right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Both drivers looking ragged over the top of the hill through Radion now, but Jordan Sherritt has the run down the long Kemmel Straight. Lozio very defensive to the inside, starts to roll back to the racing line, but Sherritt's got a Ferrari in the way. Does he have an overspeed? The rain begins to fall as our two Italian cars go side by side. Sherritt has to see the escape road. It just about wiggles back onto the racetrack. Windscreen wipers are ablaze. Lozio gives a little kiss to the rear of the 51 as well. Then down the inside into Bruxelles. Luca Lozio is not giving this one up. Lozio to the inside, Sherritt to the outside, rain falling on the track. I don't know what day of the week it is, but what I do know is there is a damn fine fight for 5th and 6th position, and Luca Lozio is the man with the advantage.
I went and put my popcorn away. I didn't think we were going to have rain, but here we go, 30 minutes. This is exactly what we needed to spice everything up. Lozio was losing time to Sherritt. It will be a case of these will be fighting again, but we know now how hard Lozio is going to try and defend that position with every fibre of his body, and you understand why. 25 minutes left to go in this race. It might not be the race win, it might not be for a podium, but you better believe being in the top 5 is absolutely worth fighting for, and that's what these two are doing right now. Lozio wants that 4th position, Sherritt wants that 4th position. Both of these drivers absolutely wholeheartedly deserve it. Which one is going to come out on top? I have got no idea.
26 minutes on the clock. There's absolutely no question of going in for wet tyres now as Jordan Sherritt for the run through Blanchimont, almost flat out in perfectly dry conditions. A little bit of break for Luca Lozio ahead in the Lamborghini. That gives an opportunity now for Sherritt to the outside of the bus stop chicane. If he can hold it there, that will become the inside for the second portion. Yes, he can. Contact between the two cars. Sherritt decides to exit stage right. He does not want to get involved too heavily in that one. And where has the Lamborghini gone, David? Where is Luca Lozio? There is Luca Lozio, so he's run wide, lost positions to the McLaren as well as on a different lap. So Lozio now has lap traffic between himself and the Ferrari, and Matthias Tiskovic on old tyres on an increasingly damp circuit is suddenly finding this one is coming back to the 25, and he's suddenly in the middle of this fight as well. So advantage Sherritt, but he needs to be very cautious because maybe the stewards may have a little bit to say about that ding-dong that we had in the bus stop chicane.
I think that he was kind of forced off. I think the rain has stopped, so it was a very, very quick shower that we had there. But at the end of the day, I think actually Luca Lozio might have let off the gas to try and allow Jordan Sherritt to come back on. And Sherritt has just gone, right, cool, I'm taking that position, see you later. And Lozio's been caught out by that. So if anything, I personally don't think there was anything in that. They've both been fighting really, really hard there, and Lozio unfortunately has just been caught out on that.
I do love the fact that we've had like a 2-minute rain shower in typical Spa-Francorchamps conditions. That's really set the cat amongst the pigeons in this little fight. Jordan Sherritt is the man with the advantage as things stand, but can Lozio dig deep now and find some more of that pace as the circuit rapidly begins to dry? Headlights are ablaze, 3:45 p.m. in game time. It's not the best weather at Spa-Francorchamps, probably not with the first, and certainly won't be the last man to say those words when it comes to a race here at the famous Belgian circuit. But who has got the mental fortitude to bring this to the flag in what is proving to be the closest race so far in this little battle of the dying embers of this event?
Well, I'm more stunned that we're way to reach 600 laps here at Spa. That is quite the achievement. A huge achievement for all of the drivers here. And, well, again, it's on a knife edge here because the way that cloud looks above, that rain might have stopped for just now, but I don't think that's going to be the last rain we get.
No, I think you might very well be right. And if you're the likes of Matis Tiskovic, you need a bit of something to mix things up, as we're seeing now. Daniel Brewer in the 333 machine going too wide into Lecon. Brewer, contact between the two of them, the virtual drivers by TX3 car, has to go to the escape road and then give that position back there. He does, I think, as we're running down the Bruxelles. In fact, the Aston Martin quite likes being in 23rd position, is not overly keen on relinquishing that spot, and Jean Blanc behind has got a bit of work to do to get back on level pegging amongst the two. Trading paint, David, Christie, changing positions, alternating weather conditions, loads of situations where we don't quite know who's going to finish in where, and 22 minutes left of a full one-day endurance event. One cannot ask for more.
And now we've got the West Competition Racing and Renvelt and fight kicking back off again, as if we needed any more. But yeah, as predicted, Jan-Willem van Oomen having to come back into pit lane. Paul, this has been just awesome. We've done loads and loads of endurance races, and usually the last hour is quite chilled, it's quite relaxed. Maybe you'll have one or two positions going on. Right, this is just it's all like dogfight everywhere. Everyone is fighting everyone all at once. It's just, I'm pretty sure there's a film title in there somewhere, but everyone is just, there's no quarter given anywhere here on the circuit, and I am all for it. It is madness, it is chaos, and it is Spa.
Yeah, it really is sensational stuff. And now this is a big one. Tobias Schur in 3rd position so far in the silver class. He's the man on the right-hand side of your screen. Is he going to take away 2nd place from Van Oomen? Yes, he is, because Van Oomen is still trundling down the pit lane. There you see him on the acceleration. So this is advantage to the number 7 machine. Takes that 2nd place away. But will Jan-Willem van Oomen, with fresh boots on that Aston Martin, be able to find enough lap time in these final 21 minutes to get back in contention and potentially take away that 2nd spot in silver again, as Orlando Rat's in 12th position. Car number 72 has a bit of a fight on his hands as well for the Renwelted Esports blue machine.
Well, either way, Paul, that's been a huge jump for the FFS racing machine. Remember, we were down at one point in 5th position in class, and now onto the podium. This is exactly what they wanted to do. So, that's awesome. They're in contention with Tobias Schur, but the fact that they've done the jump on the 71, both the Renfelten cars, that is absolutely awesome. Talking of the Renfelten cars, we're on board with the Orlando Rats, looking at the back of that car to Sebastian Apostle, who is wanting to do everything he possibly can to get that position back ahead of Orlando Rats.
Yeah, that BMW's fighting a bit of a rearguard action at the moment. It's dropping away from where it was just 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. So Sebastian Apostle has a bit of work to do for West Competition Racing to try and recover as much as possible. You don't want to be going too deep into that corner and grabbing too much of the dirt on the inside, because that is very much a dicing with a dramatic situation in the final 20 minutes. But Apostle recovers that one, 13th position overall, still in contention for the silver category podium if things go his way and a little bit of fortune goes the car's way over the course of the last 20 minutes. Tobias Pfeffer, though, at the front of the field, makes his own look in the Mercedes-AMG Esports team. Unicorns of love. All drivers, all team members, and everybody associated with that entry have delivered and delivered well in this race, and their reward for that hard work in the final 20 minutes is a comfortable race lead.
Certainly is. I'm watching the battle for 5th position in the pro class as well, as Luca Lotto is starting to lose a lot of time now to Matthias Tiskovic. He was fighting, remember, Jordan Sherritt there, has dropped back 5 seconds from Sherritt and is now in the clutches of Matthias Tiskovic there, who was 8/10 of a second behind that car. So again, that would dump Luca Lotto and that Lamborghini team effort out of the top 5 in this race.
That's interesting. I wonder why the Lamborghini's lost 6 seconds it's moved up to now to Jordan Sherratt. So there's a big difference between the two of them. They were racing side by side, nose to tail, not long ago at all. So Lamborghini don't have the pace in the final moments of this race. And Tiskovic gambled, let's not forget, on keeping the tyres on at the last stops. He's running old rubber underneath him, but that is working for the 25 at this moment in time as they're squabbling for 6th and 7th and 5th and 6th in pro. Nicholas Huben, who we're looking at in 3rd position, has a Williams Esports Audi for company, but they're not racing for position. They're on different laps, and Nicholas is doing another very nice job for the Mercedes AMG Esports team. HRT Unicorns of Love 1-3 for that team, and David Patil, as we've mentioned, we've heaped praise on this car, and I'm going to continue to do so, David, because they deserve it. That has been that's impressed me more. The car, team and drivers for the 85 have impressed me more than anybody has for a very long time in this race.
It's been a very measured performance from David Patil and the rest of the Racing Point team. They've absolutely been in control for almost all of the race of that silver class. It's been a fantastic performance from them, and great to see that they are just about getting the rewards that they so very, very much deserve. Meanwhile, this battle here with Mateusz Tiskovic, as I said, ITV Sandlock Racing right onto the back of Luca Lozio here. The other question mark I've got in the next 15 minutes here is Jan-Willem van Ommen. I have serious doubts that he is going to be able to hold off that 71 Renvelten car that has been gaining at least 2-3 tenths of a second every single lap.
Yeah, that's going to be a story to keep our eye on. 3.1 seconds, 17 minutes in which to deal with that 3.1 seconds. That's going to be a race for sure. 2.8 in fact, as we're talking. So Bernd is a man on a mission at this moment in time, in 4th position in the classification of silver. Tobias Schur that we're looking at now for Get Closer Racing IGTC car number 7 is 9th overall, the second man in the silver category. That's been a quiet few hours for that Aston Martin, but a very effective few hours indeed. And there is the man that you're speaking of, David, Jan-Willem van Ommen in the FFS Racing 1-2-3 car. Full concentration is going to be needed.
It really is. You've got at least another car in between him and Bernd in that number 71, Leon Bernd. For Renville, just now doing everything that he can for FFS Racing. Been a really, really good day at the races here. Very interested to see what happens for that battle for 6th and 7th place. Very interested to see what happens with this battle for 10th and 11th place as well. And again, I can't remember an endurance race, a 24-hour endurance race, that's had this much action in the final hour, Paul.
One thing about SRO Esports that I've learned very quickly in these last 5 years: expect the unexpected. Almost without fail, every time the guys and gals at SRO Esports hit the racetrack in Assetto Corsa Competizione in these GT3 cars, it produces an absolute cracker of a race, and this one has been by far and away no exception. We said it was going to be 24 one-hour sprint races back to back, and my goodness, these drivers have taken that to heart. Never has there been a moment to rest. The sheet of facts and figures that I need to fill time with, that I bring to 24-hour racers, I haven't even got it out of the folder. There's no point. There's too much action on track, and here's something that's happening on track. Mateusz Tiskovic, old boots on the Audi, and more than a match for that Lamborghini. Luca Lozio has got himself a job on his hands for this next 15 minutes. If he's got any ambition of holding on to that 6th position, the Lamborghini is under all of the pressure in the world.
Yeah, that is going to have to be the widest homologated GT3 car that you've ever seen. Meanwhile, here comes Leon Bernd then onto the charge. He's got past that back marker that he was looking to get past, and it's all on to the back of Jan-Willem van Ommen with 15 minutes left to go. We've smashed through 600 laps, Paul. That in itself is worth a chat, because I mean that is just a staggering performance for all of these drivers to do here.
It really is, and it's testament to the pace of this field, isn't it? Because let's not forget that we've had multiple periods of heavy rain in this race, which naturally slows down the pace of the cars. But to have reached the 600 lap marker, and then we're going to go considerably past the 600 lap marker, it's incredible performance from everybody, in the pace at the front of the field. I keep my eye on the live timing, and I don't see that dipping away from the 217s at any given time for these drivers, lap after lap after lap, with traffic fighting for position. If ever I have any ambitions, I always say this, I said this to you off camera, David, that coming into these 24-hour races, I always regret not driving in them. And then I watch what happens, I see the lap times and think, in your dreams, pal. It's never going to happen. The level is just incredible, isn't it?
And that is the awesome thing about it as well, in both of our experiences, that even if you're not the fastest driver, you don't have to take part in these events. There are always things like community weeks, community events that are being held on every single sim, every single platform. There is always a home for you, no matter the skill level that you are in. And that's what makes it so awesome, the fact that we all kind of have a home. And yet we can still watch this, we can still appreciate this and look at them and go, my God, I wish I was that able to be that fast. And the truth is, Paul, me and you likely could get to within, half a second or a second of the pace of these drivers out there. I don't know about you, I definitely could be bothered putting in the amount of effort and amount of blood, sweat and tears that's required to get up to that level. I'm quite happy having my little social life and having my little movie nights and all that sort of stuff that you have to give up to be right at the tippy top of this.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're absolutely right. There is I think I love that phrase that you used. I'm going to repeat that one again. There's a home for you anywhere in sim racing, regardless of your level. I think that's absolutely wonderfully, poetically put, Mr. David Triste. And there really is. If you are the pinnacle, the top of the top, like these lads and lasses on Trike, or if you're just starting out your sim racing journey, or you're time limited and you're not quite as fast as the fastest, there is somewhere for you to go racing and replicate the thrill and experience of 24-hour races like this, or sprint races, or even shorter races as well. So fabulous, well put. And David, incident between cars 63 and 51 on lap 593. A 5-second time penalty has been applied to the Ferrari for unsporting behaviour, and that was when Jordan Sherratt went to the escape road and popped out a little bit further down the road.
Well, I can see why that was given. That was he got an advantage by taking that escape road. So also a penalty for the incident between 72 and the 1 on 595. That is the BMW Team West competition racing car and the number 72 of Renvelt and Esports Blue. That's going to be a 15-second time penalty for West competition racing. So goodbye to any sort of charge onto the podium for them.
With 11 and a bit minutes of a 24-hour race on the clock, soul-destroying moments, and now we know why Jordan Sherratt has absolutely gone like the clappers down the road in that Ferrari, because he would have been unsure if a penalty was coming his way. The team would have said, build an advantage, because you do not know what's going to come, and luckily for Sherratt, that advantage sits at 10 seconds. So the 5-second time penalty, which is fair in comparison to the thing that he's transgressed, absolutely fair, but he's still got 5 seconds worth of fat on that one to keep him comfortable ahead of Luca Lozio, who's got, half a blink of an eye between himself and the 25 behind. We're looking now at Leon Burnt, car number 71, Jan Wilhelm van Omen in the FFS Racing one machine ahead. Bright pink Aston Martin is the man under attack, and this, David, is turning into be quite the squabble that's gone on for a little while now, and we're rapidly running out of time to get this one answered.
Oh, this is monumental. This is for the final step of the silver podium, and you better believe both of these teams absolutely want it. I believe this is the highest sort of placed finish that we've got that's in contention right now with just 10 minutes left to go. I think that Leon Bert has the pace to get past. Whether they have the ability to get past and whether they're allowed to get past by Jan Willem van Omen is a completely different story whatsoever, because that Aston Martin knows exactly where to put itself right now. We know that Spa is a wide track, but it's not that wide that it can automatically allow a car through here. I think that battle with Luca Lozio and Tiskovic is just starting to die down a little bit here, but this is going to get very spicy. I get the feeling that a little bit of paint is going to be required for these cars after the race.
Yeah, whoever's selling second-hand wing mirrors for Ferraris and Aston Martins at the end of this race is going to do some good business, because I don't think all four will still be standing at the end of this little battle. Burnt has been following in the wheel tracks for several laps now. He will be well acquainted of where the advantage and disadvantage lies between himself and the 1, 2, 3 ahead. And as you say, David, now is how much mental fortitude does the 71 have? How willing are they to take a risk? Because mark my words, a risk is what they're going to have to take if they want this position in the next 8.5 minutes.
Oh my, this is... I'm getting so excited watching this, because you just know how much Leon Bert wants to get past this car in front. The other plot twist, and I'm just going to have to very quickly check if this is going to be an issue or not. Yes, it is. Orlando Rat is lapping about significantly faster. Is he actually the one that I was looking for? Yeah, so Orlando Rats is lapping faster than the cars that we are watching right now. About a second faster than Jan Willem van Ommen, and he is about 9 seconds off of this fight just now. Make that 8.9. That gap is going to come down. So the more they're fighting, the more Orlando Rats and potentially Wojtek Fiala gets brought into this as well. I don't think they've got that long to go. We've got, what, maybe 3 laps left to go here. But yeah, it could be very, very interesting, especially if these two start tripping over each other.
Out of the 35 cars remaining, Leon Burnt is the only driver that wishes we had more laps in this Spa 24 hours. As now, this is the attack, pull the pin, almost contact between the two of them for the run into Lecombe. Leon Burnt to the outside, can he hold on? Contact again and again, 3 times they come together, but the Aston Martin just about holds on. Secondary contact through the end into Malmedy, run down into Bruxelles now. Leon Burnt once bitten. Will he go back again? Is he willing to run the gauntlet? We now know that the 1, 2, 3 is not going to give this one up. They're not afraid to have a little bit of a tete-a-tete between them. And Leon Burnt tried and failed, but that's going to be knowledge and experience in the bank. Next time is going to be a little bit more aggressive, and the elbows are going to be considerably sharper than they were that time, I'm sure.
Oh, you better believe it. But again, they're starting to trip over themselves. That does mean that Orlando Rats potentially start to close up, but that gap actually going out a little bit here. This is sensational stuff here to finish a 24-hour race. Let's get that back into perspective. 23 hours, 55 minutes. These cars, these drivers, these teams have been going round here at Spa, and we still have an awesome battle going on for the final position on the podium for the silver class. This means a lot to these drivers. It means a lot to the teams. It's a huge chance to get some good points here, and you better believe this is going to go right down to the wire here, Paul.
Yep, absolutely. I pray for the two of them now that this is a nice clean finish to the race, and may the best man win. Let's keep it nice and clean, boys. We're a bit aggressive, but this time the 1, 2, 3 was a little bit squirrely through the chicane. So Jan Willem van Ommen lost a lot of time through the bus stop. He's compromised for the run down to La Source. Can Burnt find a way to the inside? No. Can he find a way around the outside? Yes, but he's going to run out of real estate. Can't get the switch back for the acceleration. Good space left by the 1, 2, 3 to give that Ferrari the room that he needs to navigate his way around the corner. And now, as one, they come down the dip past the old river that goes underneath Eau Rouge, up the hill, through the top of Eau Rouge, over the difficult Radion complex, using all the curb, using all the racetrack. Is Leon Burnt. He's got the run in that Welton Esports number 71 Ferrari. From the 1, 2, 3 covers the inside line. Burnt looks to the outside. He's only got the longest way around the circuit, but if he can hold it through the first section, contact between the two of them. Van Ommen does a good job to keep the car on track. The Ferrari concedes the throttle a little bit to keep separated by next to nothing. The Ferrari has the spot, but I think that bright pink Aston Martin will feel aggrieved by that move and will be desperate to retake again as we come through Bruxelles.
I don't think it's got a chance. The pace that Ferrari has got, we're going to see in the clean air now. We're going to see exactly how much it was being held up by that Aston Martin that was behind it. Not a chance. That thing's just going to drop back. I don't know if it's fuel saving or whatever for Jan Willem van Ommen, but the Ferrari on a charge now, and so unfortunate to lose out that podium with just 5 minutes left to go. Again, the stewards will be looking at that instant there. I think maybe it'll be seen as a racing incident there, because there was an overlap there. It did look like Liam Byrne was ahead of that car, certainly as they were side by side. It wasn't clear ahead, but it was definitely further ahead than that car alongside. Difficult one at most. I think that was a racing incident, but what a finish to this race here.
Yeah, that was certainly aggressive from those two drivers, and good recovery actually by Van Omen to keep the car pointing broadly in the right direction and still in contention for this race. I'm sure he'll be frustrated about the amount of contact that occurred between the two of them. Stewards, no doubt, will be having a very close look at that one, but Leon Byrne, now that we're looking at picture in pictures, got the deal done, checks his mirror on the acceleration down to La Source, knows that he's got enough space, but does he have enough pace? I'd like to think that the 71 does. And where does that put Rats? Rats actually has had a bit of drama himself and doesn't seem to be anywhere near as close as I thought he would be, courtesy of all that backwards and forwards. His last lap, 2 minutes 22.3, David. So some kind of kerfuffle has occurred with the 72 as well in his fight with Wojtek Fiala.
I don't think it's a kerfuffle. Is he possibly fuel saving, given that we've got just 3 minutes left to go? He's got Wojtek Fiala right on his tail here, and we're going to be very close. This is going to be the penultimate lap that we have just started here for Tobias Pfeffer. So Rats, I think, is under real pressure here from Wojtek Fiala, who is, in fact, Fiala's got past, so Rats has lost that position to Wojtek Fiala. That is the only explanation that I've got here, Paul, is that car is on emergency fuel saving.
That sounds like a very reasonable assumption to make as well, David, because there's something certainly not going very well indeed for the 72 machine. Fiala passing, no big drama. They're in different classes. He's not going to be concerned about that one. But Apostle's only 5.1 seconds behind. The good thing for the 72 is Apostle's carrying a 15-second time penalty at the end of this race. So he does have a safety net, does the number 72 Olivia Rats in 13th position, but this is going to be nervy times for team and driver in this last couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, absolutely stunned at what we've just watched going on. And of course, remember, Jordan Sherritt has that 5-second penalty, but it's 15 seconds ahead of Luca Lotto. Now, Tiszkiewicz now within 0.6 of a second. So again, the swing starting to go back in the opposite direction here, starting to come back towards Mateusz Tiszkiewicz. Can we see that final step on the top 5 be changed over? Lotto now really losing time, hand over fist. That gap was a second and starting to slow down even more. But it's all about this driver here, Tobias Pfeffer, unicorn to love. What an absolutely dominant, and I mean it in every sense of the word, dominant stranglehold of a performance.
Yep, and normally you don't like to see dominance in a motor race, but when the level has been so high, it's just, you can't help but sit back and marvel at the quality of the Team Unicorns of Love Mercedes AMG Esports team. Tobias Pfeffer and his teammates in that number 4 car, they have just been inch perfect lap after. In fact, the biggest mistake they're going to make is crossing the line with 40 seconds to spare and having to do another lap. That's the biggest mistake that they're going to have to make, because it has been incredible all the way through, and I love to see athletes performing at their absolute peak. And make no mistake, the drivers of that number 4 car are elite esport drivers.
So it always confuses me, right? So he's at least 1 lap ahead of everyone, so that means that he's essentially totally won this race, because he started the white flag and he went across the line, that nobody else could,
unless he acquires a penalty in this final lap. So that's why they've got to see it through to the end. If he
true.
gets a drive-through stop and go or something, then suddenly it's gone from hero to absolute zero. So still not quite deal done, but it's going to take more than an act of God for this to fall out of the hands of Tobias Pfeffer and co in the number 4.
Yeah, certainly is. And the fight between Luca Lotto and Mateusz Tiszkiewicz hasn't really come to anything. That gap now is back up to well over a second. Tiszkiewicz not able to close down to the back end of it, and it has to be all eyes on Tobias Pfeffer right now, that number 4 car, sharing of course with Bastian Richter, Tobias Grunwald and Michael Tauscher. It's just been a stunning textbook performance for this team.
Yep, really has. Absolutely superb. I cannot overstate enough to everybody watching at home that's maybe not done a 24-hour race themselves at any level, just how difficult it is to execute and deliver in a race as high pressured and as high profile as this against the field of this quality. And the number 4 have delivered 1000% throughout. Incredible performance from everybody, but in particular this Mercedes-AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love machine.
Yeah, it's nice to see some of the cars just moving out the way, making sure they don't have to do another lap where it's all possible. But Paul, you got us underway for this. We're heading into the final corner. Take us through the final.
So for one final time, we break down into the bus stop chicane. A smile already breaking on the face of Tobias Pfeffer. He accelerates for the last time in racing conditions. The checkered flag waves, and the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love, car number 4, takes the checkered flag, and with it victory in the Spa 24 hours of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, powered by Mobileye. In the silver category, David Patil is still circulated at the head of the field and 4th overall, but this is the man and team of the moment. Some burnouts down the old pit straight. That has been a victory of absolutely the highest order, and congratulations to all concerned.
Oh, huge drama, Paul, huge drama. Leon Berndt gets a 5-second penalty, and that is going to move him out of the podium. Jan Willem van Oomen, when they come across the line as it stands, is going to take the podium for silver for 123 FFS Racing. Unbelievable last minute news there.
Goodness me, 24 hours of racing. In the final few seconds we have dramas that affect the running order. Darren McCall, no such drama will befall the 555 machine as he makes his way, thumbs up to the camera, thank you very much, that's not been a bad day's work, into the bus stop chicane, and he will take the checkered flag for that second place. Nicholas Huben in 3rd will follow through in the not too distant time. But what has happened to Berndt in the 71? 2.7 seconds is the advantage for him, and as you say, David, that won't be enough. So changes not only on the final lap but the final few corners.
Unbelievable. Tobias Schur comes across the line as well, and wow, I mean, who would have thought there'd be so much drama? Leon Berndt is going to be quite upset, I think, that they're going to lose out on that position. And in fact, actually, that's going to be huge, because doesn't that 5-second penalty turn into a massive penalty because they weren't able to serve it? Jordan Sherritt with a 5-second penalty, as we saw earlier on as well. I'm sure the game makes it an even bigger one because they weren't able to serve it. We'll double check on that. I might be making that up out of thin air, but that was what I always experienced it. We'll double check, but either way, I mean, where do we even begin? Also, David Patil right at the end there, taking that silver class win. Yeah, he is very right to be very, very happy with that one.
Yeah, big smile and a big sigh of relief. Great stuff for David Patil and the whole team to get that victory in the silver classification for the team Racing Point machine. Absolutely superb stuff throughout the field, and we're going to find some drivers to have a little bit of a chit-chat to in a few moments' time when they wipe the sweat from their brow, go grab a drink and finish shaking hands with whoever it is they need to shake hands with. But while we're waiting for that one, David Christie, talk me through your emotion after this sensational 24-hour race. That was one for the history books, surely.
It certainly was. It went much better than expected for me. That was my first 24-hour race on decaf coffee, and I've got to be honest, Paul, that worked out really well. The coffee usually makes me crash by about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it actually worked out much, much better. No, like, joking aside, I'm struggling to come to words with this because I want to say something and I don't want to sound like a wet rag, but I am exceptionally proud of the field, the entire field. That race was like, when I talk about I do sim racing commentary, right, I'm always in two minds about it because usually it's an absolute crash fest. That is one of the best 24-hour races I've had the privilege to take part in, to do commentary on, and to help, promote and be part of the team here. It was awesome. It had everything. It had drama. It had chaos. It had, cars properly fighting it out with each other. It had controversy, drivers that are not going to agree with things that went against them. Everything that I want to promote in modern day sim racing, this race had it all.
Yeah, could not agree more with you there, David. I think it was, as you say, a beautiful performance from absolutely everybody. And now we've got our first driver that we're going to have a word with. David Patil, you're the winner of the silver category for Team Racing Point. What a drive from everybody in the team. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you everyone. Yeah, feeling good. I'm very tired, but I'm really happy about this performance, about the team. And I have to thanks absolutely our team and our engineer, Massimiliano Salvatore, that made a perfect setup today. So
I said to David Christie in the live commentary that the performance from your team has impressed me more than anybody has in a very long time in sim racing. Just talk to me about how the race unfolded from your team's point of view, and did you make the expectation that you thought you were running so high through the field?
Yeah, our expectation was high. We tried to win our category, the silver. And the start, it was a bit difficult for us, but we just managed the race, and overtake by overtake, we gained the first position, and we just maintained that.
And obviously back-to-back victories for the team now, so you're heading into the next round in a very favourable position in the championship. Can you maintain this run of form at Suzuka?
Yeah, our main goal is always to try to win every race on our category, and we don't watch the point, to be honest. We just go straight to win every race.
Just going to jump in for a sec, David. Congratulations. Suzuka next up on the cards. What's your thoughts towards the final half of the season? You've got Suzuka and Indianapolis coming up.
Yeah, should be quite difficult tracks, but yeah, we try our best, like always, and we will see.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you very much, David. Congratulations to yourself and the rest of the team, to Amateo Castorino, to Lucas Mattea, and to Mattea Zampredi. Anybody that you'd like to say thanks to for the race?
Yeah, it's our friends, that everyone see us, and see you on next race. Thank you all.
Awesome stuff. Thanks very much, David. Paul, I believe you've got our next interviewee.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff from David Patil, and in a few moments' time, in fact, here he is arriving in the virtual commentary box. Tobias Pfeffer, you're the winner of the Spa 24 Hours. Congratulations. How are you feeling? How did that go?
Yeah, thank you. Amazing. I actually have no words, because last year we won it too, so we made it just twice. So actually, yeah, I can't believe it, to be honest.
Now, you and the team and everybody behind the wheel looked incredibly in control throughout this race. How difficult was it to avoid problems, track penalties, and just continue to deliver incredible lap times all the way through?
I mean, first of all, the setup was really good. So yeah, it was really consistent, and we hadn't much issues in the rain and in the dry, but yeah, of course, the track limits are in a 24-hour race quite crucial. So yeah, we nearly got a DT. Like we just managed to don't do this. So yeah, it's really hard, and yeah, we just try to make it safe, as it's a 24-hour race. So there's no reason to push hard like in a sprint race.
Tobias, it's David here in the commentary box. Congratulations on an amazing back-to-back Spa double victory there. Firstly, how are the team going to be celebrating tonight, and what are you all going to be doing?
I mean, let's see. I think we will gonna have a good evening today. So yeah, let's see.
we always think that it's a rock star lifestyle. You're away out to club and party with champagne, but realistically, it's going to be feet up and with some toast and watching some TV, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Today, like, I'm dead, so I don't need to party or something. So, yeah.
And obviously, one of the other questions we asked, Suzuka and Indianapolis, the two final rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Mobileye. What's your thoughts on those circuits?
Will be an interesting race, especially Suzuka. Like, it's a special track. Also Indianapolis, of course, but yeah, let's see. I don't know what the pace of the Merc is there, but yeah, we're a strong team, so let's see.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, Tobias, thank you very much for everything. Congratulations on the race win. Anybody else that you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, the team. Like, we did an amazing work together. So, yeah, thank you. And yeah.
Well, Tobias, that has been an incredible drive from everybody in the number 4 machine, and yourself included. So, massive congratulations from us. Go and have your celebrations, and we'll see you again on the 19th of August. Very, very well done to Team Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. And that was indeed, David, an absolutely sensational performance. But we've waxed lyrical and no doubt will continue to do so about all the front runners. But a big congratulations to everybody involved in this race. It's been spectacular throughout the grid.
It really has. It's been so enjoyable. Just to give everyone a final update on Bentley Watch, Dom Healy in the 26th, finished in 30th position. We have to give a shout out to the literally the only Bentley that was remaining. Well, almost the only Bentley. David Macaretta got going again in the 426. But yeah, everyone through the field can. I said this about 8 hours left to go. Everyone can hold their heads high with the performance that they've given. What a brilliant poster for sim racing. Everyone did very well, and yeah, we're done and dusted.
Yep, absolutely brilliant stuff. Now, before we do go, there's a few things I would like to say to anybody that's left watching on this broadcast, and that is a big, massive thank you to each and every one of you that have tuned in during the course of this 24.5-hour production, 25-hour production today. It's been a pleasure to have you with us on social media, on the GT World YouTube channel. A big thanks to SRO for putting these championships together, and to AK Esports that make these things happen, to SimGrid, to Pirelli, to Mobileye, who are our sponsor, to Kunos Simulazione that produce the incredible Assetto Corsa Competizione platform, to Fanatec and to AWS, to all of the commentators that have taken part in this broadcast, to our big, massively stressed and incredibly talented team behind the scenes, Daniel Costello being the one that has been responsible for your broadcast pictures today, to our stewarding team as well, and to everybody involved in putting this broadcast together. In a few moments' time, we're going to put up our picture of the day as well from our official imaging partner, Zynamic. So that's coming on your screens in a few moments' time. But before I do, I would like to have a quick thank you to David Christie. I mentioned this at the top of the show. It's been a long time since David and I have worked together. I am a big fan of both the man and the commentator. And David, from my personal point of view, it's been a huge pleasure, mate, to be back alongside with you again. We don't do it often enough.
We certainly don't, and I've been noticing the schedules. It's like we never work together, and like I must have done something to annoy the gods that's happened there. But no, it's been an awesome event, and I feel very privileged. I've done 10 hours of this event, and it's a long slog, and we're all very tired on the commentary team. God knows how the production team are doing that. I mean, big shout out to all of the broadcast producers. I know we had those technical hiccups at the beginning, but trust me, the fact that we were able to even bring pictures at that point, knowing what was going on behind the scenes, is a minor miracle. So huge thank you to everyone involved. But yeah, it's been absolutely awesome.
Yep, and a thing to bear in mind as well, if you enjoy your SRO Esports racing, then the championship's back in action again for the Suzuka 10 Hours on the 19th of August. That'll be broadcast from 12 o'clock CET, 6 a.m. EST, 1900 Hong Kong time, and the next SRO racing that will take place will be the 22nd of July for the Mobileye GT World Challenge America Esports Sprint Series. So GT World YouTube channel is the place to be. And as promised, here is the image of the race from the beautiful Dynamic team. Great stuff from Gary Pavanari, taking these official photographs for SRO Esports competition. Do check them out for all your imaging needs. Another beautiful shot, David, that captures the atmosphere rather perfectly at Spa-Francorchamps.
You realise that Gary Paravani is going to take it that you've just called him beautiful, and I'm sure he's going to absolutely.
He is beautiful. He's a little bit shorter than me, though, much as he refuses to accept it.
Love it, love it.
Brilliant stuff. So David, Christie, everybody involved, and all you folks at home, thank you all for being a part of this one. Love you all. And until next time, from David and I, take care, goodbye, and enjoy the rest of your day.